Good morning, everyone. Good morning. No. Good morning, everyone. No. Hello. Hello. No. No. See now. Yeah. Good morning. We're going to be starting soon, so we ask you please to start taking your positions for what is going to be a long and engaging day. Thank you.
It's on. It's on. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Ocean Space, which is the home of TBA 21 Academy here in Venice. TBA 21 Academy is the research and infrastructural activism arm of Thyssen-Bornemisza Art Contemporary, which is a contemporary art and advocacy organization that is located in Spain, in Madrid, and here, operating here in Venice since 2019. My name is Markus Reynmann. I'm one of the co-directors of TBA 21, and welcome you very warmly to this fabulous program this morning here at Ocean Space. We welcome you here because Ocean Space and TBA 21 is not only involved in one of the Bauhaus prototypes, the Bauhaus of the Seas, I think as the only art organization that is actually managing a work package, but also we've been hosting a number of science, technology, and the arts residencies over the years here, from Starts for Water, Cycle 1 and 2. And so we thought it would be really nice to actually welcome you into one of the venues that is integrally important for these programs on the one hand, but also TBA 21 has been working for over 20 years now on bringing artists into decision-making processes that actually work on large-scale or within large-scale transformations, both societal as well as environmental. And we believe really fundamentally and integrally, and therefore we also call ourselves an advocacy organization, that the inclusion of cultural production and cultural imagination into these processes is of vital importance. Therefore, we've been creating these avenues for artists to actually engage with policy processes. We're the only observers, or the only art organization that is an observer at the International Seabed Authority, which is a United Nations body tasked with the administration and the distribution of the resources on the deep seabed in the high seas, which is called the common heritage of humankind. And somehow cultural organizations are not involved or not asked and invited to be there. So this is what we've been working for many, many, many years. Now, the Archipelago of Possible Futures Summit, I think we need to give a little nod to the Caribbean and Edouard Glissant, obviously, archipelagic thinking. Most of you know, the ones of you that came last night to hear Hans-Ulrich Obrist speak, which sadly didn't happen, no Edouard Glissant, but it also relates beautifully to the two exhibitions that you see. These are two new commissions, which are the result of a 3-year research cycle led by Gina Jimenez-Suriel from the Dominican Republic, investigating contemporary emancipatory processes in the Caribbean, where she brought together geologists, policymakers, artists, other cultural producers, and so on. The work that you see here is by Tessa Mars. She's from Haiti. The work that you saw on the other side, which is called A Shipwreck is Not a Wreck, which might be some interesting thought for what we are discussing here, is by Nadia Huggins from St. Vincent. Talking about shipwrecks, I think the current moment can safely be described as such. And so the question is really, how do we make a shipwreck not a wreck, but possibly a productive moment to think about not only and immediately solutions, but actually open ourselves up to emergent ways forward. I leave it here. I hope you have and wish you all a fantastic morning and day. Here is Francesca Thyssen-Bonamister, the founder of TBA 21 and the philanthropist that makes all of this happen. I think maybe as Francesca joined us now, it's also important to say that most of the things that TBA 21 does and has been doing for a long, long time is not only informed by the belief that artists have that capacity to really catalyze and work on transformative processes, but also a strong belief in public-private partnerships and imagining them and reimagining them not only in moments of austerity that private organizations need to cover the costs that public institutions don't want to bear anymore, but really to reimagine how these relationships can be shaped. And this has been an integral part of the Bauhaus of the Seas. And so, welcome Francesca, welcome all of you, have a great day.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Markus. I want to start by really thanking TBA 21 Academy, the Ocean Space, Culttech Association, the new European Bauhaus, the European Commission, Bauhaus of the Earth, all of you to be here because this is a very important community event. We have decided to bring together the cultural, scientific, and technological community of Europe to have an important dialogue with policymakers to shape the future of climate policy, industrial policy, environmental policy, and innovation policy in Europe. And we have decided to do that during the Venice Biennale of Architecture, led by Carlo Ratti, which is very much in line with the need of having forward-looking views that are not reactive, that are not passive, but that are really indicating a direction that goes more towards economic, social, and environmental sustainability. This is the second edition of the Archipelago of Possible Futures Summit. It has been starting during the new European Bauhaus first mandate, and it is born inside the new European Bauhaus as a platform that really gives the important space that culture and the arts deserved in this conversation. And obviously, the name New European Bauhaus was chosen at the beginning of the mandate of Ursula von der Leyen when she became president as one of the flagship projects of the European Union as she defined as the soul of the Green Deal, as a cultural movement that would make the Green Deal a reality. And we still think that the Green Deal and the twin transition, which is digital and environmental transition, have to be at the very center of what Europe is about, for the people, for the citizens of Europe, but also for the planet, and to give voice, I here borrow from Giulia Foscari's project, to the planetary commons. But we also know that we are living through a moment of systemic transformation and upheaval. We are in the middle of trade wars and hot wars. We have climate breakdown and the biodiversity collapse. And also we have acceleration of fragmentation of supply chains, fragmentation of digital supply chains, and also a growing threat to democratic systems from autarchic and oligarchic forces. And that's where I think is even more important to put democracy, sustainability, the environment, human rights at the very center of what we do. This is the proposition for Europe and of Europe, and I think we should know that those systemic failures also show, we believe, a failure of imagination, a failure of political decision-making, and a failure of democratic governance that we need to feel, that we need to overcome. That's possibly why I believe that the conversation between the cultural community, the artistic community, scientists, technologists, but also the infrastructures that Europe have, which are social infrastructure, environmental, institutional infrastructure, we have to rethink them. And so this is not just a summit, this is an exercise for collective imagination to rethink, reshape, reframe public spaces and the critical infrastructures of Europe. So that's what we would like to discuss here with you, because we also feel Europe is a little bit standing in a paradox. We speak a lot about digital sovereignty, yet we remain very dependent on foreign technology. We lead on climate commitments, and here we have the Director General of the European Commission on Climate and Environmental Policies. She is actually welcome, because we are very happy to have you here. But we know that although we lead on climate laws and climate regulation and preservation and commitments, we also still rely on carbon-based systems. And our industrial models, our economy, still relies very much on fossil fuel economy. We champion ethical AI, but we lack the democratic infrastructures to put those values into action. So the question we pose today is not just how to defend what Europe has, but how to transform. We want to move from a reactive sovereignty to a vision of public purpose, and the call for action is to design new architectures that give back power to people, that give back to nature, that restore, that repair the relationship with nature, and that architecture, as I said already, ecological, technological, and institutional, that can serve the people and sustain the planetary commons. So this summit is an invitation to think boldly, to break the silos, which very much are sometimes an obstacle to effective policy making, not only at the local level, not only at the national level, not only at the European level, but in particular at the global level, where we have a challenge. And we really ask you to draw from arts, science, architecture, technology, and systemic thinking to shape possible futures. So that's where the archipelago idea comes from. actually in a conversation, we have to say this, with Hans Ulrich Obrist. We had a conversation with him at the very beginning of the Bauhaus project, and Rem Koolhaas in the first festival of the new European Bauhaus, where we throw the ideas of Archipelago as a constellation of transformative practices on the ground, because it's with diversity, but also with joint commitment toward ecological and environmental sustainability. And after all, this is a question of democracy and of Europe's role in this epoch change, as Pope Francis has defined it. And make me maybe end my introduction here by saying we are in a church, which is obviously a church for art, science, technology, and citizen engagement, but habemus Papa, so it is actually a good place to be today, because also, and John Schellenhuber, which is here with us, will definitely talk about that, how much, forward-looking when it comes to, the climate emergency agenda, where it comes to a transformative agenda on climate change, on the built environment and the role of cities, but also on ethical artificial intelligence, also the Vatican Academy had. And in fact, this is where we have done one of the very important meetings with President von der Leyen, which inaugurated this Bauhaus movement. So I stop it here. I really thank you very much for being here. And I hope, although the sound is maybe at some point not ideal, if we project our voice, I hope it's going to be good to follow, because we have a program which you have to feel it as a conversation between science, policymaking, the arts, and technological capabilities of Europe. It's really meant to be a chorus and an archipelago of possibilities. So welcome to Ocean Space, and welcome to the Archipelago of Possible Futures Summit. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is José Luis de Vicente. I am the co-curator with Francesca of the Archipelago for Possible Futures. Today really is about this event, and this day is about the production of a community, or the recognition of a community, all of our common interests and our ways of thinking about Europe's future, whatever it is the space from which we are practicing, and the space of convergence. And the day today is also for this recognition of a community. So we are very happy that many of you came from far, that committed to spending this Saturday with us in the beautiful context of Venice and the start of the Biennale. Today it's a beautiful day, so more than not only about the words that you're going to hear here, it is about the words that we will be saying to each other throughout the day. It is an honor and a pleasure to start the day with what I think is, one of the most influential voices thinking about ecological futures and the possibility of how to produce in them. I don't need to introduce a lot, for many of you, to the works of Kim Stanley Robinson, a writer very much recognized by his position in producing the space of climate fiction, of understanding how the transformation of geophysical systems in the planet has political repercussions. It involves and requires a political project and an aesthetic project. Stan, in the last minute, couldn't come here because of a COVID attack, but he's joining us from Oslo. So Stan, can you hear us? Are we going to try to do the Zoom thing? Be sure if we can actually connect.
I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let's see if we can see you. Good morning, Stan. Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Just as a brief introduction and to start, 4 years ago, a book came out, a book called The Ministry for the Future. It's a book that in a way became much more than a novel. It became an eco-social manifesto. It became a political program for what a way ahead, a path for the transformation that we need on every order, technological, political, cultural, could look like. I have a strange connection to the project of this book, and it's beautiful that actually we have reached the moment in which the plot of the book starts. But also I want to recognize that 40 years ago, Kim Stanley Robinson was writing about Venice, about this place as a place in the crossroads of the past and the future, and it's particularly moving and beautiful. Stan, thanks for even though COVID, that floated over society for the last 5 years has hit you, that you made the effort to join us from Oslo to make this triangulation between Oslo, Venice, and the future the starting point of the day. So thank you so much for joining us, Kim Stanley Robinson.
Thank you very much, Jose Luis. And it's a moment also to thank Jose Luis and his team in Barcelona, who in 2017 said to me when I was visiting there, you ought to write a book about a ministry for the future. And I said, a good idea. And I didn't realize how much it was going to be changing my life. So I'll speak to you now remotely. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. But that's the way things go. And I'll speak for 20 minutes and then say goodbye to you and hope that you have a good day. As you know, I'm speaking to you in the middle of a historical crux. We are at a moment in history where the health of the biosphere is threatened by our own actions, and we have to do something about that. And there are still areas of human culture where the biosphere crisis is spoken of as if it's optional to take it seriously compared to other human problems that are also real and also affecting all of us. But the truth is that the biosphere is our extended body, our one and only home. It has to be taken care of, or else nothing else that we do will matter. So in that context, everything else gets judged, and by its relevance to the underlying problem that has to be solved. And since this is an architectural biennale, I want to invoke the very common image that one hears of rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. That's not what's happening with architecture, because how we build our human spaces is going to have a direct impact on the biosphere. But it is suggestive because really to be effective, we need to be going down into the ship, fixing the leaks in the ship, pumping out the water in the ship, while also continuing through seas that contain more icebergs. So it's a major challenge and not an option that we face up to it. It's a necessity. So the challenge that we're facing is not just technical, but as Jose Luis has said to me before and is obvious to all, it's also cultural, and I think one could say spiritual. It's a kind of global crisis that's going to take courage and solidarity, and these are feelings that we have for each other that amount to a kind of a spiritual state, and very much so a cultural state that includes the arts. And so it's very appropriate, I think, to talk about architecture in the way you are today because of the combination of the technical, the built environment, material sciences, then also laws, finance, and aesthetics, all combining to make architecture a crossroads for all of the elements that we have today, and also a gigantic part of the solution. And as for the arts becoming part of this, the other arts beyond architecture per se as an aesthetic activity, I'll speak for just a little bit about my own art form, which is science fiction. I bring it up because it's been my lifelong pursuit, but also it's always amused me. The name itself is a kind of a paradox, one could say. If science is the world of facts that we establish amongst ourselves and crucial for civilization today, and I might say parenthetically that any group of people that tries to impede or damage science is making a bad mistake about what's keeping they themselves alive, and it cannot last in a world of 8 billion people, which is a scientific accomplishment, among other things, and science needs to be supported at all times. And no opponents to science in this world now can last for long. So despite headwinds and confused, fearful opposition from certain political bodies in the world. By and large, we are in a scientific civilization, and it has to work. The world of facts. Then also fiction is where we get our values. One can say that almost all the stories we tell ourselves are fictions, and that creates values that are very important. So when one says science fiction, in a way, you're saying fact values. And this is a famous contradiction or paradox in philosophy. The fact value problem in English philosophy was a puzzle for David Hume and others. How do values connect with facts? It's not clear. It isn't obvious. And indeed, to have a name, science fiction, is to say that you can bridge a philosophical gap that philosophers say cannot be bridged, which is a great name to have, of course. And I think also really just indicative of the larger problem of our culture. We are in a world of facts and values, and how they connect up isn't obvious, and yet the two of them together make culture. So the synthesis that is our culture now needs to be discussed on both sides, and this is another place where architecture and the kind of work of design, of urban design, architecture in its largest sense of the arrangement of the human spaces that we live in, is again a kind of a science fiction. And what happens, I think, there is, if science is on one side and fiction is on the other, and there's a supposed gap between the two of non-understanding or no obvious causes running either way, then to call something science fiction is to create a bridge between the two, a kind of vision. And of course, bridges are, again, an engineering and architectural problem. You have to see it, you have to want it before you can design it and build it. And this is, I think, again, where the arts come in. This is the question of vision and forwardness, of saying we would like to have these elements in our lives. Therefore, we need to actually understand the material constraints well enough to be able to build them and go on from there. So there is I will call it a utopian vision in all of our science fiction and all of our designs for the future. We sometimes fear bad futures that we can see coming, but we usually plan for good futures, for situations better than the one that we're in now. And therefore, we're always doing utopian thinking when we do design like this and have discussions like this. So it's wonderful to think about Venice, and it is indeed true what Jose Luis said. In 1980, I wrote a story called Venice Drowned, in which sea level had risen by, I forget, but perhaps 15 meters, maybe 10 meters. And there was no blockage of the Lido as there is now, so that the city was flooded to the rooftops, but people were still living in the attics and in the towers and making the city work as best as they could. Europe will endure and is a center of really important political force right now. I would say inadvertently and somewhat by accident, somewhat by the self-destructive nature of the current American government and the strange over-determining problems of the Chinese civilization with their own situation, Europe has inadvertently become the leader of the world in coping with the problems now facing of us. And this might be a good thing, because the European Union isn't a new thing in world history, in that it is a situation where nation states have decided voluntarily to become member states. And the shift from nation state to member state is a profound legal, financial, social, and psychological change that is obviously difficult, filled with all kinds of arguments and backsliding confusion, and yet nevertheless is a shining example of what has to happen everywhere on Earth. We have a global planetary crisis where the borders are irrelevant, so it needs to be a global response. And yet we're in the nation state system. So how are we going to deal with that? We have international treaties. They're relatively toothless and ignored, especially by big countries when it's convenient to them. So this shift to the idea of being a member state where sovereignty is somewhat given over to the larger political unit of the whole planet is a crucial shift, and Europe has led the way there. And it's also leading the way in so many other ways of taking the climate change crisis seriously, of including the arts as part of the political life of the people and supporting them as a public good. These are all new and important in ways that are going to make what happens in Europe more important than ever going forward in dealing with the crisis. So I've looked at your program for the day. It's really impressive. I wish I could be there. It's going to be interesting and fun. I like it that the track of your program today is not, in fact, confined to architecture per se, or even the material science, but is, I would say, raised up a level to what I would call a meta architecture. And I take this name from this proposed name from my beloved teacher, Frederick Jameson, who died last year. And he, in a very famous essay, spoke of meta commentary. And over the course of his illustrious career, changed literary criticism into a kind of social force to revolutionize the way that the humanities got taught in universities worldwide. And that in turn changed the way that we think about ourselves and the way that we act politically together. So meta architecture is maybe in the same space of discussing not just the details of the materials and the designs, but what it's for and how it fits into the larger picture of things. Again, it's a kind of utopian science fiction that is being proposed here and discussed. And if you take meta architecture to be the project for the day, if his plans haven't been messed up like mine, you might have Benjamin Bratton there with you today, my colleague from UC San Diego. That's good. He's an expert on these kind of this kind of systemic thinking, and I would guess that many of you are. And putting your heads together can think about the larger space of design in politics, in political economy, in forcing the public over the private. In this sense, the state has to be able to regulate the emissions of carbon dioxide and of methane into the atmosphere. This cannot be a market decision. It needs to be a state decision. And so this too becomes a matter for meta architecture to discuss. And just in the largest sense of all, you've got to have a vision that is coordinated from through the political, the economic, the social, and then the financial, and also the cultural and the spiritual in a coordinated ideology, an imaginary relationship to the real situation, where there is a coordination of effort that makes for something that people can believe in and also act on, where they can visualize the overall project in a kind of cognitive map, as Jameson always said, where individual projects and ideas and people fit into a larger program that is suited to the crisis of our times. So that, I think, is what you are up to today, to talk about these elements, and it should be very exciting for you. If a moment comes where you can coordinate the thoughts of the day into a set of proposals, a plan, a project, that would be good. It seems to me that we're at that point where we need these things, and so that it isn't just an endless discussion, but also a program to be pursued that has some specifics to it going forward. That will remain to be seen how the day goes, but it's certainly going to be interesting for you. So I want to conclude very briefly by saying that since the Ministry for the Future came out in 2020, I have seen with my own eyes that people want this kind of a vision. They want to have a narrative, a story that tells them that we can succeed in coping with this crisis. We can scrape through it. It won't be pretty. It won't be easy, nor will all problems be solved at the end of it 20 or 30 years from now. But we might have gotten through the narrow point, the eye of the needle, in a successful way. That story hasn't been told enough. It's something that needs bulking up, support. It needs the design details, and it needs to be spread as a word in an art project. So with that, I'm going to give it back over to Jose Luis with, again, many, many thanks to he and his team there. And again, I wish I could be with you through the course of the day, because I'm quite certain it'll be extremely interesting. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stan. We wish you all from Venice, send you a big wave of well wishes for recovery. We want you back soon. We won't stop with really wanting to find the perfect occasion to bring you to Venice, because in a strange way you are part of the cultural history of Venice futures. So this is a beautiful context. Thanks for being here today. For all of you who have not read the Ministry for the Future, I hope that at the end of the day you may find why for us this is a very inspiring, a very important document. Thank you, and I'm giving back the stage to Francesca to start the day with the first session. Thank you so much.
So I call the panelists on stage. John, please join us. Yes. So let me maybe start the panel from taking back some of the points that Kim made in his speech, because I think you have a very challenging role now to respond to some of the very ambitious points that he made. He said we need coordination. And of course, this, as we know, is a very big topic, not only because we need coordination between the social, the economic, the financial, the political, the environmental aspects, but also because sometimes, maybe too often, many of us feel that Europe is too fragmented to take action and to be a player in this global world full of tensions and actual challenges. And then he said that we need a plan, so we can't just debate. We need to move from dialogue and debate to action with serious plans and serious policies, legislations, but also investment, commitment, action, and especially environmental and climate action. And so this was also a call. And then that also people need narratives, because otherwise we feel we live in a dystopic world, so we have dystopia on one side and techno-solutionism on the other side, which feel more like the same coin of the narrative. So we do need different narratives. And on top of that, I think we can say that Europe is on the front line when it comes with climate crisis. We have been facing, rising temperature, extreme droughts, devastating floods. I mean, here we have a representative of the Spanish government that has been, under pressure in the last months and years, but not only Spain, of course. And then amid, all these overlapping emergencies, we have this, again, growing geopolitical and economic tension. So the big question I want to pose, just to start our panel, is what bold moves must Europe make to lead on the green and sovereign transition, and what we should mean by green and sovereign transition. So we have here Patrick Anthony Child, which is the head of DG Environment, General Director of DG Environment. So am I right to say that you are the person in charge for environmental and climate policy in Europe? So everything that happens on the good side is your merit, but majority of the time I'm afraid you get blamed for what goes wrong. So this is, you have a very big responsibility. But maybe we can start with you on where we are when it comes to the Green Deal. I think many of us here want to know if the Green Deal is still very much high on the priority of the European Union, nature restoration law, and if we have any concrete points that you can tell us about the implementation of this legislation at the European level. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Francesca, and it's wonderful to be here in Venice and part of this amazing event. I mean, indeed, we've heard from Kim that the global discussion is going in all sorts of different directions, but which reinforces really the importance of European leadership on the global debate on climate and the environment. And although I have some responsibilities, of course I have some political masters as well, but President von der Leyen, in her speeches about the priorities of the Commission, which started its new mandate just recently, is to stay the course on the European Green Deal. Because if you've rightly said, I mean, the growing, very visible manifestations of climate change, whether it's extreme weather events, the devastating floods that we've seen in Spain, many other member states, as well as the broader challenges of rising sea level, changing in economic and agricultural production. All these things require urgent responses. And so the good news is that we are continuing very strongly to deliver on the priorities of the European Green Deal. And I think that the new European Bauhaus, which is at the center of the theme of this event, is a really powerful example of how we rise to the challenge, which I think is really fundamental, of connecting policy with people. Because unless we bring people with us on our policy agenda, then it won't have the impact that we need. And if we think about Kim's call to action, there I think that's where we can work with the agenda that we have today. And just to highlight 3 topics which I think are really central to the work that we're doing and opportunities that we have to bring the activities of the community of the new European Bauhaus more directly with our policy agenda. The first is on water, and nowhere better, of course, to talk about water than here in Venice. And the European Commission has the intention in the coming weeks to produce a new strategy on water resilience under the responsibility of our Commissioner Jessica Rosval, who is also responsible for the new European Bauhaus. And so I think that's the a key dimension of our work on climate adaptation and resilience all around water. The second is on the circular economy and how we transform the way that we use resources and reduce the material footprint that is so devastating and unsustainable at the moment. And there again, I think that the themes of the European Bauhaus, how we bring the built environment closer to the sort of priorities of the circular economy. We're also working on a new bioeconomy strategy to see how we can harness better the strength of nature. And then the third topic I'd like to highlight is nature restoration, very much linked with our global leadership on biodiversity. We had last year the adoption of the nature restoration law, but which we now need to transform into reality through national plans for implementation. And there too, I think that all of the sort of nature-based solutions and the focus on nature in the new European Bauhaus is an excellent agenda for us to be working with. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe if I may ask, because I think we all have the feeling we struggle sometimes to move from legislation and really sometimes very good legislation like climate laws into action, implementation, getting on the ground, and even the financing getting where is needed. If you can tell us like very quickly how we can really make sure that we have more action on the ground.
No, I think you make a very important point. I mean, it's fun for us in Brussels to legislate. We discuss with the European Parliament, we discuss with the member state representatives, but unless the legislation that we develop can be effectively implemented, then it has no benefit. And I think increasingly in Europe, we are moving towards a sort of portfolio approach, where we don't just do legislation, we also then work in partnership with our member states, using the money that we can from Europe, using the convening power that Europe has. The European institutions are very good at bringing people together in events like this. And then people talk to each other and connect with policy, and then that's how things really make a difference. And so one of the headline priorities of the new Commission is the successful implementation of our legislation on the European Green Deal, on things like air quality, on the way that we treat urban wastewater, industrial emissions, things that go to the heart of the quality of life in our societies, in our cities, and it's making it real for the people, as I say, that's the key priority.
Thank you, and maybe we'll come back to this point later on. Let me move to John Schellenhuber, which is the General Director of IAAC. John, you've been, if I may say, the spiritual father of the new European Bauhaus. You are a top scientist advising President Ursula von der Leyen, and you have been passionately advocating for the need of a new approach that's multidisciplinary, that's visionary, and that really puts the elephant in the climate room, which is the built environment, higher in the agenda, but without tackling it in the kind of usual business as usual way, but more bringing culture, arts, architecture, ecology, and politics together. And you also talk about a concept that maybe you can expand in your later presentation, that's the great re-entanglement. And when I've heard your presentation, at the beginning I get really scared because you give us the data of where we are as humanity, and it is scaring. But then you have a way to let us understand that we can do something and we can transition, but we have to do it with urgency, precision, and commitment. So, John, I give you the word.
Okay, Francesca, if you allow me, I will go to the lectern here, because the acoustics is so difficult in this church, as I know. So I will use a presentation here. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. So let me start with, and I will bravely ignore the clock, actually. So I will go over time. I announced it already now. So this is the project that brought me to Venice this time. I think it's the most beautiful project I ever thought about. It is not realized this time because it would have cost €5 million. And I talked to a couple of billionaires, and they didn't give me the money yet. But I hope to convince them for the next Biennale Architettura. But you can find in the Arsenale exhibition the idea, and you can also read my essay, which is in the catalog. I actually think it's one of the first pieces there. So it's called Flotta Alberi, and the idea is to have an armada of ecosystems floating through Venice and assembling and doing a dance in front of the Arsenale and reminding Venice that they deforested half of Europe for becoming the Serenissima, so to speak. So stay tuned and come back in 2 years. But this is really the narrative. You see, we are now in the most critical decade in human history for 2 reasons. On the one hand, we are transforming the global environment, and climate change is just part of it. At the same time, we are developing the most advanced cognitive instruments ever invented in human history. Artificial intelligence, everybody talks about that. But you know, quantum computing, I'm a physicist by training, quantum computing is just around the corner. and it will boost artificial intelligence by a factor of 1,000 or 1,000,000 in 10 years from now. And we have synthetic biology and so on. So the narrative is the following one, because we have these two disruptions, but we don't have a unifying narrative. I think the cultural community is the only one that can reconcile in a narrative, a unifying narrative, this fantastic technological innovation and the sheer fact that for 10 billion people on this planet, we have to provide living conditions. These two things do not go together right now, but they can be reconciled by a cultural narrative. So here you go. You think that we are living in an age of high-tech, but it's not true. This is not high-tech. A combustion engine, a vaporetto is not high-tech. It's what I call middle tech, actually. It's technology from the 19th century in the end. But of course, high-tech is around the corner. It's artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all the things I told you. On the other hand, we all live because of one invention in the history of this planet that is called photosynthesis, for example. That's the basic of everything. So my imagination is the following. If you populate with space, and you go back 3 billion years in human history and in the history of the planet, so it was bacteria, algae, evolution, natural tissues. On the right-hand side, these are the things we will envisage, quantum computing and so on. And we have to leave behind middle tech. This is the product of the Industrial Revolution. So the idea is the following one, the narrative. How about uniting, bringing together the left and the right wing on this chart? And it goes like this. No tech meets high tech. Evolutionary solutions will meet artificial intelligence, things like that. Let's leave behind middle tech that is ruining the planet. So that's the idea, and I give you an example on that. But before that, Francesca, whom you will find in the picture if you take a second, standing next to me, and Ursula von der Leyen. This was at the Pontifical Academy of Sciences in the Vatican. We did a conference called Reconstructing the Future, Cities as Carbon Sinks. So this is all about biomaterials for architecture. And there was a paper in Science just a few months ago demonstrating if we would switch from concrete and steel and plastic and glass and aluminum and so on to bio-based material, timber, bamboo, hemp, and so on, we could actually extract 16 billion tons of CO2 from the atmosphere every year. That means we could repair the climate, not even stabilize it. It's a fantastic paper, Van Rooyen et al. Look it up, very important. So reconstructing the future means moving and transforming the built environment into a huge biosink of carbon. That's the idea here. And Francesca Ray, Pritzker Prize winner, joined us for that. This is the Burkina Faso Institute of Technology in the Sahel. And you see all the buildings are built and designed according to termite mounds. So the termite mounds have the best ventilation on Earth, and this is imitated here. This is emulated here in the buildings of Francesca Ray. By the way, habemus papa nova. So we will go back to the Pontifical Academy. I'm a member of the Pontifical Academy. And here you see our group picture last October, actually. And there's a very remarkable figure on this picture. To the right, this is Demis Hassabis. Have you heard of Demis Hassabis? Who knows of Demis? Oh, a few people. You should know them all, actually. Why? Because Demis Hassabis created Google DeepMind, and is one of the most advanced thinkers on artificial intelligence. This is the revolution we're facing right now. He became a member of the Pontifical Academy last year, and he claims that we can solve all the problems of this planet by artificial intelligence. We can even improve weather forecasting to 2 or 3 weeks and things like that. So the idea is precisely to bring this approach together. By the way, 1 week after this meeting, he received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for AlphaFold for protein simulation. So things are going on this planet. And by the way, do you know why we sit here without masks, wearing any masks, FFP2 masks? Well, because vaccines against COVID were developed in just 10 months. Normally, this would take 10 years, not because of the bureaucracy, but it just takes so long to do all the experiments. Now, through the combination of artificial intelligence and medical science, this was accelerated by a factor of 10. That was the way. And by the way, it's our natural immune system that is convinced by the snippets of messenger RNA to do the right thing and to kill the virus. So it's no tech. Our evolutionary immune system is meeting artificial intelligence high tech. That was the solution. And this can happen everywhere now. So that's the idea. So finally, this is the cover of Science magazine, just one of the last issues. And it's about the beauty of roses. And the beauty of roses is explained by this theorem. Gauss, one of the greatest mathematicians of all time, created the so-called theorema egregium, the magnificent theorem of mathematics on differential topology 200 years ago. And this explains how the rose petals are bent when they grow. This is the ultimate explanation in mathematics how beauty comes about in this our world. And bringing together beauty, that is culture, mathematics, physics, technology, that is the scientific community, and finally, the world that is created by our decision makers in industry, in politics, in military, and so on, that is, if you like, the policy community. Bringing them together like the petals of a rose is going to save this world. Thank you.
Thank you, John. As I said before, he always ends with very positive and inspiring, forward-looking scenarios. So we're gonna follow your lead. Iñaki Carnicero, Secretary General of the Urban Agenda, Housing and Architecture of Spain. Thank you very much for being here, because as we already said, Spain was on the front line of a lot of extreme climate and weather events lately, but you also are, first of all, on the front line of reacting in the government, with communities, with people, and you just actually presented before the Biennale with Carlo Ratti a manifesto for the architecture of adaptation, where you are putting at the very center the question of urban regeneration, housing, the question of building differently, and also reacting to crises and emergencies. And I just came from Barcelona. I arrived in Spain, here in Venice 2 days ago from Barcelona, and I was there with Prime Minister Sanchez and some of the leading European mayors. And they had a very strong call to the Prime Minister to do something about social housing. So social housing, sustainable, affordable housing has become also very core of what Spain is doing for Europe and with Europe. So if you can tell us, on one side, what you're doing, also in practice, to contribute to this agenda, and how do nation states go along with the European Commission in getting things on the ground and implemented? If you can say, how do you envision that working better?
Okay. Is this working? Oh, maybe now, yes. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Francesca, and thank you, José Luis, for the invitation, and congratulations, because this is the type of events that are necessary in order to find solutions that could be implemented on the ground. To introduce quickly myself, I'm an architect, but I'm temporarily working at the administration. I've been 5 years working at the Ministry of Housing, but as an architect, I am attracted by the transformative power of architecture in order to make a change. So as a politician now, what I'm trying to do is to find ways to land these policies that start at the highest level with inspirational political leaders, and find ways in order to land and to make it effective, so these policies have an effect on people's quality of life. So you are raising many questions, Francesca. It's not possible to answer in, I don't know how many minutes I have to everything you said, which is super relevant. But maybe I would say a couple of things that are important. First of all, we all need to find our expertise in order to land these initiatives. For instance, the new European Bauhaus that started with basic questions like sustainability, inclusion, and beauty. During the pandemic, we started a new policy on high-quality architecture. For us, was really inspirational, the new European Bauhaus directions, because it nurtured this law that, in a way, poses the necessity of talk about quality instead of quantity. You mentioned housing, the lack of affordable housing in Spain, which is one of the biggest challenges that we have right now. But from the political side, politicians try to respond to this necessity through a quantitative approach. Our politicians are always sending messages that we're going to build 100,000 units or 1 million units, but we don't talk about the quality of those units. And I think there is, if we want to implement these necessary transformations, we need to talk about quality. We need to understand that we have to make a good use of these investments in order not only to build units, build, but also to think about the implications of building, to think about the implications of using one materials and not others, to think about the implications of responding not only to the current needs, but also think about the medium and the longer term, which is another important question that we need to keep in mind. You mentioned also the catastrophe of Valencia and the floodings. And of course, with this tragedy, our government needs to respond with urgency. But at the same time, there is this dilemma that most of these cities are built in areas that are that eventually will flood again. So on the one hand, we need to rebuild these units so people can go back to their homes, but at the same time, these cities should have never been built in this particular area. So we need to start other strategies, and here we have the tools with the urban agenda, for instance, which is a methodology that allow us to inspire the local governments in order to define strategies for the future of their cities and to implement all these different questions that are relevant that you have posed today. But we don't have much time to, I would talk hours about each of these things, but maybe this start for the conversation.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe I start because we have definitely one more round for this conversation, and I'll start back with you, Iñaki. If you can tell us something, obviously you are the politician in this roundtable, and we have felt that there is, of course, like a threat to this Green Deal and climate agenda in Europe, and that we have extreme right forces which are denying the problem, but also create an artificial, I think, dichotomy between, on one side, the need for Europe to become more competitive when it comes to our industrial systems, to transform our economy and industry, to leap forward, and do that according to our climate laws and our climate regulation. And I always thought this dichotomy should not exist, because in fact, if we follow also John Schulenhuber's presentation, is all the other way around. We actually have to leap forward the whole industrial system. Maybe when there is no tech and low tech, it means also transforming logistics, the way we produce, how we extract raw materials, where raw materials are coming from, how do we build infrastructures, how do we produce, and where we produce. So there are a lot of questions that pertain to the industrial ecosystem and the economic ecosystem, but definitely Europe is gonna lose, in particular, in this trade war, global trade war, if we don't stick to where our strength is. And I think that our strength is really in the ability to lead on this climate and environmental transformation. If you can say what you think about this, because on a certain point, I think this community here is here to actually mobilize from the ground to make sure that Europe keep, the Green Deal very much high in the agenda.
That's it's a difficult question, but super relevant one. and we don't have a specific answer. We just have experiences. And the good thing about this, again, is that all of us, from different perspectives, from different disciplines, react in the way we can. We, of course, now more than ever, we need strong leaders with clear directions. And with a vision that in a way incorporate these agendas, these longer agendas, into each of the policies, into each of the decisions. Maybe I can bring an example to be more specific of what Spain is doing, for instance. The same day that our president signed with Carlo Ratti this manifesto on adaptation, he also announced Aperte, a strategic plan on industrialization, which might be seen as a strategy to help the industry, to help the economy, but it's not only that. Industrialization means to start to modernize construction in a way, to start thinking about building off-site. But of course, this has huge implications in terms of the impact on the planet, because we reduce CO2 emissions, we contribute achieving the goals, for instance, with the EPBD directive. We contribute also to level the gender gap that exists in construction. In Spain, only 15% of construction jobs are women. So we move this whole sector into a new model of building in industries, in factories with computers, with using AI intelligence into the process, improving the quality of their jobs. So it seems to be a decision that it's only affecting the industry, but no, it's affecting the whole ecosystem around construction, modernizing construction, changing architecture, changing the way we relate to our planet. So I think these are the type of decisions that could be effective, that could be not just words, but something that people can see having an impact in their own lives.
Thank you. Patrick, I go back to you. Maybe my question is more on the new European Bauhaus projects. How do you think, you already said a little bit about the regulatory effort, the legislative effort. How do you think we can have, even in the new European Bauhaus projects, some more scaling up of these projects across Europe, where people are going to be seeing the impact of environmental and social transformation in their local realities? And if you can mention some of the future activities in this space.
No, thanks very much, Francesca. And I think that indeed the new European Bauhaus is a really good example of how European policy can have a direct and visible relevance for societies. I was recently in Barcelona, so I'm glad you mentioned that example. And I saw a Bauhaus project, which was the creation of social housing out of recycled shipping containers. And I think that that brings together many of the themes that we've been talking about here. But I think for the future of the Bauhaus, the really important thing is to connect with the policy agendas that I was talking about before, because so far it's emerged as very much a bottom-up, community-driven sort of proliferation of really exciting projects in a whole range of different areas, from architecture, from the built environment, but connecting democratic societies with beauty and with European sort of policy agendas. But just to give another example of something I'm also responsible for, I'm what we call mission manager for a project to support 100 cities across the European Union to become climate neutral by 2030. And through this, and Barcelona, by the way, is one of the leading cities in this movement. This is a huge challenge. But also to answer your previous question about the possible tension between economic competitiveness and our agenda about resilience. How do we meet the threats of the trade war with the United States? We've done some calculations. The plans that the cities have got, this 100 cities from all EU member states, to become climate neutral is going to cost something like 300 billion euros of investment in energy systems, in transport, in sort of transforming the buildings. And that's a huge amount of money, most of which needs to come from the private sector. But then you think about, well, what are the benefits of that? And the direct benefits in terms of savings in future energy costs and improvements in the way that we manage our societies directly pay off. And if you include then the co-benefits, improvements in the quality of life, reduction in health costs, you get a net gain of something like 100 billion euros. And if you scale that up to the whole of the European society, you can see that there isn't a contradiction between the green agenda and our economic success. It is, in fact, a major economic and commercial opportunity for Europe. I mean, the world is going to have to implement green solutions everywhere in order to meet the challenges of climate change. And if we in Europe, by being the leaders of the climate environment movement, can be also the first movers in developing the new technologies and then deploying them at scale globally, then that's a real win for Europe. And if movements like the new European Bauhaus can help us to harness the creativity and innovation of the European society, then we're even stronger.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess, this is a very important conversation, because while we say that we are transforming and we are engaging in this deep economic, industrial, and cultural transformation, I'm sure that a lot of people, a lot of European citizens feel differently many times. They feel like because of the energy crisis, the price is getting up, is increasing, and maybe there is energy poverty as a result. There is a social housing crisis. Of course, there is a less stability overall in the political system. So I think we have always this question, exactly why I insist in getting it to the people, is because we want to, having the people with us in this transformation, because otherwise we already know the type of polarization, and also I think really cutting off the people that most need this transformation, which are the people that have less and the working class families. And I think this is a very important conversation to basically say that actually we start from the most vulnerable communities, which are the ones that are more affected by the climate crisis. John, let me get to you as a final really remarks, because we have to move on. We actually have a marathon here that we're running, so we have a very tight program. And John, I want to challenge you a bit on this question, because you talk about cyber organic age, and your presentation is very inspiring. But then again, and we've been talking a lot about this, we feel sometimes really out of sync with this kind of beautiful futuristic scenarios. We feel actually there is a lot of disparity when it comes to concentration of wealth and power. We feel that people are struggling to move on, migration issues, and actually, I have to say also aggressive and anti-democratic regimes, which are today, let's say, becoming the majority instead of democratic systems. So if you can say something about how do we reconcile your beautiful evolutionary ideas with the reality that we're living in, where people are more afraid to move forward than, to embrace this kind of vision you gave us before.
Okay, here we go. There are times where you have to think small, and I could elaborate for hours on how to save Venice against rising sea level. It's a very technical question in the end. But there are times where you have to think big, and the time is now. It is like that. So what you said, Francesca, and what Patrick and Iñaki said, after the Industrial Revolution, which was driving the human project now for 2 centuries, we have to invent a new project that will be, let's call it in technical terms, a circular bioeconomy, something like that, or regenerative economy. Yeah? And this is decided whether we have a public understanding of science or not. Because as Carl Sagan famously said, our world is completely shaped by technology and science, but ever less people understand it, actually. Who in the room has ever programmed an algorithm in the context of artificial intelligence? Raise your hand. Oh, that's more than I thought, actually.
This crowd is not really the average example.
I'm deeply impressed, actually. So I fiddled around with neural networks in the 1970s already, which is now the basis of artificial intelligence. But at that time, the hardware was hopelessly slow, so we couldn't succeed. Now we can do it. So what I'm saying is the following. We have to invent a new economy and there are 2 points I want to make in this context. One is, I think when it goes about and goes to circular regenerative bioeconomy, using natural resources the best possible way in an inclusive way, so that means tapping all the power of the human capitals. And by the way, Africa has a lot of human capital, and it adds 2 more billion people this century, actually. So a partnership with Africa could be a very interesting thing. But let me say 2 things. One is, I think Europe, the Europe as we know it, a very diverse and often quarreling continent, has the best potential, actually, to be absolutely competitive when this new economy will be created. That's what Patrick just said. Everybody talks about competitiveness and so on. Yes, we are, absolutely. The most diverse architecture in the world is on our continent, of course. So let's use this potential. But the second thing is even more important. As I tried to convince you, when we are constructing this new regenerative world economy, we have to underpin it with a beautiful narrative. Otherwise, we will not reach the people. And if it's only this tiny minority, the computer nerds and so on, we have to bring this narrative to the heart of our society. And this is where the creative people, the cultural people, the playwright people, the musicians and so on, they have to help us to bring the story to the heart of the people. And here let me end with a very concrete thing, because Alexandra Mitsotakis is sitting here. She has created this beautiful World Human Forum in one of the signatory places of Europe, Delphi, the Oracle of Delphi, you know this. Maybe you only know Oracle as a company now. And we heard Jim Robinson talk about, which is a bad joke in a way, a very sarcastic joke, of course, the Ministry of the Future. But why don't we build a parliament of the future, a world parliament of the future? And it could start in Delphi, I think. Thanks.
Thank you, John. And let me thank Patrick, John, and Inaki for this inspiring conversation. And lots of work to do. And we move forward to the next part of the program, which are our artistic scenarios. That's how we call them. And the topic is global commons, which in fact, the planetary global commons are also under threat in a time where, you know, the president of the US can just wake up and say, well, I want to have Greenland because I need critical raw materials, and so I'm just gonna take it. And this is possibly the opposite of what we need to basically give a voice to the planetary commons. So, José Luis, please come on stage to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for this great panel, John, Patrick, Iñaki. Throughout the day, in a way, we're going to be moving from the analysis, from the reflection, but also into the imagination and the spaces. We thought it was very important that we would fill up and punctuate the day with visions, with possible configurations of what this future that we are trying to produce could look like. So I'm very happy to start the first of these scenarios with the work of UNA Unless. UNA Unless is a studio based in Venice. In a way, I think that their work is very related with the cartographing and the mapping and highlighting of those planetary scale spaces that need to be protected, preserved, and that may not appear in our political cartography so obviously. In their really important project, Antarctic Resolution, they really kind of like plotted Antarctica as a space that requires special attention in a moment like this. And led by Julia Foscari, UNA Unless has kicked off in these 3 days of the opening of the Biennale, the Voice of Commons project. And the Voice of Commons project, I think it is particularly important because it is highlighting all those spaces that are only subjected to planetary governance and whose destiny affect directly all of us, and that we are all potentially involved in preserving and putting them on the map in different ways. I'm going to let you with Julia Foscari. Julia, thanks so much for the big effort for being this morning with us.
Hello. Thank you very much, José Luis, for the introduction, and Francesca for the invitation. It's wonderful to be here with you today and to share a project which indeed focuses on the 4 global commons, Antarctica, the ocean, the atmosphere, and outer space. The project is really stemming from the realization that as we approach the 1.5 degrees set by the Paris Agreement, melting ice, rising seas, acidifying ocean, and destabilized atmosphere are driving biodiversity loss, displacement, migration, and growing instability. And while the climate crisis is very often spoken as an environmental crisis, it really is also a social justice and a global security emergency. And Antarctica, the ocean, the atmosphere, and outer space, which are 4 spheres lying beyond national jurisdiction, whose fate actually has a real impact on the stability and resilience of our planet, remain voiceless within this context. So the research really started, as José Luis mentioned, when I realized that my ignorance on Antarctica was inversely proportional to its importance in the global ecosystem. Antarctica, which is one of the 4 commons, holds 90% of the ice of our planet. It represents 10% of the land mass. And if that ice should all melt, the increase of sea level would be of 60 meters. So indeed, Kim Stanley would be right that Venice would be drowned, and with it, many other island states around the world. But Antarctica is also one of the largest planetary archives that we have of data that we need to inform environmental policies. It is here that paleoclimatologists extract from air bubbles that are captive in the deep ice information on the trends of CO2 and greenhouse gases, which show us the level of excessive level of CO2 that we have currently in the atmosphere. We have exited this corridor of life, to use Johan Rockström's term, and of the Holocene, in which we lived for over 10,000 years, and are now deep in the Anthropocene. And Antarctic research held in Antarctica, however, for me is also very important, not only to understand how to inform policies, but also there's a success story lying hidden in there, which is the story of the Montreal Protocol. It is there that, having discovered the ozone hole, the scientists have announced that to the world, and the world came together in signing the Montreal Protocol, which is really one of the success stories of humanity uniting to resolve one of the big global problems. So with Unless, which is a non-profit agency that I have the pleasure of running, we invited a number of experts, transdisciplinary experts all around the world, to really come together and exit sort of the disciplinary silos we often work with, and together author Antarctic Resolution. This was the first milestone project that we developed, really trying to look at science, technology, geopolitics, and architecture. The publication was also supported by TBA 21, so I take the opportunity to thank Francesca and all the team once again. It is open access, and it has sort of launched a series of exhibitions where the research was presented alongside work of artists, such in this case, where we invited Arcangelo Sassolino. There is an audio, which unfortunately you're not hearing, but this is actually thundering, and their artists and glaciologists came together to reproduce the sound of ice breaking in Antarctica. And this sound is the one I heard when I went to the continent, and it really acted as a call to action for me to really commit to defending in every possible way or contributing to a conversation on the global commons. And why should we concern ourselves on the global commons? They impact all of us. What happens in Antarctica doesn't stay in Antarctica, but the commons don't have a constituency. And this is why we've been relentlessly trying to find different ways to communicate and build that constituency. This is a case of an urban campaign we did in Berlin on occasion of the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting. But this led us to sort of widen the thinking from Antarctica alone to all 4 global commons. So the ocean, Antarctic, the atmosphere, and outer space. And the project of Voice of Commons, which was just presented 2 or 3 days ago here at the opening of the Biennale, and again relies on an orbit of interdisciplinary experts that collaborate and build upon the network of Unless. And we have 3 incredible ambassadors to the project, which are Johan Rockström, Sylvia Earle, and Xie Bastida, who've been working very closely with us on it, but also an incredible team of advisors, which also include Francesca and Markus, whom I'm not seeing here, Eva, and a few of you are here in the room today. And collectively, with the support also of our partners, again, TBA 21, also LAS Art Foundation, Bettina's there, and the patrons of the project, we have been really trying to bring together and create a democratic and empowering space of dialogue on the global commons to foster global common literacy, ignite collective imagination for just and sustainable futures, and call to action for intergenerational justice. So in Venice, at the entrance of the Venice Biennale, you might have seen it, we have this little sort of broadcasting capsule. It's almost like a radio station, which advocates for systemic change. And there we launched a transversal global mobilization on various platforms. One is a podcast series. We had 3 incredible episodes in these past 3 days with Johan, Sylvia, and Kumi Naidu, who has led Greenpeace International and Amnesty International for many years. And in the coming days, we'll have more conversation with Cristiana Figueras next week, Peter Thompson, Cormac Cullinan to discuss the rights of nature. And the idea really is to build a literacy, and throughout the whole time of the Biennale, there will be a conversation a week on the global commons. Some of them will be deep dives on individual commons. And in parallel to that, we're also activating the space with a number of conversations, which so many of you actually who are here in the audience involved in the marathon in the past 3 days also have conversations. Eva France, again, Francesca, Benjamin Bratton, Ercilia Vaudio, so Luis Carver back there, Markus, and many others. And we also invited Carola Rackete, which is a member of the European Parliament, with whom, where she presented this idea of Antarctica having rights of its own. So within the idea of the rights of nature and the Antarctic rights movement, she came to present for the first time this proposal of considering attributing to a whole continent a right, a personhood right. And so it really is a laboratory to imagine democratic and future governance system and governance models for the global commons. And yesterday's conversation ended on giving back the voice just to nature with having whale songs emanating from the pavilion. But there's another layer which is really important alongside the experts of really we invited citizens from all over the world to speak up. Francesca just said we have to bring everybody along. And this really is a planetary theme. So what we've tried to do through an open call is invite citizens from all the world to speak up for the global commons, send us messages which are being projected into our pavilion, which acts as a planetary embassy. So every day of the Biennale is dedicated to voices and representative of different indigenous communities, stateless nations, and nations who will speak up from the global commons. And if you'll pass by, you'll hear their voices, and every day they will be broadcasted and projected. So the pavilion itself acts as a little planetary embassy on the commons. And finally, there is a really important element of the project, which is that of a petition, which we launched again a few days ago, to give a voice and a vote to the commons. As Jose Luis mentioned earlier, there is a fragmented governance system. Kim Stanley said it's toothless, this system. Well, it was visionary when it was signed, often during the Cold War, all of these treaties, but they are quite outdated. So it is important to reflect on what additional layers could one add. And the petition calls for giving a formal voice to the global commons and imagining a global commons alliance, which can act as a observer and advisory board to the United Nations Security Council. So the petition is ongoing, and in fact there was whoever came to the pavilion will have seen, to anybody signing the petition, we offered a small marble, which was done in Murano, which represents the planet. And if you see it on the scale of a hand, you understand how, since we entered the Anthropocene, the role and the impact that we are having on shaping the climate system is so huge, but at the same time, how we should take care of the planet as well. And in a very small closing note, just on the site and the venue of this planetary embassy, since we are in an architecture biennale, this is a ticket office that was designed by Carlos Scarpa, when we sufficed to have one little turnhill to get all of us into the biennale, and now we're flooding in. And this little architecture was abandoned for the past 20 years, and we had the honor to restore it. We disassemble it all. It was imagined to be disassembled every season, but it hadn't happened for the past 20 years, so it was disassembled, lovingly restored, and retransformed into this planetary embassy, which had sort of three main sort of spatial episodes. One is the broadcasting room you have seen, which doubles, however, also as a voting chamber. And the second is this sort of listening chamber, a space for deep attunement and sound with nature. So there is a sound of the oceans, of Antarctica, of the atmosphere, obviously not of space, but silence speaks up for space, which one can tune in there, as well as to the podcast. And finally, this element, this beacon of the global commons, which projects data and messages, urgent messages on the protection of the global commons, and which somehow turns the spotlights from Venice to the planet at large, the lagoon and beyond, which is also what I think you're doing here. We're mobilizing also Venice, which is a city which historically has been entangled with nature. Yes, it's fragile. Yes, it might be drowned, as Kim Stanley said. The MOSE doesn't necessarily protect us from that eventuality if you look at the numbers. But it is also a place from which we can become a planetary embassy for giving a voice to the four global commons and ensuring a more just future for all kind. Thank you.
And we're going to delve deeper in one of the global commons that Julia has just told you about. Oh, and by the way, please visit the Voice of Commons space, follow the activities in the program. This just started running throughout the whole Biennale and sign the petition. I am a big admirer of the work of Superflex. I think they are like a perfect example of how an art collective transcends, reaches way beyond the boundaries of what was supposed to be the space of intervention of art in a context. And actually, they have presented a thesis that I think is very important. One of the things that artists can be doing today is build infrastructure, think about infrastructure, and this whole event today is actually spinning around the idea of what infrastructures have we built, what tools do we have to produce a form of transition that we want to produce. I'm very, very thankful to have Bjorn Sterne Christiansen having made the effort to join us here today to talk about art as infrastructure and also their impressive and very important Super Reef project. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. There should be sound now, quite important. Let's try again. No? So I'm part of the art collective Superflex, and we were fortunate enough to be expedition leaders from TBA 21 Academy. We went to the Pacific, chose a little small island that has just erupted some years ago, 2019, called Hunga Tonga. And it's very much about diving deep. If we want to have a true transformation of our individual perspectives, but also as a collective, we really need to dive deep and try to understand what is in the sea, to become also the sea again, maybe. The project is called Deep Sea Minding. You probably know the reference to that. And here it's about, we need to transform and change by looking the other way, looking deep. So to become a fish is how we started out. We wanted to learn and understand those who live in the sea, not push away, but invite and welcome, and through that also learn. So we were able to invite scientists from all fields onto the boat, and it went so far that I myself was diving with a whale, and I looked a tiny whale in the eye, and I moved around, and the whale did the same. So this is the level I think we need to dive into to really, truly transform our thinking and mindset. Thank you, Francesca, for the photo, by the way. So we moved towards the expanded collective, and in the studio and through our travel and with a lot of partners, now we talk about interspecies living in the studio. And again, that means really to expand and move on and never again think about them or us, but a collective we. So we learned from clients, or chose some clients in the sea to learn from this fantastic pinkish organism called a coralline algae. The coral polyps, they love them, they are attracted to them, they build beautiful infrastructures that are important, and we also relate very closely to fish, among others. And it all goes towards collectively working together. We developed an interspecies manifesto from all the knowledge that we gained from the scientists, but also from listening to the sea, among others, that we need to create a lot of surface in the sea. We need to abandon the idea of the right angle and say no to gravity, maybe, which is the most difficult part, maybe, for us. And to cultivate quiet. The first experiment was to implement some structures in that we could experiment with. This is called Dive In, where we set up these small structures and wanted to see how fish interact with these structures. We later on made quite a large one in Coachella Valley in Palm Springs. It looked like this strange object that had landed from somewhere else. At nighttime, they turned into a dive-in, so people could see the transformation of a place that once used to be seabed and once again will become. So we then took a bit further. Also, at a moment in time, or every year, people meet in UN. This was 21. They wanted to discuss biodiversity. A big problem with that is that we often forget to invite those who we're deeply independent of, and also our friends and important. So this is a siphonophore, which is an amazing creature that in trillions move up to the surface every night, the largest vertical migration every night. So 140 meter, this creature, which is also a collective body. It embodies many individuals in one. And this was swimming up and down while the politicians were discussing how to make policies around biodiversity. We had an interspecies assembly in Central Park where there was a carved contract into these stones, where you would, as a human, singular human, be motivated to act idle. We made a lot of experiments and continue to do so. So this is another experiment that we then later on, and we move in and out of the arts field. So a museum, a gallery, into the sea. This is from Jamaica, where we set up some experiments. So all the time using art as a language, as a context, as a cultural capital, and moving in and out from science and real visions. We were invited to do an implementation for a campus, straight lines, you have to move fast from A to B. We decided that we needed to listen to those clients, including the people who live and use the university. So we used the method of hypnosis. So we had a hypnotist hypnotizing faculty members and so on to try to imagine where these structures that we were building should be placed around the campus. This was then the centerpiece where you have to walk from, if you want to go to the cafeteria or auditorium, you have to walk through a structure that is not linear, but you have to look up and move in more organic ways. And also here, there was a contract. What we wanted to talk about that we were also invited here to is an idea of super reef. Denmark is flat, completely flat, going to be flooded in not so long time. We have removed stones, around 55 square kilometers of stones from the sea. So we've removed away all the houses, the infrastructures for organic life to thrive in the ocean. So we have heavy ocean deaths. So we have proposed as a gigantic art proposal, as a Gesamtkunstwerk, to restore, to rebuild these 55 square kilometers as one collective project. So this is what we have done through 70 years. It stopped 15 years ago or so. So this is how it used to be, a lot of stones and rocks and so on in the sea. Now there's nothing. So there's Denmark has 404 islands, so it's a kind of diverse place. And we do sculptures that are then both as artworks work to motivate maybe a change or a perspective, but they also are implemented into the sea. And again, in a collective effort. So these are structures that we put in with the Science Institute in Denmark. They wanted to experiment with a specific type of concrete Also, again, here you see this, the design of them is actually to maximize service, but also move away from the right angle. So one square object, cutting it so that it has multi-facets. So again, using science, again into the art space and out again. This is from Corsica, where we conducted another experiment where we wanted to see how fish relate to these structures. We then also realized when we were working with natural stone material, this is a quarry in Portugal, that when you look around the corner, just a little bit behind, there are mountains of discarded waste material. So instead of just, cutting virgin material and new beautiful block, we went to the back because we and organic life desire actually, holes and cracks and other surfaces. So we developed something called a fish cube, which is using a diamond cutter, so you don't have any waste material from a block. So this is how it goes. So we are starting to rebuild, organize, and together with fish and experts, build houses again in the sea. We've also chosen to move away from the, let's say, the grown-up perspective. In the sea and in organic life, there's a lot of school classes, a fish school and so on. So we wanted to make a project where we look at the child as the new urbanist. So in a collective effort, we are inviting kids to play with these blocks, eventually then proposing forms and shapes for us that we could then use to implement structures on land that later becomes below sea. Some of the experiments that we are working on and are hoping to build quite soon in Denmark is a fish school where people can come, kids can come, jump into the sea, but also learn from the sea by looking at it, but also jumping in. So it's a collective effort again to motivate the building of super reef. This is an image you probably know. Da Vinci, had this perfect, the perfect body from a human perspective. Maybe he will also turn and transform into what we in the studio say, that the best idea might come from a fish. I'll leave this image standing here then. And I think I managed the 10 minutes that I was given, right?
I know 10 minutes is not a lot of time for explain projects that have the widest and the scope of solving systemic crisis on a planetary scale, but hey, I think we're all doing fine. And we're staying in the ocean, and if you look at symbols, if we look kind of like at icons in a way of spaces that are showing the scales of our crisis, coral is undoubtedly one of the images of our time. As you probably know, 80% of coral reefs in the planet are undergoing bleaching crisis. The biggest living structures in the planet are in real serious threat of disappearing, and coral regeneration is a project that is not only operating and should not only operate at the scale of local regeneration, but of imagining, I think, the philosophical dimensions and the implications of losing something like coral. So artists have actually started approaching from multiple points of view how coral regeneration is a project for our time. So I want to welcome Marco Barotti to talk about his coral sonar resilience project, which actually opens up also the space of how sound in the sea, which is a topic that I am very interested in attached with, is today actually one of new dimensions of reality that we actually are starting to pay attention to. Thank you so much, Marco, for being today with us.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, Ocean Space and the Archipelago, for having me here today. The sound? Sorry, could you play the sound? This is the sound of Coral Reef. alive with crackles, pops, clicks, and low-frequency hums made by fish, shrimps, and other marine organisms. These sounds are not just cosmic and beautiful, they are vital. Young corals and fish larvae, they use sound to navigate and to locate suitable habitats to settle and grow. In other words, if a reef is alive with sound, it's most probably to stay alive. But when reefs degrade, they fall silent. My name is Marco Barotti, and I'm a Berlin-based media artist. I create interventions in urban and natural environments. They are data-driven, kinetic sound sculptures that resemble animals and plants and deal with environmental and social issues. In every work, I try to recreate the biology and the functionality of specific species in nature with technology. I collaborate closely with scientists, and I use environmental data sonification to bring critical topics to the audience in a more tangible, sensitive, and poetical way. Today, I'm here to share with you my new artwork. Coral Sonic Resilience is an interdisciplinary art and science collaboration rooted on acoustic ecology. It explores how the soundscapes of healthy coral reefs can actually help the recovery of damaged ones. The project builds on the research of Professor Timothy Lamont from Lancaster University. In the Great Barrier Reef, Professor Lamont applied a technique called acoustic enrichment. He recorded the soundscapes of healthy coral reefs, and he played those sounds back into damaged coral colonies using underwater loudspeakers. Over 40 days, he proved the fish and other marine organisms came back to the damaged colonies because of the sound. I got fascinated by the concept of acoustic ecology and by the idea that sound can heal an ecosystem. Well, more than fascinated, I would say I got obsessed with it. And I tell you why. In my previous artwork about corals, I developed what I call techno-shamans. They're algorithms trained with shamanistic music from South America, South Korea, and Japan. The goal of the artwork was to create speculative healing ritual for corals based on bleaching datasets. Well, it was an artistic exploration how to heal coral reefs through sound. So when I learned that scientists were doing in real life what my speculative artwork was trying to do metaphorically, a new path opened up, right? I started to dive into acoustic ecology and asking myself how sound and art can become an act of repair, directly contributing to ecological resilience. So for the first time, I made an artwork not for humans, but for corals. These sculptures are 3D printed in my studio in Berlin, using ceramic and calcium carbonate. Both materials are reef compatible and they follow the natural composition of corals. The shape and texture of the sculpture is based on 3D scans of bleached corals. And the design is thought to invite marine life to shelter, settle, and grow. This photo is taken Feridu Island in the Maldives, where I went with the University of Padua to record the soundscapes of healthy reefs and to install the prototype of the sculptures that you see here today. Over several weeks, we ran many tests to optimize both the sculptures and the floating solar stations. Well, it was a great experience, I would say, and parallel to the underwater work, I'm developing a new version, this time for the art galleries. So this time it's going to be an artwork for the humans. And the shows are planned to go at Science Gallery Melbourne, ZKM, Art Laboratory, and more. So we are constantly looking for new partners to help us bring coral sonic resilience into degraded areas and coral nurseries across the world. And whether underwater or inside the gallery, the artwork is driven by the same purpose: to change our perspective, to invite us to new ways of listening, and to engage with and to protect the fragile ecologies that we are part of. In this way, coral sonic resilience is not only exposing a crisis, it takes part on it, it intervenes, and proposes new models of coexistence and regeneration. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Björnstern and Marco, for these wonderful presentations. It shows again how important artists and their strategies are in making people aware about the challenges we have, and I'm super impressed. I'm here to guide you through the session New European Bauhaus Stories from the First Wave. I like the word wave because a lot of the projects have to do with sustainable water systems or sustainable water management, and it's also a new wave. Thank you, Francesca and Jose Luis, for coming up with the title most apparently. I think that the introduction by Kim Stanley Robinson this morning was fantastic as an inspiration for our panel. We need planetary ambition and we need creative reform to deal with the global challenges we are being confronted with. And what I find very interesting, particularly in a church, is that Robinson also mentioned that these are spiritual challenges and cultural challenges. And I think one of the goals that brings us all here, and certainly me, is to defend the position of the cultural world in the change that we are making. The cultural world, this can be festivals, this can be museums, can be wonderful foundations, can be artists, performers, even galleries take a very important place in this change. And this is what we have to do. And why? Because they are the ones who connect the communities in the rebuilding and rethinking of our present, not only the future. And there are a couple of European projects today, and we really have to take care of them because there are not so many. The most important at this moment and today is, of course, the new European Bauhaus movement, but there was also STARTS that connected artists with evolutions in the digital to come to a more holistic digital innovation. And there's also the EIT culture that tries to find other funding programs to support creative people. I think we are here for the new European Bauhaus today, and I'm very excited to be able to invite the policy officer Laura Hageman Arellano to give some more information on the NEP, on its achievements, but also on its future priorities. Very welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers of this event. But in particular, I would like to thank Francesca Bria. Francesca has been with the European Bauhaus from the very beginning. She has been part of the high-level roundtable, but she still plays a key role within pushing forward the European Bauhaus in many ways, particularly today bringing us here. Personally, it is an honor for me to participate in this marathon of creativity and inspiration. 2 years ago, the European Bauhaus was also here in the Mostra, but the world has changed a lot in 2 years. We still have a climate crisis, but there's people that deny it. We are in a very fractured moment of the society, rise of populism, militarism, and we have a technological revolution that is changing the way we look at the world. We know that we have to change the way we do things, but we also know that technologies and regulations, so pushing this from above is not going to be enough to adapt to the new realities. It has been said, we need to do it with the people, we have to engage, and we engage through emotion, and that's why beauty is one of the pillars of the European Bauhaus. Beauty as something that creates meaning, that creates memories, that that creates sense of belonging to a community and to a place, and that's why it has been said as well that we regard in the European Bauhaus from the very beginning the culture and the arts as extremely powerful languages of change, and you will see that reflected in the projects that will be here today. The European Bauhaus takes inspiration in the old Bauhaus school, but not in a particular design style. That's not our inspiration. It's more the way that the school approached innovation in challenging times. And we are in challenging times, and the European Bauhaus promotes a similar transdisciplinary approach, compelling us to work out in the outlines of disciplines, for us beyond the walls of our institutions. It's a very complicated institutional construction in the Commission, the European Bauhaus, celebrating the differences, going beyond boundaries so that we can find innovative solutions that allows us to be better and longer in this world that is the only one that we have, and that has already been said. We are in the 4th year of the European Bauhaus. Our initiative has grown a lot, significantly. We have a NEP community, a thriving NEP community of 1,500 members. It's composed by people like you. It's composed by research institutes, by universities, by regions, by business, small municipalities, NGOs, architects, designers. All those who want to make change happen, and they want to offer their expertise, they want to exchange best practices and share knowledge, and they do it very, very gladly. Around 30% of the NEP community partners are part of the culture and creative industries, and they are a crucial part in the initiative, especially in thinking about possible futures. So I would like to take the opportunity today to invite you to our festival. 1 year from now, we will be hosting the NEP Festival in Brussels, and it's not Venice, but I promise you that it will be worthwhile. All the community will be there, and we will exchange, showcase, discuss, and also have fun together. So at the NEP unit, we work with the community, but we also work relentlessly within the institution, and we have achieved to take from different programs 600 million euro to finance European Bauhaus projects. It has been mentioned we had 2 waves of European Bauhaus lighthouses demonstrators that are transforming over 115 neighborhoods across Europe and in other member states. These demonstrators are really key for us because they are big projects that showcase the scope of application and impact of the European Bauhaus, of what it can do in improving the social fabric of neighborhoods, in radically reducing energy consumption to be this sink for CO2 emissions, developing also economic models that valorize intangible and in-kind contributions, and where arts are conceived as these catalysts for social change. Some of these large-scale projects put the creative and the cultural communities in the center of their transformation, and we will see that in one of them, the Bauhaus of the Sea Sails, whose representative is going to speak just after me. We also have prizes. Every year we give more than 20 prizes to projects that showcase forward-looking ideas. At the end of this year, of 2025, we will have given 94 NEP Prize, so we will have 94 NEP Prize winners all across Europe and in Ukraine. But we have accomplished much, but we have to talk about the future. So this year is the inauguration and the launch of the European Bauhaus facility. And the European Bauhaus facility is going to be focusing in the built environment, is going to be focusing on enhancing the livability, the sustainability, and the resilience of European neighborhoods with the local communities. We will have a budget of 120 million euros for research and innovation in this field. It's very important, but because for the first time the European Bauhaus has an stability on a budget, we're going to be able to program for 3 years, from 25 to 27, on research and innovation in a very transdisciplinary approach, including voices and disciplines that normally are not included in research and innovation projects. But not only is about research and innovation, there is a rollout component. We need to finance innovative projects. We need that best practices are scaled up and they are replicated. And for this, we're going to continue to work with all the EU programs, as many as we can, as we have been doing so far. For example, we will be working with the EAT Culture and Creativity Kick, where we will build on the learnings of the Lighthouse demonstrators to promote projects that apply similar approaches, that look at problems from multiple angles with complexity, allowing for nuance and imagination in those projects. But we will also be working on strengthening the role of member states in applying the European Bauhaus. We saw Iñaki Carnicero how this goes beyond what we do in the Commission. It also lands in the member states, and that's the most important thing. We work with cohesion policy, which is the biggest envelope of European money. And here we have been very successful in having European Bauhaus calls at regional and local level, financing projects that embody the values of the European Bauhaus. We have calls in Romania, in Germany, in Ireland, in Estonia, and we are working to expand this to other member states. And in the panel today, we have Orla Murphy, for example, who is partially responsible for the success that we had in Ireland. We will work also with the Affordable Housing Task Force. It has been also named today. It's a big priority of this college. And we will be advocating here for high-quality, affordable housing. And we want to extract the learnings and the working models of the European Bauhaus best practice in the field, which we have a lot. We will work with the LIFE and the Single Market Program. Maybe it doesn't tell you a lot on sufficiency and adaptability, and supporting the transition of our construction model to more circular, not only in the use of materials, but also in the ways of applying them. But the rollout of the facility, the European Bauhaus implementation on the ground, cannot only rest on public money. We need to attract private investors, from commercial banks to foundations and crowdfunding instruments. We have developed for that, with the European Investment Bank, investment guidelines that make the business case of the European Bauhaus. And we will also be working on a platform, or building a platform, to facilitate the matchmaking of new European Bauhaus ideas with different sources of funding, including philanthropy. It is not only about the facility. We will keep on working on the prices. We will keep on working at local level, on Ukraine, on the reconstruction. We are in the World Expo in Osaka. We have a boost for small municipalities. We think that not only global, we have to act local. But I cannot be exhausted because my time has expired. But we want to listen to the voice of the projects that come now. These are the kinds of ideas that bring our thinking further, and this is the group of people that are the kinds of original thinkers and doers that we need for the European Bauhaus to go forward. So thank you very much. It has been an honor again to be here, and I anticipate a very enriching conversation today, as it has been. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, for your insights into Bauhaus and the future facility. We're really looking forward to see what happens, and I think many people here would like to be involved in the future. I think it's evenly interesting that we have here 5 or 6 interesting people who have been working within the context of Bauhaus and starts, and who have been really practicing in reality, and I think we can learn a lot from them. So I would like to invite first Markus Reynmann. He's the director of TBA 21. We work, please take a seat, yes. So we will, I will invite all of you one-to-one, so not here in front. So Markus, you have been running one of the first NEP projects, the Bauhaus of the Seas. We're really eager to know what you learned from that. You've also been working in START. We are working with South America on the concept of Buen Vivir and Lautic. So maybe it's also interesting to mention this project. Thank you.
Absolutely. Hello again. Here we are. I had a fantastically inspiring and stimulating conversation last night with Eva Franch, the curator of the Catalan Pavilion, and we talked about the importance of publicly disagreeing with each other and not getting into a fight and leaving the space, but actually cultivating the idea of disagreement in civilized conversation about that. So let me start by disagreeing with a narrative that was proposed in the first panel, which was that the citizens need to be taken on this journey. So survey after survey, national, international, European-wide, actually says that the European citizens very much support the environmental transformation policies. Yet, as we heard earlier as well in the presentation by Francesca, that the Green New Deal is struggling, right? So it's not necessarily that we need to pull the citizens, but actually how do we create a bottom-up flow to policymakers to encourage them that their constituents actually ask of them to fulfill this Green New transition, right? And so let's start from there. The other thing you might ask yourself is, why are we talking about the ocean so much? Does anyone know how long the European coastline is, the EU coastline? A guess. John Primesino, what's your guess? It's 168,000 kilometers. And 41... There we go. Infinity, even longer than 168,000 kilometers. And 41% of the European population lives along the coastline. So that's why it makes sense to talk about the ocean and the sea so much here. The Bauhaus of the Sea sales brings together the Bauhaus, the new European Bauhaus values, which is aesthetic, sustainable, and inclusive. And from the beginning, in this consortium, we have thought deeply about what does this actually mean for this project. And so the way that we've interpreted aesthetic was how can we work through cultural activities to foster new relationships, sustainable, how do we respond to the needs of the sea and its creatures, so how do we actually think from and with the sea rather than about the sea from land? Inclusive, how do we ensure that we include different actors in these processes? And I think Björn and Marco made a fantastic case for how artists actually do this. And then we wanted to include, how do we actually keep this locally grounded, right? Because this idea of a universal solution that can be parachuted into any place, made relevant and then scalable, didn't quite resonate with the group of people that were thinking and imagining how this new European Bauhaus, the Bauhaus of the Sea Sales project, could function. And so aesthetic, sustainable, inclusive, and locally grounded, but actually we made the case for aesthetic, regenerative, more than human, and locally grounded. And so it's a rather complex consortium. 17 partners brought together, about 7 municipalities. Lisbon and Venice are the lighthouses. Then we have Awaires, Genova, the Delta, Hamburg, and Malmö, Öresund. And within these sites, we wanted to bring together the municipalities, academic institutions, and cultural organizations, which, as you can imagine, is a rather difficult consortium to manage itself, not only because they're such different methodologies that are at place, but also because they're very, very, very different languages that we need to bridge and different temporalities that are at work. Within the pilot sites, we analyzed and we found a number of shared concerns, let's call them concerned. The built environment, heritage, visitors, local communities, migration, and the non-humans, right? And so in a year-long co-design process between two different fora and consortia, which is the Sea Forum, which is a group of local experts that kind of deliberated what the projects could look like, and the Ocean Ambassadors, who would build local networks to very diverse groups of people. We designed what we wanted to call drops. The drops are interventions in these sites. These interventions are meant to create constituencies, create disruption, create inspiration, create activity, and then from then ripple out. And the one drop that is shared by all 7 municipalities, by every partner across the project, is the ZOOP. The ZOOP is a concept developed by the Het Nieuw Institute, which is one of the partners of the project itself, and it's a governance model that is based on regenerative principles. So every drop, every project is governed by this, which means that the project contains a speaker for the living, which actually considers, oh my God, the time is running so quickly, if the work is being regenerative or extractive, and the idea is to be more conducive to life than being extractive on many different levels, on a social level, on an environmental level, and on a cultural level. This is the beautifully complex structure of the ZOOP. Ocean Space itself is a project ZOOP, had been a project ZOOP before we joined the consortium, and it's also one of the nodes in the European-wide network that thinks about the representation of all European bodies of water in the European Parliament. So it's a rights of nature movement. And just to give you an idea before coming to the outcomes, to give you an idea how we actually structured this to make this work across languages, across methodologies, across processes, and across timelines somehow work, was that as a consortium we met on a quarterly basis. In the beginning we brought a group of practices together to inspire us all to actually be courageous enough to go on this journey, to experiment together, to fail together, and to imagine what the impacts that we wanted to have. This is Alex Jordan. He leads a lab of the Max Planck Institute, works very closely with Superflex on animal behavior. So how does actually animal behavior and animal interests, how does that inform the built environment? And then, as I said, we would meet on a quarterly basis in inspirational sessions to find languages, to find courage, to find ways of working together. We went to Arles to visit the Atelier Luma and think about bioregional design that was presented in a very playful manner. We sang together, believe it or not. We brought the consortium together between policymakers, members of the municipality, the academic institutions, and the cultural institutions. We sang together, which I think no one believed in the beginning of the project that we would actually dare to do this together, where we're led by an artist into this kind of chorus. Some might say cacophony, but we agreed to do it together, which was great. And we always didn't just want to make this a theoretical exercise, but actually, like I said, be led by artists, no? To open ourselves up to experimentation on the one hand, but also to open ourselves up to vulnerability, no? And to be able to create a space amongst each other where we can open up, where we can be vulnerable, where we can fail, because this is really the space where we have potential, no? And where emergence can actually happen. So as a consortium, we came together on a regular basis. We really had to negotiate and debate for a long time to find ways of working together, and it has been a challenging but super productive process, and slowly we're coming to a point where we have the first outcomes of artists in residencies, and like I said, they're all meant to be locally grounded. So this is a work that works with the algae from the Tagus River, that thinks about new materials. I have to come to an end. This is a fellowship program in Hamburg that was thinking about regenerative food menus and what are the local resources and inhabitants of the Elbe River. And I leave it here because we can talk a lot more later.
Thank you very much, Markus. Maybe one sentence. What was the biggest challenge you encountered?
The biggest challenge that we encountered was how do we collaborate? How do we find each other? How do we dare to experiment, right? I think one of the challenges of the application itself is that it's meant to be experimental, but we at the same time need to declare what the outcome is. It's kind of the opposite of experimentation, but that's one of the challenges.
Thank you, Markus. Very curious to learn about that. I would like to invite Areti Markopoulou and Alexandre Dubord, Academic Director and Robot Lab Director of the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia. Welcome.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Brave enough to do an event after the Venice Biennale, 9 a.m. on Saturday. I am Areti Markopoulou. I'm the academic director of the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia in Barcelona, and Alexandre Dubord, director of the robotics lab at IAAC. And we are here not to speak about the ocean, actually, but we're here to speak about soil. We're here to speak about earth, tierra. And for the ones that they do not know, you do not know, IAAC is a very peculiar place in the middle of the ex-industrial area of Barcelona. We're a center of education. We're a center of research and innovation. We call ourselves architects of change. But what we basically do is we're trying to combine advancements of technologies with creative design and science, and try to ideas, new solutions for the built environment, that they are circular, that they are learning from local knowledge and craft, that they are of course using technologies, but they are also questioning the way that we have been building and designing in the industrial era, no? Where we are actually extracting resources in order to form our built environment. So our presentation is going to be about a project that have won the new European Bauhaus Prize in 2023. Alex?
Thank you very much. And one of the approach we have is to try to connect technology with no tech, let's say, where we see that we have connection with the material, with the people, and between machines. One of the projects that identify and have succeeded to demonstrate that it's possible to make sustainable, affordable, but also, we hope, towards the beautiful housings and thinking of different cultures, is to look at 3D printing with earth. Earth is a fantastic material. It's actually existing for millenaries. It's a culture that we have in Europe. We sometimes forget it. Some buildings here, even in Venice, under the water, made of earth. It's a simple material made of clay, aggregate, from which we now can engineer in a very strong material, not as much as concrete, but if we design carefully with it, we can use it in a building that is actually much less impacting low carbon, but also healthy environments. Now we have access to machine. I think you've seen a lot of 3D printing this year in the Venice Biennale. 15 years ago when we started, they told us we were crazy to think we can build with 3D printing. Now it became a reality. And what we do is to make the machine sensible to the material, sensible to the environment, because Earth is not a material easy to industrialize, and that's why it haven't been industrialized so far. And we need to have a certain sense of craft. So we need to listen to the material. We have to listen to the environment to be able to build with it. And now we have many of sensors and AI tools to do that. But also it's important to speak about design, architecture. It's an important aspect to understand how a material can be engineered into buildings, how we can look at performance, technology, the technical aspect of the building, but also the sensible one of it. And what we love with Earth and 3D printing is there's not one aesthetic. There's actually many ways to be inspired by different cultures, because it's been a material you see everywhere. Yeah, better? Do you hear me better? Worst. Hello, 1, 2. Can I have it back? Sorry. Thank you. And that's what drives us, no? Now, this was a dream, and thanks to a collaboration with WASP and also a fund in Germany, I forget the name now. Living Prototypes. Yes. We succeeded to actually build together a building that was 98% made of material from the site, using rocks for the foundations, using geopolymers for the base, and earth for most of the construction, and wood from the forest, together into a small house that could be actually built on site. So the dream of you bring just a machine, dig the soil, cut a tree, and then put a house together, we kind of succeed to make it together in a small prototype that became this Tova house. We had been lucky to win the European Bauhaus in 2023 for the prize. And from then, we went into developing it further. Quick video to let you a bit of time. So we are here in the forest in a fantastic campus where we could actually print on site with this machine that we developed with WASP, the material that is engineered from what we can find on the soil, and finally being sensible about these little details that allow us to bring together a new architecture that is made of this past knowledge, but we believe could make a beautiful place. Just to let you a couple of words, reflections, I'll invite you to think that this project, thanks to the European Bauhaus, got a lot of traction, and now we are struggling or fighting for regulation to actually pass to bring back earth as a material that we can go here, thanks to a project we're using at European level with ZCO2 and our collaborator at WASP to try to bring it as a startup into the market. It's not easy, and we're happy to have help from anyone that wants to join us. I'll add some words for Areti that will try to have a couple of reflections of what this means for our housings.
Yeah, maybe one thing that was not clear is that the material is unbaked earth, it's unbaked clay, and that allows that the material can go back to the soil from where it came when the life cycle of the building has ended. And some of the work that we are doing in relation to all this, and some reflections for the affordable housing and building and circular construction that Laura has been mentioning in her talk before, is first collective innovation, in the sense that how accessible really are all these tools and how we can make them even more accessible to all. And more than anything, you know, the idea that all this is purely automated is absolutely false. The amount of hand work that needs to be put in all these processes, the knowledge for the material, the knowledge that can come from local communities and the craft is very important. This is a project that we did did with UN Habitat some years ago in Africa, so that we can learn from how the people build and then inform the processes of digital manufacturing and 3D printing from that. And then the idea of abundance versus scarcity, in the sustainability manifesto, or let's say concept, there is a lot of invitation for us to do less, like we need to consume less, we need to emit less, we need to build less. And that kind of negative impact is something that we consider we need to flip. We believe that rather than talking about scarcity, we need to talk about abundance. And abundance can be found in our materials, that they are abundant, like soil is abundant, but also the idea of mining our matter from existing waste streams, for instance. We're working a lot with ramming, construction and demolition waste, working with agricultural waste streams in order to create biochar materials for new construction. So the idea of where matter comes from and this abundance versus the scarcity, and looking at the Anthropocene not only as a destination of our consumed products, but also as an origin for what we can extract, is becoming very, very important. Then how do we do that? What are the technologies that would allow us to map what is out there in building, in existing building stock, for instance? We use technologies of robots to scan buildings and then reuse elements in circular construction. We use AI in order to map existing materials so that we can democratize this data to people that they don't have access to that. So we don't need big data in order to be able to take some decisions on circular construction. And then ideas of and projects on nature-based solutions, more than human design and building metabolism. We do invite you to come and visit 2 installations that we have at the Arsenale. One is our new IAAC headquarters made out of CLT timber, and the other one is the metabolic home, a new concept of a circular living where there is no waste. And we also invite you to a book launch today at 5 p.m. at the Belgian Pavilion, where some of this work would be shared with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arete Alexander, for a very interesting project. If you want to support it, please participate at the book launch, 5 p.m., Bauhaus, or Kick people. I would like to invite Orla Murphy, co-director of the University College Dublin, to the floor. She made a wonderful project which was called Ripple, making connections between water and climate change. And I was particularly intrigued how she engages communities in the NEP thinking.
Thanks very much, Christoph. Can you hear okay? It's great to be, I think we can use these. It's lovely to be here today in Venice and to hear from so many inspiring projects. And I think the project I'm going to talk about, which is called Ripple, making connections between water and climate change in our towns, has lots of kind of overlaps and synergies with some of the points that have been made so far this morning. So really, this is a project that was one of 15 projects funded by the Creative Ireland Climate Action Call back in 2022. And we ran it through the UCD Centre for Irish Towns, which is an academic centre focused on towns within the island of Ireland. The location of the project is on the Atlantic Ocean, so the far west of Europe, the far west of Ireland, in a little town called Ballina of about 10,000 people, which is located on the River Moy, which is a salmon-rich, very important river for salmon protection, actually. And the place of the project was in a social housing estate of about 500 people, which was very low density housing and contained a lot of underutilized and degraded green space. So Markus's boat possibly passed by or should pass by at some stage. And the project really tried to use a co-design and co-creation approach to and support and enable the community living in this housing estate to reimagine and transform their own neighbourhood green spaces with a focus on water in order to make those spaces more climate resilient. And this is really important, particularly in Ireland, because we're seeing the effects of climate change, particularly in relation to more severe and more frequent rainwater events, which are very extreme and causing flooding in our towns and cities. So while we're doing quite a lot to mitigate climate change, we're doing far less to adapt to it. So this project has more of an adaptation focus. And just to pick up on the point about people and citizen action, I think the research has found in Ireland that people want change in relation to the climate emergency. They support it fully. What they're less able to do is to have the agency to actually take action. So this project tried to look about how we could support that local agency. And we had a transdisciplinary research team working on the project comprised of architects, an engineer, a local politician, a landscape architect, and very importantly, an artist whose work focused on climate change. And that transdisciplinarity was really important, and I don't think the project would have been as successful without it. There were 4 stages to the project: storytelling, co-design, making, and evaluation. So in the first stage of storytelling, instead of going in with solutions, we actually began by asking questions of the community about how they understood water in their local neighborhood. We then mapped those stories and then circulated them to all the residents in the community, and then engaged in the process of co-design workshops where we invited everybody who lived in this place to suggest their ideas about how to adapt their public spaces to make them more climate resilient with a focus on water. They came up with 16 different ideas. We could have tried to build them all, but we had money to build one. So we asked the community to vote for their favorite, and they could also veto any solutions that they really didn't want to see happening. They chose the project we called it Paradise Garden, which is essentially a rainwater garden that attenuates rainwater. But much more than that, it allows the residents to grow their own vegetables, it increases biodiversity, and it is basically a beautiful place in one of the rather unused parts of the neighborhood. The next stage was co-making, where residents engaged with us in a process of soil analysis and water quality analysis. And they also staked out and tweaked the design that was designed by our landscape architect on the ground, so that it was what they really wanted, it was what was made in the end. By the end of that year, it was a 12-month process. Residents planted up the garden, and it was in the middle of winter, so it looks very bare in these photographs. But they also engaged in an evaluation process. So we evaluated the process quantitatively through a household questionnaire, but also through what's called a ripple effect mapping process, where we're trying to see the bigger social and broader impacts of the process. And it was really important and demonstrated to us the agency that neighbours and citizens felt, that then instead of being bystanders to climate change and climate action, in fact they became involved as agents of change. So the garden then settled in over the course of the next year, and just to explain how it works, it's on a slight slope, so rainwater that comes off the housing estate is directed into rainwater channels that brings it to a well. That well overflows into a rainwater garden, which is planted with rain-tolerant planting. And then around the edges are fruit trees and bushes, and there's vegetable gardens so that residents can grow their own food and appreciate that connection between food and growing it where it comes from. And it's always just a lovely place for people of all ages, from children to senior citizens and more than human agents to be able to use and enjoy. So this is just some shots of the garden kind of settling into its landscape, and it's now 2 years old. And you can see it's just a very kind of low maintenance, low key, quite small intervention, but it's really made a very positive impact in this housing estate. In 2023, we won a new European Bauhaus Prize in the Reconnecting with Nature category, which was absolutely huge for us. We were the first Irish project to do so, and it has meant that we've been able to kind of champion this approach in a broader way. We applied then for the second round of that Creative Ireland Climate Action Call funding, and we were successful, which was really brilliant because it means we can now trial the same process in a different context. So we're moving into the town itself in a project called Cascade, and we're testing the same process, but in urban laneways. So we're working with citizens within Ballina town to try to see how they can reimagine degraded urban laneways that are currently uncared for to be more beautiful, to be water resilient, and through an inclusive process that creates that change of ownership. We published our first academic paper in Urban Transformations of Springer Nature, so if anybody wants to read more about the process, you can. And I suppose the key findings and conclusions are really that building trust with community actors, it takes time and it's a two-way process. It's very important to repay that trust. And so we feel that projects like this need support in the longer term if they're to remain successful. Transdisciplinarity is so important. We do so much more when we work together across our different disciplines. We need expertise in those disciplines, but we also need to spread that and recognize those co-benefits. We need to evaluate these projects as we do them because they're never perfect. They can always be improved. And so critical analysis, evaluation on the ground, that is both quantitative and qualitative, is really important. I've got 17 seconds left, so that just remains to say that if you'd like to find out more, there's the full report and toolkit about the project, which is completely replicable and scalable, is on Creative Ireland's website here. And I'm happy to take any more questions if anybody wants to talk to me across the day. And thank you very much. I finished right on time.
Thank you very much, Olga. It shows that we don't only need technology for a better future, but also the community. However, within START, we need technical partners, and we have here on our side Vittorio Loreto, head of the Sony Computer Science Lab, and if I'm not mistaken, it was once been founded by a Belgian professor from Brussels. Yes, Luc Steels. Vittorio has always been involved on the topics of quantum technologies and artificial intelligence, and this is also the topic that he's going to discuss together with regeneration, I heard.
Yes, thanks a lot. Christoph, can you hear me? Sort of. Yes, it's better like this? Yes, okay, thanks a lot. And thanks a lot to Francesca and Jose Luis for the kind invitation. So I shift a little bit the attention today because I will be speaking about cities specifically. And actually, I like to start with this statement, actually. I would actually advocate for what we call augmented creativity. You know, we are flooded by, artificial intelligence and new technologies. And somehow, someone is thinking that technology by itself can actually save us. And actually, we are advocating for a big help from these technologies, to humans, in order to be more creative. When I say creative, I don't mean only, in artistic sense. I mean coming up with new ideas to solve, to come up with solutions, actually, for the pressing challenges. So I'll try to give you a couple of examples today, very short. The first one is about decoding, actually, the complexity of the interactions on our planets. And this is a short video illustrating an experiment we ran a few years back. Actually, this is about how people, normal people, also kids, actually, can we lower a bit the volume? Thanks a lot. Can actually understand the complexity of building a city. This was a collaboration with the Lego Foundation, and people are supposed to write a city, the best possible city. And best possible means, they have screens in front of their eyes, and they can see actually how good is the city with a certain number of indicators. But of course, they don't know, what a good city looks like, but still, they are managing to do this. And what is behind this, actually? You see, you can see the screen in front of them, and they're actually working, all together. This actually turned out into be an installation, going around the world now. Is so one player, game in which people are actually proposed with missions like improve the quality of the life. Okay, and of course you don't have a break. For the quality of life. You have to construct, the city in a way that, the quality of life is inherently enhanced. And if you're now wondering, actually, behind this is the only formula we'll be showing. Actually, there is a mathematical model behind this. And I want to point out, I don't want to understand, the formula, but I want to point out that this formula, is actually illustrating the complexity of the urban environments, because there are 3 points interactions here. We are typically used to 2 points interactions. We are typically used to cause and effect reactions. But if you have 3 points interactions, you cannot even predict what will be the outcome of your actions. And of course, people do not understand this equation, do not know, about this equation, but still they understand what is going on, and they're actually able to improve, for instance, the rate of success in completing the missions. And of course, so the idea of, this is still, I mean, a toy model, okay, but you can see, I mean, how technology can actually help, I mean, people to participate in a way. We've been evoking, I mean, participation in many possible ways. Needs not only scientists, actually, or expert people, actually, but normal people can actually play this, and this can actually turn out to be potentially a tool for planning, I mean, in the next future. So the second example is about reinventing proximity. You know, there is a big discussion now about how we go from chrono-urbanism, okay, situation in which we need to go as fast as possible between A and B, okay, to a situation in which the most essential services should be close. I mean, within 15 minutes, I mean, you know, Carlos Moreno and his movement in Paris, within 15 minutes either by biking or walking. And this is a picture of Rome, and the picture is one in which red colors correspond to spots in which you cannot access all the essential services within 15 minutes, okay? While the blue colors represent spots in which you can actually access essential services below 15 minutes. And the white, of course, I mean, is the interface. And of course, I mean, if you look at the pillars, the column, these represent the population in each specific spot, which are actually hexagons of 200 meters, more or less, of wide. So ideally, a city should be a city in which the large pillars correspond to blue colors. In Rome, I mean, it's not so bad, but it's not so good either. And actually, we're actually exploring, I mean, more than 10,000 cities worldwide. I mean, if you are curious, you can actually explore the platform. It's free, and you can actually explore your preferred sites. And you find situations like this. You have the same, I mean, patterns in colors between blue and red, but you can also click on specific points and look at the details of all the elements in the basket of the 15-minute city. There is an interesting point. This is an infographic proposed by Nature based on our data. If you look at the left, top left, you see that all the European cities are very close to the ideal of proximity. But this is just a European idea. Okay, if you look around the world in all planets, I mean, all cities are not built to be in proximity. And so actually this creates a lot of inequalities in terms of how many people have actually access to the essential services within a certain number of minutes, which is not infinite. And if you look on the right, I mean, from top left, you have the best cities in terms of proximity, two situations like in the US, I mean, Atlanta or Phoenix, in which proximity is not even conceived, I mean, into the equation. You can also ask whether, I mean, you can improve the situation. For instance, relocating not people, I mean, but relocating the services in order to improve the fraction of people in, let's say, 15 minutes condition. You can actually do this. This is one example in Rome in which you actually go from 70% living in 15 minutes conditions to almost 90%. And of course, we can replicate this for every possible city. But in many cases, actually, this is not possible. So this is, you know, I'll be doing now, I mean, you know these American movies in which the defense attorney is actually accusing his client, okay? Because this is a situation, I guess proximity is not the solution for everything. There is a lot of things which cannot solve with proximity. For instance, good proximity does not mean good values for the services. You can actually trigger social segregation because the mobility patterns are different from gender, I mean, age, and of course, income. And of course, you cannot pretend that the Coliseum or the Arsenale is close to all possible neighbors, right? I mean, so you need to do something which people can actually access all possible services, I mean, in an effective way. So, and then there are all the intermediate areas in which the density is not very high. So for instance, you have projects running like how you can actually make proximity without density. So all the intermediate areas, I mean, moving to rural areas. And of course, I mean, you can do a lot of stuff. I mean, now with the new Pope, I mean, this was well before the new Pope was in, but this is St. Peter. You can actually move at the microscopic level, I mean, the movement of people, and this actually can be used in order to plan new possible solutions. I go very fast on this, but one point we are actually advocating is actually to move from time, minimizing time in your movement, to optimizing
opportunities. So the number of opportunities for everyone to be reached within, a certain time. Either by walking or biking, if it's possible, or by a very efficient transportation mean. And again, when the density is not very high, you have to be very creative in thinking what is the best possible way to connect people. Last but not least, this is an example, running in Paris, Rome, many possible cities. You have a coexistence of many different layers. This is an example in which the layers are let's say, the motorized layer or the bike layer. And you can actually optimize. There are sweet spots you can find in which you do not compromise too much the movement of vehicle, but you can actually have very spanning trees for bikes or other sort of. So I have 0 seconds to conclude, but this is the last slide. So there are good news and bad news. The good news, you cannot hope to have one single solution good for every possible conditions. I don't mean different cities or different countries. Even different locations within the same city. And of course, you have to go beyond this idea of the 15-minute city. You have to invent something else, okay? For instance, opportunities could be one point. Hopefully, we have a lot of technologies, on our end to help us in order to create scenarios, what we call the what-if scenarios. What would happen? What is the most likely outcome of this specific action in advance? Of course, we have to construct infrastructures, which are very important, but infrastructure as technology is not the whole solution. And of course, this infrastructure has to be in sync with the other ecosystems living in cities. And then, of course, I advocate for new forms of participation, at all possible levels, because, a bottom-up solution is something that could be sustainable. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vittoria. In the new forms of participation, you see a role for artists?
Of course. We always have, artists in residence, in our labs. I should tell you, the most difficult challenge in this situation is the dialogue. How to make, the dialogue working. But yes, of course, this is a very important role.
Thank you, Vittorio. Thank you also, the audience, for the persistence of being here. There's one last presentation, a wonderful presentation by Veronica Liebel, who is the managing director of Ars Electronica. Ars Electronica is at this moment very important for the continuation of STARTS and for the lobbying for STARTS. And I think it's very interesting to hear the perspective and the vision of Veronica on the STARTS program.
Do you hear me? Yeah, super. Thank you so much, Christoph. Indeed, I will speak about STARTS and how important STARTS, but at large also really artistic thinking and art-driven innovation is currently, that this is absolutely no luxury. This is a necessity, in particular in the times of uncertainty. And I think all across the morning we heard really in which times also of uncertainty we live. STARTS itself is an initiative of the European Commission, which was founded already in 2016 to develop new types of innovation at the nexus of art, science, and technology. The initiative itself focuses very much also on the aspect to highlight the artistic power in driving new types of imagination, which are not just decorating the sidelines, but really imagining the systems, the very systems which are currently failing. The idea is quite simple, in fact, to involve artists and scientists in innovation processes, to allow them, to facilitate them, working also together with industry organizations, with research organizations, and through this also involve the wider society in creating a shared understanding, trust, and agency also in these kinds of, or in these types of change process we currently require. To make this a bit more tangible, can you maybe shut down the sound throughout my presentation? Thanks. I've brought also a couple of examples. We have honored within the last 10 years more than 300 Stars Prize projects, many of them presenting also throughout the day today. We have also supported more than 200 residency projects in the field, very much focusing on digital innovation, but those types of digital innovation which also pursue particularly social and environmental objectives. To make it a bit more tangible, I brought a couple of examples which might not so be familiar already from STARTS, including soft collision. STARTS, of course, brings artists to industry companies, and here Anna Schäffner, an artist, collaborated with an industry manufacturing company on first creating really digital innovation in terms of advancing the functionality of industry robots, but soon in these processes you often realize that actually something completely unexpected, new types of also knowledge, new types of understanding emerge from this collaboration. And while working with this company, she also developed then together with the company new types of safety standards to work with this kind of industry robots. Many of the projects we work with actually also highlight not only that artists have a power in working directly with companies, but questioning more the systems, particularly through also approaches of game, of speculation, of also critical design, in particular in the systems we are working on currently, in the digital systems around artificial intelligence. And this is done by this game, a game installation, How Not to Get Hit by a Self-Driving Car, where you need to play, so to say, on a virtual pedestrian road. You need to trick the system. You test by this, of course, also the reliability, the biases, the ethical dilemmas behind it. And the fantastic element about this that you also start in a discussion with the visitors on if you want to use their gameplay data in training the AI model further. So you're not only discussing the topics of data ethics and biases, but also about consent and governance of AI data. A majority of artists coming from the STARTS initiative are working on environmental topics, also on topics of climate change. Here we really represent the whole range from material research, circular economy, also many working actually in the field of environmental awareness raising. One of the most outstanding examples here is pollinator pathmaker from Alexander Daisy Ginsburg, who actually developed a tool which anyone can use to increase biodiversity and to support also pollinator species. So you can test it yourself. You can just import a couple of data and get a design of a garden out of that, which is designed to the best taste of pollinator species, supporting the pollinators. And you also get even a maintenance tutorial, something which is super helpful for people like non-gardeners like me to sustain these gardens really over the seasons. This is one of the projects which showcase also that individuals can really have agency in climate action, but we do see many, many projects also with STARTS which actually highlight the collective power, also the collective power of communities, and also linked to cultural identity. And this project, Low Carbon Chinatown, brings actually together diverse communities from Asian diasporic communities in Europe, reimagine, redeveloping traditional Chinese recipes sourced really through local ingredients, and then they are developing these receipts and also sharing the experience through these communal efforts and communal tables you see on the picture. And I think those are the examples which also show that climate change, climate action is of course also very much a topic of cultural identification, and also demonstrating that it is and requires this communal effort. It's not only a single or individual responsibility and a regulative one. Those are just some of the many, many examples we have from starts. There's a whole archive also of the several hundred projects we've focused, we have developed, we have also presented within the last years, and I think also STARTS needs to evolve in some way. We are currently consolidating also the very powerful methodologies, the types of tools and activities we have worked on in the past 10 years, trying also to align with other innovation ecosystems throughout Europe, and I think this is particularly something which could be very relevant also to New European Bauhaus, particularly through the STARTS regional centers. So we have developed within the last years specific regions all over Europe, building regional ecosystems across all disciplines, trying also to build their participation through citizen, focusing, of course, on the one side very much also on human-centered digital innovation, but again, also in many fields in environmental action. And here the goal would be now to connect also the STARTS communities and the NEP communities even further. We are now part of a newly starting project called NEP Junction, with a first kick-off event also happening at Ars Electronica this year, with the focus very much to bring the communities closer, to make sure also we can collect all the methodologies developed within these. Sorry, there should be a video. Never mind. But I'm ending actually with a big, big invite to come to the festival to see the prize winners of this year. I can already disclose that some of the prize winners of STARTS Prize this year are among the speakers today. So please join us for the festival from 3rd to 7th of September in Linz, where we will have the opportunity to also discuss in conferences these important topics of digital sovereignty, about cross-innovation across many, many of the actors in Europe currently driving the necessary change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Veronica. Maybe a very short wrap-up. So we dealt with a couple of interesting key themes, which was interdisciplinarity, community-driven, arts-led innovation, art-science partnerships, all for ecological action. I think we have been talking about law tech and how tech. We have been talking about the planetary and the local. And I think in order to support that sort of projects or collaborations, that we need to align different European programs, and that we also should create the necessary platforms for public and private actors to work together. So thank you very much to all the speakers. As the last speaker, I would like to invite José Luis de Vicente, co-founder of a new project which is called STARTS, and also the former artistic director of Design Hub Barcelona. Sorry.
Well, it's been a quite intense morning, right? We can all agree on this. And we are getting close to lunch break, so do not despair. We're almost there, even though the afternoon will not be lighter than the morning, in a way even more. So I wanted for a few minutes to maybe tone it down a little bit. So no images, I'm sorry, Markus, no images, no big grand theory, but maybe this is the sermon moment, actually, in this like new PayPal stage and huge reverberation space. Actually wanted to address, and Francesca wanted to address a bit of the question of what do those words mean, what is the archipelago of possible futures, and why are we here? The why are we here, of course, is because we all share, obviously, a common goal, and I think a common desire for specific forms of transformation. But we wanted to be a bit more specific about the path of this project that started last year, as Francesca said, in the context of the New European Bauhaus Festival, but that actually started in the previous New European Bauhaus Festival and in the previous Venice Biennale, when a group of people, many of them in this room, not others, started to gather around an idea. This idea has to do with what was the original hypothesis of the New European Bauhaus, and I want to go back to the very early beginning, which is the idea that the green transition and we would add by extension the digital transition, is not only and is never going to just to be a political process. It is not only something that will emerge from policy, tech, entrepreneurship. It needs to be, and it will be, a cultural movement. If you will, also implying aesthetic decisions and a commitment to the production of new imaginaries. I think this notion, new imaginaries, is particularly important. Kim Stanley Robinson, in a way, this morning explained, and in his work emanates the idea that that place that to which we are going to is not going to look the same, and it's not going to be made out of the same agents. We are, by definition, going to a different place, so we need new imaginaries to get there. At the same time, the last few months, as you know, have been intense around, let's call it, the European problem. And the European problem focusing on Europe's perceived problem with, for instance, creating an effective forward-looking innovation model. The Draghi report last September, in a way, felt like a bomb, highlighting the need for Europe to step up, to, in a way, take its own future in its own hands. And that also suddenly, as months went by, many things have changed in September, seemed to become more urgent as geopolitical dependencies were obvious, and a shifting global political order, in a way, was putting pressure into Europe. And you have, I think, heard a few times already today, Europe needs to, in a way, there is an expectation that needs to step up to the moment. And the question of how stepping up to the moment looks like and feels like is one that we are, I think, producing together here. Of course, this is a very big question and actually requires many, many agents, communities, and moving parts. But let's talk about the ones that are here in this room, that are represented here. I think it's kind of encouraging that, in a way, in the last 10, 15 years, something has been happening in Europe in the relationship between arts and culture, artistic communities, and knowledge production. We just heard Veronica explaining the STARS program, which is about to make 10 years. We have produced a huge catalog of work. Many of, or a few STARS Prize winners are here today and will actually talk from their experience. But the STARS program, in a way, has been an unprecedented, on a global scale, initiative, because it's been trying to normalize the idea that work, visions, narratives, critical voices, hypotheses emanating from the space of culture can and should have an impact in the spaces of innovation policy, in the development of technological orders. And this is something that for a long time is not a new idea, has existed within peripheries, has existed as the exception, the exceptional. The STARS program, in a way, normalized that. And Ralph Dunn, the creator of the STARS program, is around here. I think every chance to thank him for having kind of like fought the hard battle of pushing it ahead, and people like Christopher who have been part of it, or Veronica and Ars Electronica. This has been an important story. But also other important stories, for instance, is the way that this theory has been starting to be normalized by scientific and research organizations opening up themselves to the possibility that the intersection with arts and culture, that working with artists, designers, and architects is something of obvious impact and producing benefits that are tangible in different ways. Vittorio was just talking about their ongoing relationships with Sony, with artist residencies. We have people like the Barcelona Supercomputing Center that, me being in Barcelona, I can tell that the really fascinating thing about this thing is that a high-performance computation institution has become a cultural institution that actually engage with the rest of cultural institutions in the city's ecosystem on an ongoing basis. And you will hear from them later in this afternoon, because I think their experience as a case study is completely fascinating. And even more, I think we have people here from the audience from the Barcelona Institutes of Marine Sciences. Like the idea that having art programs, art residency leadership within the research infrastructure has started to be more and more normalized. As another project that I think is very relevant, and then sadly still I don't think we have mapped effectively enough, which is art organizations becoming more and more usually partners in Horizon projects, which means that artists are research-driven community and thus can and should be included in the funding of research models, is starting to become something not exceptional. Of course, we can take it way farther than this, but we still need to map this process that has been mostly organic, mostly unorganized, mostly chaotic. How has it been shaping a landscape? So we really want to highlight this idea of arts and culture as a research-driven community. I think we can all normalize, and many of the people that have passed through this stage this morning express that art and culture are a specific community engaging in research methodologies of a specific way, that they produce specific outputs like producing imaginaries for the future, like we have seen today. And also I want to highlight something that in the context of the Biennale maybe is not so important, and in the context of the European Bauhaus sometimes is hidden behind which is that this is just not about the built environment. This is about food systems, material science, AI policies, models of mobility, fighting biodiversity laws, regenerating the oceans and the atmosphere, producing alternative narratives for futures. The scope of the capacities of artistic research to be embedded within artistic goes way beyond the decarbonization of the built environment, which has been the focus of the European Bauhaus. So, in a way, we normalize that artists, designers, and architects are a research community, as we're seeing here today, and that their work interfaces with the rest of our research communities. We start normalizing a shifting paradigm that clearly, at least from policy models, from funding architectures, requires of reorganizing a bit the pieces on the table. Especially if we define, and this is important word, how does their work interfaces with, how does their output impacts on spaces beyond the institutional constraints of frameworks of arts and the arts. There's also something that I find very interesting, which is the rise of this figure, the artist that is also an artistic researcher, who can imagine new infrastructure like Superflex, who can produce alternative technological configurations like Holly Herndon and Dryhurst will explain later today, or who can, in other cases, as researchers, choose the path of art to reach society and produce debate through the production of objects, in a way, of artifacts that are engaged in the context of the public conversation around art, like it's the case of AI researcher Kate Crawford, who will be here this afternoon, and who, by the way, has just won the Silver Lion as for one of the first projects on this Biennale. So we're so happy for her. There is something that I think is also particularly important, and that in a moment like this, we should highlight. Said in a very blunt, direct way, for the last few decades, Europe has made an incredible, huge effort, the Commission, the Union, member states, cities, to produce what is undoubtedly the best cultural infrastructure in the world. If you look at publicly funded, built over decades cultural infrastructure, there is no network, there is no constellation like the one that Europe has produced that encompasses every scale, from world-class biennales like this one, to festivals, to museums, to citizen labs, to community art centers. Every resolution produces the potential of a constellation of this archipelago that can be and is in a way ideally located to be an interface with society and with citizens in multiple ways. I always mention this famous, or not so famous, but I find it very funny, story of Larry Summers, Secretary of the Treasury Larry Summers, British Harvard Dean, coining a sentence that has become a form of an insult, and that actually in a specific Twitter X spaces is used from time to time, which is the pejorative sentence or description of Europe as a museum. Europe is a museum is something that is never said as a compliment. And this is very funny because I feel that this comes from an incredibly outdated version of what a museum is and can be. Obviously, everyone who says that Europe is a museum does not understand that a museum more and more increasingly is a place to invent futures and to develop futures. And of course, I will use here museum as a placeholder for cultural institutions in all of its forms and shapes. So to wrap up and be very clear, what are we proposing? What is the vision for the archipelago for possible futures within the bigger space of the European Bauhaus? Well, first that one of the defining traits, not the most important, not the most valuable maybe, but one defining trait of Europe's model of policy for innovation, of Europe's innovation policy, is that there is a structural connection with art, design, and architecture as an element of it. That actually artistic research is not necessarily something that anecdotally happens at the margins, but that we recognize within Europe's identity and against other innovation policy models or innovation models, that this connection with the arts is productive, is necessary, and it actually adds an element on the table, which is the production of new imaginaries, which is as important as many other forms. Also to normalize artistic research as a valid research methodology and stimulate its presence in research programs, its intersection with the rest of research communities, understand when we are doing residencies, what are we expecting from it, understand when we are actually building interdisciplinary connection spaces, what is everyone getting from that. It's messy work, it's dirty work, it is thankless work, but we need to do it, because we need to understand exactly where are we heading under this paradigm. And we are the ones, in a way, having the opportunity to do it because we have the casuistics. We have the communities, and we have the case studies. And finally, this idea that this cultural infrastructure, the most extensive, best cultural infrastructure in the world, is the perfect interface between knowledge production communities and citizens. This is actually, there is no better layer to cross over in, and not only in one direction, but in both directions, of course. Not only in us telling people how the future should look like, but in them being able to use, activate, and mobilize this space, this layer, to help us and to lead on and to define it. The final questions that I leave and that actually have no answer, and this should be, I think, the things that we should be focusing from now onwards. What are the missing parts? What are the gaps? And how do we produce real impact? How do we scale? How do we next to the next stage? These are the things that we are exploring today, and we really ask for your help and for your complicity to try to produce a context for which this archipelago of possible futures makes sense. Thank you. And, so we're going to close the morning with the last intervention of the morning before lunch break. We want to thank everyone who is making this event possible in a very strong way. TBA 21 Academy and Ocean Space, of course, we couldn't do this without them. Thank you so much, Markus, for all your constant support, friendship, and ambition. The European Bauhaus, who wanted to be in Venice through this event. And Culttech Association, based in Vienna, has been an essential partner and supporter of the archipelago of possible futures. I think they are starting to build essential work bridging the spaces of Europe's cultural communities and Europe's tech communities. They started their annual summit in Vienna this last fall. I had the privilege to be there and speak there, and I was very impressed by the community that is emerging there. I would like to give the floor to Mark Brasma, CEO of Culttech Association. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your support. Very much looking forward to hear from you.
Okay, so I'm standing between you and Lodge, best position. I'm going to go very quickly on this. First, I apologize in advance to Andrea Fraser, whose work inspired some of this talk, because I'm going to go very quickly under some of her concepts. Culttech Association, for reference, has been founded in 21, and we are a European non-profit headquarter in Vienna. Our mission is to build a platform for a global Culttech community and to create a new ecosystem by establishing a mutually profitable relationship between culture and technology. So we are positioning ourselves not only in between the culture and technology in the sense that we've experienced this morning, but also including the market forces and the commercial aspect of all of this. The first thing we need to recognize is that we are addressing cultural and creativity that are extremely diverse, from visual arts, music, performing arts, and but also design, gaming, publishing, movies, and so on. And these diversity in the creative and cultural industry translates also into the structure of each one of these markets. And this is the example of one of offered by Andrea, which is based on the representation of Pierre Bourdieu's definition of autonomous fields of cultural production. So not going to lecture you on Bourdieu, because it will going to take a very long time. The idea here is that the contemporary art market that is represented here is actually fragmented into different sub-fields. And those sub-fields are arranged and positioned one to another along different axes that represents the power struggles within the market. So on one side, the economic capital, on the other side, the cultural capital, on top, the dominant powers, on the bottom, the dominated powers. And we see, I just put this illustration here just to, illustrate the complexity of dealing with cultural and creative industries, because each one of the components that I mentioned before can probably be represented that way, with different forces in place and different struggles. So the message would be like, we're dealing with complexity, and there are also internal dynamics inside all of these markets that make them complex to activate, complex to work for. Having technology as one of our basic tenets also make it a kind of an obligated message that we also need to acknowledge technology as a driving force for change into the cultural and creative industries. This is a picture, you may have seen this. This is the latest scandal from Elon Musk, which is his data center in Memphis, Tennessee, that is powered by 24 methane, non-authorized methane generators, power generators that are working on methane and that are leaking methane in the atmosphere. As we all know, methane is one of the most powerful pollutant for greenhouse effect. But technology is not only this. Of course, basically, we are all aware and we are worried about this thing, but technology also for us has most powerful effect on how cultural and creative industries are evolving and how these different subfields into the cultural and creativity industry are dynamically rearranging themselves. And this is one thing that Andrea is kind of missing in her visualization, is that it's not only about social media, it's not only about the representation that you have on the network, is that, of course, technology is a much larger field, and it's actually penetrating these industries in many, many different ways, in creation, in many, many different ways, in production, in representation of various cultural activities. And we heard about AI, we heard about quantum. There are many big, shiny things that are ahead of us. And the purpose of Culttech is really to ensure that this influence and this the way culture is permeated by technology is done in a way that we avoid such kind of harmful usage. One way that we found of establishing and bridging the gap between technology and the cultural world is by basically putting together all the people. So this is super innovative, I guess, but we did it in a way that we had, of course, a program of talks and panels and everything, with many different topics that were related to our subjects, but we also completed that with a fruitful series of events that were related to technology, with startup competitions, startups awards, and so on, so that there can be actually a meeting point between the cultural practitioners and what we say could be the grassroots movements of technology, that startups, technologists that are not affiliated to Elon Musk, if we put it this bluntly, but those people really represent the way innovation is entering the cultural field, and we wanted to put them together with the cultural people to create this joint environment. And of course, when you do such things, you also want to take care of your people, and we did that by setting up a program of cultural activations with theater representation. This is a picture of Ivan Virpayev Mahamaya piece, which is a very interesting theater piece that is partly AI-based. And also an artistic exhibition that was curated with artists that are actually working on using technology as in their artistic expression, and mainly for this exhibition, the theme was about interactivity, as you can see. So the result was like, okay, we were pretty pleased. We had 70 speakers, more than 70 speakers. We had 650 participants in the event. We see it as a festival of contemporary culture and technology. And I'll skip the video, and no, please. No video. So I skip the video because lunch is a priority, and I invite you to our next summit in Vienna in October 22-23. If you have something to say, if you want to be a speaker, if you want to participate, if you want to exhibit, if you want to showcase what you're doing, it's open to all the initiatives and everyone. Thank you so much.
So time for reflection now, and time for rest, and time for nourishment. We're going to stop now until 2. Let me tell you first a little bit about the afternoon. I feel like maybe this morning has been like quite very focused on ecology, on the transformation of natural systems. This evening is very focused on computation, on the emergence of paradigms from artificial intelligence to quantum computing. Some of the people that you're going to hear in this stage include names like Evgeny Morozov, Benjamin Bratton, Kate Crawford, Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst, organizations like Ars Foundation, like Barcelona Supercomputing Center. So it's a very, very, very strong evening. Thank you for having joined us this morning, and see you at 2. Okay.
number 8. Test number 8.
Hello? Yes. Now, welcome back. Thanks for being back with us. I know many of you are still lagging, and we will be kind of like reconvening and gathering the community again. We have 3 hours that are going to be as intense as this morning. And we want to continue with this kind of like line that is crossing the whole day, this survey of scenarios looking at different spaces of intervention and imaginaries and new ways of things. So we talk about the commons, we talk about the ocean, we talk about coral this morning. And one space that I think it's especially important is how do we produce new energy imaginaries, and how in the transition to renewables, we are not only replacing one source of energy by another, but we are producing a new world operating under different rules. One of the most exciting institutions operating in our context right now, I don't have a problem saying it, is Mudac in Lausanne. Mudac in Lausanne, Lausanne's Museum of Design, has been in the last couple of years producing a really thought-provoking program touching on topics and themes, and currently they're hosting the Solar Biennale, which is a project that was initiated in the Netherlands a couple of years ago. And Soleil's Sun Imaginaries is a wide survey of the work being done today around solar energy and solar being like a force for transformation in multiple contexts in which scientists are working with designers, with architects, with artists to produce these new imaginaries. Scott Longfellow is a curator at Mudac and is one of the curators of the Solar Biennale. Thank you, Scott, for coming all the way to Venice to join us today.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you, José Luis, for the invitation and for inviting the sun as a tool for the future. So I'm here on behalf of the solar movement founded by Marianne van Nobel and Teresa von Dongen, and of course the Mudac, where I had the chance to curate the second edition of the Solar Biennale. I wanted to start with this ad for yogurt because solar punk was the entry point of our curatorial approach. So solarpunk, unlike other sci-fi movements like cyberpunk or steampunk, envisions green desirable futures where a connected ecological life is enabled by a symbiosis between technology and the living. Solarpunk stands against centralized infrastructures and proposes local, decentralized societies powered by renewable energies and advanced robotics. Those are the infrastructures that allows human-scale community with short supply chain and, as you can see here, happy family life. However, current renewable infrastructures for most often look like this photo from Andrea Górski that opens the exhibition. Worldwide, we consume today more oil, gas, and coal than ever, and the energy transition has only begun in relative terms, not in volume. The transition relies on massive green electrification, which means accepting and hopefully desiring solar panels and windmills in our landscapes. We need to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. That means covering an area of 2 to 3 times the size of Switzerland of solar panels. The challenge is huge, and so is the resistance, as many people find solar panels and windmills ugly, boring, and intrusive. All the same, worldwide, rectangular blue, sometimes black, and windmills are only white. It seems that there is only one design. To accelerate the energy transition and make it appealing, we must address social and cultural barriers. We need to diversify the aesthetic and formal approaches to the energy transition, adapting them to the specific characteristics of our cities, countrysides, landscapes, while addressing local values. It's important to focus on decentralization and democratic engagement rather than just providing economical and technocratic responses. Viewing solar energy from a design perspective helps shift the focus from efficiency and costs to cultural and communities desirability. The solar movement was founded to do so, gathering designers, architects, builders, policymakers, and citizens that adopt a broader perspective on solar energy. And indeed, nowadays, there is a great fertility of solar objects that renew the aesthetics of solar energy and create rituals and attention to what feed our daily lives. You have here a phone charger, a workbench, and some lights that recharge during the day and give light at night. So there is a lot of other objects, of course, but I invite you to see them in Lausanne. This dynamic is also present in architectural materials, notably in building integrated photovoltaics, BIPV. These materials serve both as envelope and solar energy collectors. Unlike standard blue or black solar panels made in China, these products come from local companies here, Italy, Switzerland, and the Netherlands, and are sometimes even produced in EU. Why? Because they need to adopt a vernacular approach, both in terms of natural and cultural language. Solar design goes well beyond PV. In current solar architecture and design, there is a revival of pre-photovoltaic traditions where objects and spaces work directly with the sun. One big icon of this tradition is, of course, Augustin Mouchot's solar machine presented in 1978 in Paris. At that time, it was used to produce ice, which is kind of interesting. One really relevant example of this contemporary approach is the Solar Lab that was launched during the Biennale. And it was initiated by Joanie Lemercier and Juliette Bibas, that you can see here, a light art studio that use artificial lights and technological device to produce their creation. Joanie had an ecological epiphany after witnessing the environmental impact of a coal mine in Germany. His first reaction was, of course, to denounce it, but then he decided to add to the shaming the proposing. So they've been creating objects that they can use in their practice that are efficient energy-wise, but as well transforming the approach and the outcomes. Those tools include a solar computer, then you can work in the green outside, as well as plexiglass lenses that create analog projections that you can see during the day. This is a major shift in this art. And of course, open source and low-tech heliostats that redirect the light to a same spot during the day. And that allowed us to bring the museum through our ceiling into our exhibition space. It was an incredible tool to show the work of Nathanael Abbey, who creates reflectors with ceramic, glass, metal, and incredible other know-hows that transcend the spectrum of light, bringing the sunlight further into urban and domestic context. In a different scale, we commissioned a miniature city to the biodesign studio Ecological studio. This utopian project envisions a city powered and cleaned by a symbiosis between buildings, algae, and cyanobacteria's photosynthesis while absorbing CO2. What's incredible is that the model is actually working in our show. So I could talk about the 99 other pieces of the show discussing the importance of graphic representation of transition, the complex symbolic relationship between human technology and the sun, circadian rhythm, and the impact of light on mental and physical health. However, due to time constraint, I would like to end with the revolutionary potential of the sun. At the beginning of the 20th century, Alexander Chizevsky showed that solar activity cycles influence human history. This cycle, which lasts an average of 11 years, follow variations in the magnetic intensity of the sun. The solar maximum corresponds to the period of high activity, characterized by a large number of sunspots, and conversely for solar minimums. The Soviet scientists reviewed mass phenomena, riots, wars, demonstration, and revolution in more than 70 countries, and he noted that a significant percentage of these major political events occur during solar maximum. So for the cosmists in the room, I have a good news here, as we are ending a 3-year solar maximum period. More seriously, energy system significantly influences geopolitics and political system. The energy transition that we must endeavor is an opportunity for a wider change. Thank you very much.
2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2
Thank you so much, Scott. I think there was like a lot of inspiration in imagining a new world through solar, and you can still see the solar exhibition in Lausanne until when? Until the autumn. So if you pass through Switzerland this summer, you know. The next of our scenarios has to do with actually an idea that I think is very important, which is producing new contexts, new spaces in which this set of ideas can manifest and actually can present themselves to our society. I had the chance to participate in one of the projects in the Plasmata series of projects by Onassis Foundation. This is like a really impressive, for those of us who are used to going to exhibitions, kind of context, because basically it's manifesting an exhibition that changes, that exists in this space between tech, science, and society, not in a museum, not in a gallery, not in a festival, but in a public park open to all of citizenship. It takes place every summer in Athens. The scale is really impressive, and Plasmata is an initiative of Onassis one of the Green Cultural Foundations. Podremos Siavos is one of the voices making this project possible, that I think is a reference and a very interesting model to be able to cross over wider context and wider layers of citizenship. So thank you so much, Podremos Siavos, for being today with us to talk about Plasmata.
Thanks very much. I think the whole idea of Plasmata is how you can create actually a world, and at the same time how you can make a place. So the latest edition is going to start on the 26th of May, and it's going to go up to the 15th of June. And I'll tell you a few things about it, but before I have to say very briefly a few things about Onassis Foundation to explain how we relate to this particular one, and so why you see this, why we've ended up with this creative this year. So Onassis Foundation is a 50 years old foundation. It's important to know that it has a single board of directors, both for its business side and its public benefit side. It means that the same people that make the money are the ones that spend the money. It's not a fund, it's not a trust, it's something that actually is living. So we have people that actually make the money, so every time they give 40% of the net profit to a public benefit activity, they also approach it as an investment in terms of value that is to be produced, not necessarily monetary value, but mostly social value, so impact. Our business is in shipping, finance, and assets, which means we are quite global, or I would say selectively local, or selectively global. And at the same time, we have cultural activities, about 12 schools. We support 12 public schools in Athens and 2 hospitals. Again, I have this slide here because it's important to understand that Plasmata as an exhibition exists within a broader ecosystem. So we have our cultural center in Athens, and at the same time we run one accelerator of XR and AI and art-related projects in New York. That's a very important part of our operations. And we are about to start a second incubator in Athens as of the autumn 2025. We also host an art collection and archives, which means quite a few of the works we commission, or for Plasmata or for other activities, we also collect. And finally, we are very focused on how we create global strategies, especially in the area of art and science and technology. And in that sense, we have either partnerships or we participate in festivals with artists we support throughout the world. Here it's just an indication of festivals, mostly, and you can identify some of the organizations here. What is interesting is for us, we're somewhere in the middle. We are very interested in the Americas because of our center there, but also very interested in Asia and also the Mediterranean region. So what is Plasmata? Plasmata started initially as an exhibition, which was mostly a digital exhibition. Increasingly, we understood that digital is something you speak about in a very different way than you used to 10 or even 5 years ago. Reason being that it's actually disappearing. It becomes so prevalent everywhere, you don't see it. So it doesn't make sense for us to speak about digital as something that exists as a thing out there when you have it on your body. So we talk mostly about post-digital art than actual digital art, and you can see that in the evolution of the series. And the second component is public space. How can we use an exhibition as a lab, literally a living lab, which can help to transform an area, and what does that mean for the people that live there? So just to give you very quickly a kind of overview of how previous exhibitions looked like, this is the first one, which happened back in 2021, and it had, and that's the second one, and these are pictures for the third one. So we had works coming from different countries. The first one we did, we mostly had works which were being shown. We had no commissions and local artists. In the second edition, what we did is we increased the commissions from local artists. In the third edition, in the second edition also, we created the series. So initially we just had it an ad hoc exhibition, which was a result of a European project. Then we realized it had traction. We created what we call a product called Plasmata, and we started having numbers. So we started in Plasmata 1, Plasmata 2, Plasmata 3, which is this year. And every year we increase the number of commissions, the artists we work with for a longer period of time, and the link with the locality. The exhibition has roughly, in the average amount of people that visit are about 200,000 per year. In Ioannina, which we did it, which is a small city with 60,000 residents in the north of Greece, it had about 100, 120 visitors. In Athens, it had about 400,000 people. Key feature, we don't consider it as a show, but a series of encounters. It's very important to have a serendipity element of serendipity, of things you just find there. As I said before, it's increasingly becoming an exhibition where you question a digital artwork. Positioning an artwork, a digital artwork, from the gallery or a closed space in the outside means effectively you reproduce it. You produce it again, the size of the scale, the size of the screen, electricity, all these questions come again. Production challenges are major, not just because of the difficulty, but also of the question of what is the energy footprint. And I was very interested to hear about the solar project, because I think it's one of the things which, as we proceed, it becomes increasingly relevant to us. How do you root the exhibition? How you relate it to the actual space, and what does a radical public space mean? So the first thing is to understand how you actually bring it in the space. And if you see, this is the park where we present the exhibition. What we've done, this is the map of how we worked in Ioannina, the small city, and that's the version 3 of the exhibition. The reason why I have three maps is that we start always working with architects and planners before we bring the artists. So this is a project which started as a 6-month preparation project in the first edition. In the second edition, we doubled the time. In the third edition, we went again to the 24 months. This means we work in the space for about 24 months. Before we start production, about 18 months with local communities. We understand what it means to be in the space. We have very intense consultation with different citizens groups. We present them the different works. We explain how this thing is going to change their daily lives. And then we do the exhibition. We also reduce the time of the show from, it was initially 5 weeks. We reduced it to 3 weeks to reduce the disturbance of people being in a public space. And I would say the 3 things that I would have as key insights is you need to introduce yourself. You cannot land as a UFO in a place, especially with digital artworks. You need to listen to people, and you need to act. So a few things about what we do this year. We started with a study with a university, which includes psychogeography mapping, which basically it means we ask the people there to draw a map of their neighborhoods. So they visualize the neighborhoods. We took that, and then we worked with that in order to identify how they would like to see the exhibition to work. We work a lot with local artists and also with shops, with authorities, communities, and universities. The works relate to the place always. And we try to have as many works as possible that go through our incubation space and incubation process, and also work with our European projects and our international partners. Most importantly, we need to always leave behind something. In Ioannina, where we did it, in order to make the show, we had to remove all cars from the waterfront for about a week, for about a month. Once we did that, the result of that was that after we did the exhibition, they stopped having the cars there. In other cases, as we do now, we leave always, we change the public space, and we try to leave some, to restore public spaces or to clean up things. This year's exhibition, I'll go very, very quickly. If you see it, it becomes something which is very, much more analog. It reflects the architecture of the space. We introduce public speech. It's something that involves local communities in terms of foods, local entrepreneurs. It is something which has a live radio, and all the artworks either come from local artists like this one here, or they come from European projects we've done related to local stories, or they come with events that have to do with the space itself. So I'm just closing the show, the presentation, saying the key learnings. This is not a show, what we do. It's placemaking. You need to have a duration of more than a year to make it work. Digital disappears, and we always try to follow listening, talking to people, and leaving something behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prodromor. Thank you, Scott. And actually, thank you to all of those who have presented this selection of scenarios that we have wanted to put on the table. Now we have the first big session in the evening, and I am giving the floor to Francesca, who is going to be running it.
Hello, hi everyone. So welcome back. Yeah, just please come on stage. I think this is a crowded session, so please all the speakers come on stage. So the intention for this session is to discuss the European strategy on artificial intelligence, but also what it means for bringing culture and creativity together with our technological infrastructures and capabilities. So I think that majority of the people here in the room have the feeling that Europe always talks about regulation, and we regulate what we don't control and don't own. And we invest much more of our energy in the European Parliament in regulating technology, regulating access to data, regulating artificial intelligence, but much less in building the type of infrastructures and the type of capabilities, the type of networks, the type of technologies that would enable all of you in the audience to say, well, you know what, I'm not going to use OpenAI today because I don't want them to take all this information from my phone, but I can use something else. And you know what, maybe I don't even want to use DeepSeek because I don't want to give all the data to the Central Communist Party of China, but maybe I want this data kept in a data trust where my fundamental rights are preserved. Something like that, very simple. But if you are, I ask to all of you in the audience, what is the European latest technology that you're using? What is a European technology that you're using? Yeah, I can't hear you. So, Stable diffusion, actually good, but well, I mean, the usual suspect in the room, Matt. Stable diffusion was a technology created in a European University of Munich, but commercialized by a UK venture capitalist. Here you go. So those kind of problems, I think, are the real problems. Not only how do we, of course, attract the talent and the talented people, I do think we have a big opportunity now because, well, Trump just shutting down, no, shutting down is a bit too strong, but definitely targeting critical and good universities and research centers in the US. And we all get a lot of phone calls of people that want to come in Europe, and that's, I think, a very important part of that. But also 30% of the startups and scale-up that we fund in Europe with public money are then leaving Europe, and of course, to build their business abroad. So we have a lot of challenges, and I am very happy that I have the panel. You may not know these people, but those are the people that in Europe are running the fundamental European public compute infrastructures, what we call the supercomputing HPC factories of Europe, and also pioneering experiments of culture and arts application on these HPCs. So let's start, actually, our conversation with the policymaker in the room. Don't want to put you on the spot, but we want to start with this question. Alexandra Giese from the European Parliament. She's from the Green Party, and she's been one of the people advocating the most for European alternatives, but also really supporting the Eurostack initiative that you may talk about. So Alexandra, can you tell us what's happening in Europe, and if you think Europe is able to move beyond regulation in building the alternatives that are needed in order, to build a different model?
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank Francesca, Bria for putting this topic so much in the focus of the political and cultural discussion, and also in the discussion of the industry. We met the last time in July. We had dinner in Brussels. We thought, this is our Eurostack idea. How can we roll this out? And the traction, the momentum this idea got in the past 8 or 9 months, this is really something incredible. I have never seen that in 6 years of politics, that something goes so quickly, becomes so big, which comes from, a very small niche, and it's really already a big success that everybody is speaking about it. So happy to be here today. When we speak about the future of AI, or Europe's AI future, I think we have to remember a little bit what the present is. And the present of AI, also in Europe, it's surveillance capitalism. And the way Shoshana Zuboff defines it, it's the extraction of every kind of human experience, its transformation in data, and it is then used by a few tech oligarchs to make huge profits. And nothing is given back to the community. They don't pay taxes, they create very few jobs, there is enormous harm, and they use this power and this data to support now authoritarian regimes, to try to destroy democracy and to build authoritarian regimes, and nothing illustrates this better than the tech oligarchs standing behind President Trump at the inauguration. So what are they doing? They're putting a lot of pressure on Europe right now. You mentioned the regulation, which is not everything, but it is still important. So they're putting pressures on us. For example, in the AI Act, we do protect fundamental rights to give that up. And they are getting there. So we have to stand up for this. So when we talk about Europeans' AI future, we have to understand it's not only about building European companies that do the same thing. It's about building a different economic model, a different business model, and a different model of society than what the tech oligarchs have in mind for us. I think that is the first important thing. What are the most important principles of this? I think it is networking, because one of the criticisms we always hear when we say we want to do this in Europe, it's, well, you never get a big company like Google. There was a long time talk about building this European Google. We don't want a European Google. We have networks. We have so many European capitals and regions and countries. That's the idea of the European Union. It's networking. It's building together. So I think this idea of networking is absolutely central, and it helps us not to have the problems that go with scale, like Google being a monopolist now decided by a US court. The second one is openness. It's openness in IT terms, in digital terms, open standards, open source, people being able to build together. But it's also co-designing. We heard that by a previous speaker. It's the cultural diversity. So I think that is extremely important that we follow these principles, and that we remember we have the wealth of data. You know, they extract this data right now, but this is European data. Just think about art and culture. That is human emotion, human knowledge embodied basically in arts and culture. So we have to make sure we don't give it to them for free, but we build. How are we doing that in Europe right now? One important aspect you mentioned, how can we make sure startups, scale-ups stay in Europe, talent stay in Europe? It's capital. Very easily, you know, critics often say, well, this doesn't happen in Europe because we have too much regulation, but this shift of power that happened before we had the regulation. So what is really lacking is capital. So we need private capital, and this is one thing we're working on in the European Parliament right now. That means for the industry that public administrations spend their money in terms of public procurement when they buy software, when they buy cloud spaces, primarily on European companies who don't need to share their data with the current US government, because that is the law. So making sure that money stays in Europe and benefits European digital services. The other thing is believing in Europe and building the instruments for having private capital also staying in Europe, because I think the third principle we need is a mix of private and public. There are areas like the cloud spaces where private capital will probably enough. There are other ones where we need public capital, like for the AI factories that we will hear about, I believe, like for quantum technology, where we do need public investment to make sure we are the first to come with this important technology. And in building data spaces, for example, public data spaces for art and culture, or a European platform to access the great news content, the great cultural content that we built with a lot of public money already in Europe, and we are now just giving away to tech oligarchs. This is what we're working on in the European Parliament. We're trying to work with the European Commission. I can just say, there is a lot of momentum, but there's also a lot of resistance. People don't want to change. There's enormous lobbying by these companies already going around. So it's hard, and what we really need is public opinion to support this. We need you have multipliers in the cultural space to go out and say, this is what we need. Art needs to stay something for the many and must not be privatized in the digital area by a few tech oligarchs. Therefore, we need really your support to speak to people, to speak to politicians. Every museum director, every filmmaker needs to have this in his mind, that we want to build this open and diverse universe for arts and culture, and we will do our best to support you politically, but we need your support to convince those, and on the conservatives, there are many of them who are still reluctant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra. So obviously, things are not very easy at the moment in the European Parliament for this kind of work, and we don't hide that to have majorities of positions that are pushing this kind of policies is always very hard. But we can get back to some of the points, because I think, maybe people here in the audience would challenge that, it's always like, we should, but then where is the investment? Where are the right regulations to get this happening? And I know we've been advocating this for a long time, and basically we are at the point where we can't be, continuing to say this should happen. It's just, we just have to make it happen right now. So let me go to Fernando and Javier from the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. I don't know if do you have any slide? You may have. So the Barcelona Supercomputing Center is this iconic, HPC center that is actually in a church. So it looks like not so big as this one, but it looks really impressive. And the reason why you're here is that we have heard that the European Union is investing in this public compute infrastructure, and they have been calling this the AI factories. And I don't hide you that that there is some, we want to see what's coming out of these AI factories. 70% already of the money that's investing there is going to buy, of course, like NVIDIA clusters and, big tech chips. And this is one of the things you're working on a microprocessors project made in Europe, but also you are experimenting a lot about creating the Spanish artificial intelligence model and collaborating. I think you are one of the pioneers, Supercomputing Center, working with artists and working with cultural creators. So tell us what you're doing in Barcelona.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple of slides only. Just important is to remember BSC is a public facility, right? It's owned by the Spanish government and the Catalan government. And what we have, and I brought a picture so that you see what is a supercomputer. It's a lot of black boxes. And yeah, it's the seventh fastest computer in the world, and it's used for many things. What you see on the top left corner is quantum prototypes, quantum computers we have right now. They don't look always like that. It's just the inside. And this is technology that we have right now. The AI factory computer is going to come, and it's going to be mostly geared towards startups and small companies. And this is what's mostly our resource. But BSC has three things. We have the facility. We have a lot of researchers working on different areas on life science and computer science, of course, climate change, industry, and social sciences. And our most important asset is actually that we are 1,200 people. There I work at the data visualization and analytics group. It's a small group, about 30 people, and we focus on final applications of AI and all of the technology that we have surrounding us. And we cover sort of the whole range of applications, so from ingestion up to presentations of data. But we have a small research line, line of work that we call art and science-driven innovation. That it was born from the exploration, so we wanted to explore freely. And we rapidly found that we got some very nice outcomes. We realized we could be learning and exploring new technologies through art, so art as an excuse for doing some stuff. And dissemination, of course, and communication, art as a medium for us. Test out technologies, new strategies, art as a laboratory, using, in particular, Sonar Festival as a whole, as a laboratory for us to bring new technology or test out what happens with that. Also, working together as a group with many people from the center, having some fun, which turns out to be using art as a, let's say, recruiting tool, or right, a team building tool. And finally, what's interesting is that we realized a few years later, after we started, that we discovered new solutions to problems that we had, or problems we didn't even know we had. So it was really art as inspiration, or actually driving new results. And we have quantified those results. So we have gathered about 8 million euros in funding directly coming out of these projects that started as artistic explorations and things. 2 research lines, 4 papers directly coming out of that, and a few dozen coming out of indirectly, and some projects, European projects on industry and other areas of science. And we do that as just working as artists or with artists in collaboration with them. Lately, we have had some start residencies working with us, and we set aside some time. This amounts to about a month every year, more or less, for every person in the group or participating in this. So that takes about 120 person months for all of the time that we have been doing this in the past 10 years. And the artists, of course, also get something out of these collaborations. They have published novels and books, installations, articles, and websites and research projects themselves, also from the collaborations that they have done with us. And just finally, before I go to Javier, we are working right now with Maria Arnal on a project, just to give you an example. And the technology that we're creating with her, exploring how AI involves new possibilities for the voice and for the space with movement and visuals. We're going to do a show with her, so the show for her new album is going to use the technology that we're creating in this collaboration. And so we're also learning how to explain these technologies and how to make new creation tools.
If I may say that we wanted to bring Maria Arnal performance here together with TBA 21. We tried, we did our best. At the end, it didn't work out, but maybe we can do it in the future. I still want to hear her voice or Ollie's voice in this place. I think it will be great, but next.
Well, yes, hello. Well, I am part of a new department, and that started recently called Computational Social Science and Humanity in the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. This department was created just a few months. It brings together three main research groups: the Computational Social Science Group, the Computational Humanities team, and Data Infrastructure and Models, supporting the other team with tools, frameworks, and platforms. Well, Fernando has collaborated with many artists, many cultural events, but in our department we do something different, but complementary, of course. Focusing on the computational humanity group, we work with traditional cultural institutions, museums, archives, libraries, and heritage or archaeological sites. Well, that's different, and the idea is that many of us in the department come from humanities backgrounds. I mean, history, archaeology, I am art historian, linguistic, and so on. Well, it's a great idea in a supercomputing center, you know. We work with the cutting-edge technology, including artificial intelligence and large-scale computing. We are not only digitization or visualization culture anymore, we are also modeling, simulating, and analyzing it with computational methods. So let's say that we start with humanities, then to digital humanities, to computational humanities. That's I think that's the great idea. We think that talking about AI, AI is not just a tool. AI is now becoming a new actor in the ecosystem of cultural institutions. I think this is a big shift, especially for institutions that have existed in Europe for more 200 or more years, built around the idea that culture, knowledge, yes, and art only created by humans. But now we have a new actor, the actor is the AI. How do we deal with it? What does it mean for an archive or for our museum to include AI, not only as a tool, but as part of its curatorial or interpretive process? How do we think or rethink the authorship, the memory, values, when human and machines start to share those cultural space? That's important. We are exploring this type of questions, not only in theory, but in real collaboration with public cultural institutions. We try to help them with about AI, not only in terms of innovation, but also in terms of ethics, discourse, and institutional transformation. Well, I think it's not easy, but we are just beginning.
Yeah.
But, well, I think it's possible.
No, thank you, Javier. And it's good to hear that the Barcelona Supercomputing Center has a dedicated team working on archives and working on cultural materials and cultural production, because I think this is obviously very interesting for any of you artists in this room how easy it is to access this kind of infrastructures and facility. Is it possible? I mean, we'll get there because I want to know also Bettina's take on that from the arts space instead of from the infrastructure space. Working in policy with the European Commission, I know that those infrastructures were meant at the beginning only for research, and it was very hard to access if you weren't a researcher that is already very used to work with specific type of technologies. And so in making them accessible to the cultural production community, archive, films, public TV, museums, and so on, could be, I think, a flagship project of the European Union using these HPCs to do that. Let's see what you're doing maybe similarly in the Stuttgart High Performance Computing Center, where in fact both Matthias and you focus on media production. Can you share your, your view on this?
Okay, at first, thank you, Francesca and José Luis, for the invitation. And Francesca, your work is so important for Europe to bring us together here. And yeah, thank you to be here. The panel discussion focus on building Europe's AI future, supercomputing, quantum, public model for arts and culture. Today, if I I would like not to demonstrate showcases. I want to demonstrate more approach what we can give maybe a part of the supercomputing centers. Because what I think is Europe, just like the rest of the world, has an enormous deficit in the humanities right. And it can be seen in internet spreading via the called social media, in the incapacity of more than half of the European citizens. What are the human value we live by and the value of human life? The humanities used to complement the personal advancement of each individual. Today, they are the necessary conditions for survival of humanity and the planet. How can a supercomputing center and the Media Solution Center help on this idea? I'm Matthias Hauser, General Manager of the Media Solution Center. The Media Solution Center was founded from the Ministry of Science, Research and Arts. It's unique in Europe that we have a ministry with science, technology and arts. That's fantastic. And we have the ministry, Petra Olszewski. She comes from the art world, but she is the ministry of our Ministry of Research and Science. Partners are also the CKM, Center of Media Art in Karlsruhe, the HRS, High Performance Computing Center Stuttgart, and the University of Media, their co-founders. So the Media Solution Center just has launched a new project, a research center for science, artists, and the humanities. To create at first knowledge, from one most important thing in our times is to create knowledge. This is one of the most important steps. To create knowledge and to find methods that are intended to enable truly interdisciplinary work and above all, real collaboration between scientists, researchers, artists, and the society. This is one, for me, of the key points. So REACH, a research and creation center for e-culture and the humanities, with its triangle architecture sustained by an advanced school, a creative lab, and an observatory of key culture, aspires to be one point in the net required by humanity to fulfill a stimulating future with the support of the artificial intelligence. For me, the most important key point is how we can connect our infrastructure of a high-performance computing center and the AI factory of the European Commission to the society, and that this comes through the arts and through the artists. So I have a partner colleague here from the High Performance Computing Center, Dr. Uwe Wössner. He leads the Department of Visualization. What is art? Art is visualization, simulation, and then I give him a paar words to speak about inside of a federal high-performance center. I want to mention one thing before, because you said something very important, and that is policy making. The HRS, high-performance computing, is the only one high-performance computing center in Europe who has, by law, 10% opened to the industry and to the creative industry. And that we have to follow. We have to open the Supercomputing Center Barcelona, that's by law, is open for the industry and the creative industry, because that is the future. Just now in our region, Land Baden-Württemberg, you know, we have huge problems with the industries from cars. And now we have to rebuild a new industry, and the creative industry, also our ministry was telling us, is maybe one of the hope for the future for new industries, a part of medicine, but also creative industry can be help us in this transformation in the industry sector, especially in our region. So I give the word to Uwe Wessner.
Yes, so I want to show you a few examples on what you can do with supercomputers that we're going to install. Hammerhai is our new AI project. We're going to install enough hardware for all European scientists and also industry to develop new AI products. But how do they look like? Well, computers are big boxes. They have impressive numbers. We don't do NVIDIA GPUs. We do AMD and also ARM processors, more European approaches. But what are we doing? We're developing new products, planes. We do rocket science, actually. We do digital twins in all these areas like machines, and you can look into them while they are working and improve the processes. You can improve combustion and reduce emissions of power plants. And yeah, that's what we did before. We're here at the Architecture Biennale, and I want to show some architecture examples. You can enter a virtual world. You can modify your building as you're within that building, not only optimize it for design and appearance, but also for physical properties, improve the air conditioning, simulate solar potential, and improve your building in many ways. But a building doesn't stand on its own. It's living in a city quarter. If you look at this town here, it's a maze of buildings. And we can develop digital twins of city areas and whole cities, and you can then enter these virtual spaces and actually improve them. This is a place in the city of Stuttgart. They will land soon, and we improved traffic within the city, but we also do simulations on city weather, on pollution in the city, on strong rainfall, flooding prevention, prevent tsunamis, or use traffic simulation to improve evacuations during these events. If you're handicapped, you want to have a city that actually works for you as well, so we venture into that too. We add physical objects through augmented reality. We've done that previously in the engineering space, but we're currently also using all these technologies in the arts. This is a picture of our State Theater, and he's got a transparent screen in front of him. If he looks through the screen, he can see an augmentation of the stage, a virtual stage extending the physical stage. They are synchronized, and we use these in multiple art projects. And another current project we initiated, which is MAC Research, a research initiative with the Europa Park, and a huge, nice amusement park in Germany. And we use our supercomputers to do building information modeling within the park, use it for public participation, and planning and improvement in other ways.
Thank you very much. I think also there one question, of course, that come to mind, the two supercomputing center, is how much is the collaboration? Because of course we are building a network, and there are seven HPCs in the Euro HPCs network, yeah? Is that correct? You're thinking about it, so I'm not so, yeah, anyways, we have now a really kind of big network, but of course, some of the questions you pose, for example, how do we do a digital twin of a city, or how do we give back to the creatives the ownership of their work? How do we share data in a way that it empowers who is building content and who is building services and not just lose their rights? Those are all questions that I think we can only reach in collaboration. So maybe I first go to Bettina, but I would like to understand better if this is something you can work out as a European public compute infrastructure and network, where there is really collaboration and where you work on similar projects that can solve this kind of issues, or if it's still something we have to improve, actually. So the reason, Bettina, why we have invited you to this panel is that technology, it's not a driving force of, it doesn't happen in a kind of technological driven trajectory. It's never the technology that's bringing the value. It's always, the interaction with the community, the interaction with the artists, the interaction with culture, with creativity, and that's what you do at LAS Foundation in Berlin. And lately, you started as an arts tech collaboration project and became one, I think, of the key places in Berlin where this art technology collaboration is happening. And you work in public spaces which are very open to the citizenship and open to everyone that can get in and understand, what is this good for? What is this? What can this bring to society and to citizens? You have right now just closed a very big exhibition on quantum computing and a quantum program where you interacted with scientists, research centers, citizens, education schools, and you did a massive work which I think had a lot of impact with many visitors every day, so it has been a big success. So my question is about really this meaningful interaction between the capability of technology and artist-led creativity and innovation.
Sure, I don't know if there's time, I brought a small presentation. Super. So I start with this, if it works. It's a teaser. Yeah, it works. It's a teaser. It's not a AI model. It's a quantum AI model that we created with highly structured quantum noise and a film by the artist Laure Provost. And that was the core of the exhibition. So again, this is not an AI model, it's a quantum AI model. It's really important to emphasize. And I will come back to that. But first, I would like to say a few words about LAS and who we are. So we claim to be an art foundation about the future. We sit exactly at this intersection of art, the latest technologies, and science. And we are nomadic by choice, as Francesca said, to be accessible and to be accessible to a wide audience. And from the very beginning, we work with different technologies. Our first exhibition was about space machine learning. Quantum computing is our new thing, ecology, biotechnology, and really embracing the future with that. We have different formats. So at the core of our public-facing site are exhibitions, often combined with the long R&D phase. We do symposia, publications, we have a live program and much more, and educational programming becomes more and more important to us. Here's some numbers. There are more. We had 21 projects so far. Mostly they are large scale. We had more than 2 million visitors. We have quite a media outreach with that. And these are some partners. Some of them are in this room, which is really great. And this year, and I think that's the reason I'm here also, and I'm going to pitch my institution to all of you guys, is that we launched a Sensing Quantum program. And about 5 years ago, we dived into the quantum world with a small project by Libihini and IBM. And since then, we became really quantum nerds. And so it's our rabbit.
What that is?
it's our rabbit hole. And we went to physics conferences, and I always have to emphasize that we are art people. I'm an art historian by training, so I'm not a quantum physicist or computer engineer by no means. But so we launched this program, and it's a 3-year program with 3 large-scale exhibitions. The first was with Loire Prouvost in Berlin at Kraftwerk. We also have a sound program, we have a large educational program, and we're planning a symposium and a publication with that. These are some images of the show with Loire Prouvost in Berlin. It's at Kraftwerk, it's a former power plant, 8,000 square meters. And we had, in 8 weeks, 50,000 visitors coming to an art exhibition, but also to an exhibition about quantum computing. It was a multi-sensory exhibition with different elements, but at the core of the exhibition was a film by Loire that we altered with the help of Hartmut Neven, the lead scientist of Google AI Quantum. And we altered her film with Google's quantum computer. These are some more images. It was really hugely popular concert. And for this kind of process, we created our own quantum AI model, and that was what you saw at the very beginning. And basically what we did is that we replaced Gaussian noise with quantum noise. And that, to my knowledge, hasn't been done in the world before, and that was the core of this exhibition. Here's some numbers again about the impact of this exhibition. So we had more than 50,000 visitors in 8 weeks. We had quite some media outreach, 280 million. And we had 420,000 visitors on our website only for this exhibition. What it shows, and with that I want to conclude, is that art can be this kind of door opener to a highly complex topic like quantum physics and quantum computing. And at the same time, within LRS, we strongly believe in artists as agents for innovation. And we strongly believe that this collaboration between, in this case, an artist and one of the biggest tech companies can work and can have an impact. And finally, I would say that in Europe, where we are leading is our creative scene and the artists that we have here in Europe. And I truly believe in the potential between art and technology or the creative sector, and that this really can create an impact, and that we really can create innovation and a technological development here in Europe. Thank you.
Grazie, thank you, Bettina. So I think we have some time for a final round. I'll ask you to be quick because we don't have much time. But me and Bettina, just to a little bit discuss this, we met when I discovered your work through Starts, and through the Starts, some of the Starts artists that got the prize and that you curated or you helped commissioning their work. And I immediately talked to Bettina and I asked, okay, Bettina, that's great, you're working with Google, but why are you only, she knows this isn't going to go anyway, everybody knows me, I'm pushing for Europe to do this in a European way with technology that we run and operate in a different way. And I was saying, okay, this is great, but do you know that in Europe we have this massive, public compute infrastructure that is there for using with artists and experimenting. And this is actually opened up lots of new interactions also for LAS with the Quantum ULIC, Quantum Computing Center, and also with you, which I hope you're going to collaborate soon. And so just to say that basically the reason maybe why you had to approach Google first, because it wasn't obvious. I think that's the point I'm trying to make. It wasn't obvious if I'm a cultural producer or an artist, how I can work with supercomputing. Why should I work with supercomputing? But especially, can I access it? What can I do with it? You know, what's the value there? And so I want you to explain this a bit better, yes? Because here we have potential that you highlighted, of course, for, you know, cultural heritage, for archives, but also new cultural production, new experimentation. And I have to say, after we will have Holly and Matt, and they have been doing policy making around AI. I mean, they have been shaping the AI Act. They came to the parliament to explain to policymakers that, hey, we are artists, we are creating great models, and we need our rights over our work. And this is not respecting our rights. So I just want to hear how this can be, I mean, again, not only to say Europe does this better, but how can we really advance this experimentation, showing that not only we have a public utility, public compute utility in Europe that's accessible, that's publicly funded, that's open, and that's really good, the really good infrastructure, but also that can really be used for creating new culture, for keeping, you know, accessible the culture that we produced in the past, and for experimenting with new technology. And maybe going back, sorry, and I give you the word to the first Alexandra speech about these techno-oligarchs and what do we do about it. Maybe a way to start is putting more emphasis on the actual possibilities that we already have and how we can grow this further.
Yes, absolutely. I'm also here to listen. I think I'm here to listen to all of you, what you need from, you know, the policymakers to make exactly this happen. But a few ideas, I think, is around how do we create a European business model so that art and culture is not just given away to these companies who don't give anything back. But that we create a business model that is sustainable, that rewards the rights holders, the artists. You know, we say rights holders, but what we really say is the artists, the people who create the music, who do the paintings, who create this beautiful art. In any way, how do we finance that? How do we make sure something goes back to them? And this is a problem that is not solved. And right now, we are funding this publicly. And basically, we're taking taxpayers' money to give it, you know, to the people we know, to the tech oligarchs who really don't need our money. So how can we keep this in Europe and having this kind of collective reflection, artists, the ones who provide the technology to work with it, startup companies, business people, to come up with business models on how that could work. How can we have a fair compensation for who creates the art? How can we make sure everybody can benefit from it, the large audience can still benefit from it? I mean, this is not a new problem in art, in the art sector, but it's on a much bigger scale. I think that is really one of the issues that we need to resolve. And if we can come up with different business models in Europe, I think we can be extremely successful because the whole world is looking for this. Nobody wants to give their data, you know, which is a different word for, say, their artwork and their creative work, just give it away for nothing. We need to create this. And the other one thing is certainly this kind of networking and creating names and images around this. You know, you go to Google because, you know, you think AI and the name Google comes up. What comes up in our mind when we say European AI? It's like, I don't know. So now it's a little bit, it's Eurostack, but it's more on the industry side. So how can we create a name or a brand in art and culture where you then go and you find a website and you have some kind of interactive thing where you can ask a question with AI and you get an answer. Who would be interested in funding that? Who would be interested in providing the technology? I think those are two ideas that from my side, but maybe you tell me if that's feasible and what do you think about it?
I can underline what you say. You know, it's right focus to now to involved also in in innovation companies, art and arts, the collaborations, but it doesn't work still. I think the first step. Also, we have to discuss, we're speaking about digitalization and quantum computing. Okay, I hope we make a little bit stop also in our mindset to say, okay, let's us try to control high performance computing and not to think now about quantum computing. We have to think, but it's 10 years maybe, or in 8 years, we will have running quantum computing for culture and creative industries. So, and what I said before, we have to create knowledge what's happened. How's running an HPC computing center? What is the outcome? And there we need the artists. And there's a fantastic concept, and I want to recognize this concept of Peter Weibel. He passed away in 2023, just 1 month for his last opening exhibition. The title was Renaissance 3.0, and it's a pool of tools, he said. The pool of tools, we're all using the same tool. All dentists, scientists, artists, researcher, and why we're not working together. I think Europe has to create spaces, institutions, and to force the institutions, also to force my center. I would just say, we worked with a STARTS program, fantastic program, first collaboration in Europe between 2 supercomputing centers. But he knows it, and he knows. Maybe I think our directors didn't know what we were doing, no? So that must be. So there's a lot of funding money.
The first collaboration between two supercomputing centers happened because of the arts. Because of STARTS?
Yeah, program, the first time. And we have to force them. We have the Sony Lab, fantastic Sony Lab in Rome and Paris. We have the CKM, we have Ars Electronica. We don't have to rebuild something, only to give the collaborations and to create methods. And then to make a little bit stop, to work only on this, not to running. And then Europe can be much stronger, because you have to mention Facebook is out of control. Mark Zuckerberg lost the control of Facebook. If you see what was happened in Myanmar, yeah, because there was a change from democratic to military system. It was only based on Facebook. Sorry, because Facebook didn't understand the models, didn't understand the language from this country. So there's so much to do, but there's so much hope. I hope in all this time we are living, because if we create these spaces of real collaboration, and that is what I will say the Renaissance 3.0, to work together like in the Italian Renaissance, in the Persian Renaissance. And then we have innovation and a lot of hope in our countries.
So do we know actually how much of the AI factories investment can go into cultural production, into the production of new, things from Europe, and not just the hardware part, or not just the infrastructure part? And of course, here we all think building solid, resilient infrastructure that are less extractivist, that work with the right standards and the scale up is very important, but we also think it's very important to invest in the production of new products, new content, new cultural materials and artifacts.
From memory, there's about 8 or 10 pillars of different industries that can apply to AI factories infrastructure, and one of them is media and creative industries. But that will mostly go, my guess is that for TV and film companies that are needing right now a lot of hardware and software for video and with AI. But there is this need. So Matthias was talking about the spaces and infrastructure, and Alexandra was before talking about money. That's a little bit, also the other part that is needed. So maybe some laws and some programs like STARTS, focusing, the cultural and creative communities, they need access to this kind of technology. So maybe put that bridge with a little bit of funding to support that kind of projects a little bit stronger than what it is now. That would be, for example, one step.
And maybe, Bettina, going back to your point in believing in this collaboration, but also I have to say I was very impressed about the fact that you made this all educational space in your exhibition, and that you continuously, if in a Saturday afternoon you go to Berlin and you have a full room of people listening to one of the main experts on quantum physics in Europe. I think you are doing great service to society. And there were a lot of people listening and a lot of people engaging with the topic and also connecting this topic to other things that really matter to them. So maybe also this part of having, right, you know, we talk a lot about supercomputing. I mean, even we had a conversation with Rem Koolhaas about supercomputing as democratic town halls, you know, because usually they're hidden as a kind of national security infrastructure. You don't know how much water they consume, you don't know how much energy they consume, you don't know where they are located, but they're massive. And you are here trying to bring this topic, the possibilities, the option, very to the core of where people are and their engagement is.
Exactly, and art shows that art really has this power, no? To be this door opener and that you embrace quantum physics, yeah, and quantum computing, from being a child to like a 75-year-old, and we had like really everyone in this exhibition. And we had an entire floor just about education, just about quantum physics, and it worked extremely well. It's also an exhibition that will travel globally, actually. In Europe, it will go to OGR, to Turin, but to other places. It will go to Asia, will go to Australia, unfortunately not to the States, but maybe that will change. So it will be seen by much more people, and we are working actually on extending the educational program in the space, but also online. And again, I strongly believe in this power of art to be this kind of educator, this kind of messenger.
Okay, so thank you. I think in the next session we're going to see one example of what artists can do, proposing an open AI model that really works for them, but also it's a proposition, I think, for anyone that wants to build, creative experimentation that really lead to transforming the technology and its possibilities. But I also think later on we will have a deeper conversation on the infrastructure of computation itself, on power, which can be energy power, which can be extraction in terms of the infrastructural power, but also economic power and social power, political, and all of the things that I think are part of this broad idea of computing that goes, beyond extraction to possibilities for participation and also, I would say also for democratic action, which is what matters. Thank you very much. So I guess the supercomputing centers are here open for arts and culture and, to make this quantum leap in the AI ecosystem of Europe. So thank you very much for the conversation. José Luis, you are going to introduce the next session. Holly and Matt.
Well, thanks all for this really important conversation that is starting to put new configurations on the table about what is the territory, in a way, what are the spaces that the arts are covering today, overflowing their limits, engaging in other contexts, and defining also infrastructure, which is one of the key words of today. And throughout the day, we have been mentioning the scenarios. We have been deploying spaces in which artists and art practice are making active proposals, from ocean regeneration, coral regeneration, energy models. So it's very exciting to have as the last scenario two artists that for us, I think for the last 5 years have been a reference of how can we actually engage with such a transformational force and artificial intelligence and show how the role of the artist researcher makes contributions to expanding the vision of what we can understand by this space, produces projects that expands in the imagination its possibilities, and even provides political proposals and legal frameworks to develop them. I am a big fan of the work of Herndon and Matt Dryhurst, and I am very, very grateful that they make the effort of joining us here today. I was going to say this cliche that their work needs no introduction, but I like introductions. So operating in the space of music and music electronic performance, their work has been expanding and expanding, probing not only the artistic possibilities of AI models, but also how to locate them and situate them in new spaces. When we were saying in a way that the contributions of artists today are actually those of a research community that engages with others, I think that their work is a perfect prime example from that. And I also think we can be proud of having done that from Europe, in many cases interacting and working with cultural and scientific European institutions. We are very happy to close our series of imaginaries with a journey through the exceptional work of Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can I make sure the clicker works? Oh, yeah, there, there we go. Nice to meet you all. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Francesca and Jose Luis, for hosting us. This is quite something. It's quite beautiful. Yeah, I guess we're starting to give, the idea is to give maybe a bit of an introduction to our practice. And the opening statement, I think in the context of Europe, just a small aside, like a sentence, because obviously what we do is a bit broader than the continent where we're based. Has anyone heard of the eisegesis theory of models? So the eisegesis theory of models is that AI models are only as intelligent or as curious as the people using them. And so I think that actually should be quite inspirational, given the amount of public infrastructure here for education, how well educated the populace is. That's really good news for the continent of Europe. Yeah, so anyway, what we're talking about here is protocol art, which is a loose way of describing some of the work that we do. So the provocation here is that the most interesting opportunities to intervene in the future are often barely visible. So the future looks like regular humans operating under a very different protocol, so a very different operating system. Yeah, so in order to qualify this, we made some little illustrations here. The illustration on the left was an observation we discovered living in the Bay Area. This would be about 10 years ago, having conversations there, kind of understanding that for better or worse, the people designing our information environments have a far more pivotal role to play in the downstream kind of in downstream aesthetics and downstream media. And of course, this is a story as old as time. If we think about, for example, musical subcultures or artistic subcultures, generally speaking, they tend to be kind of defined by a rule set first, that then goes on to kind of be mimicked and replicated further downstream. And so I think in terms of the work that we do, we like to look at systems on the whole, construct new systems with the goal of producing new outcomes. Yeah, maybe Holly, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so Matt and I have a background in music, and wow, the reverb in here is insane. I guess it's 7 seconds long. It's, yeah, okay. Wow, we should really be singing this presentation. Now I understand why you said that, Francesca. Yeah, so we have a background in music and releasing records, and you know, we started thinking about platform politics around 2012. We released an album called Platform in 2015, where we were really thinking through some of these issues, and then fast forward to playing around with machine learning models in 2016. We put together an ensemble for the album Proto that was released in 2019, and these were kind of really early days of experimenting with AI. A lot of the kind of commercialized products that people are using today weren't available yet, so we really had to build our own models, which I'm really grateful for, because the first question you have when you're building your own model is, what kind of data do you use? And coming from a music background, it didn't feel right to just kind of scrape other people's music. We felt like we really needed to make our own music for the purpose of training. So we put together this ensemble. We then took that ensemble on tour. This is us playing Sonar in 2019. We invited the audience to actually participate in training our model. So this is a kind of call and response performance at Sonar. Oh, this is Folkspoon, excuse me. We also did this at Sonar. Oh, this isn't clipped very well.
Okay, something to yeah, it is. Oh, keep us safe. Oh, keep us safe. Safe in life. Safe in life.
So you get the idea, inviting the public to participate in this training of a model together. So we've also experimented with smaller models. We made a model that was specifically trained on my voice. We call it Holly Plus. We like this idea of a kind of permissive approach to IP that we call identity play. So we were really thinking through the kind of protocol of what would make that experiment a possibility. We presented this at TED, and I'll play a short clip so you can get a sense of what it sounds like.
And with one microphone, you'll hear first beautiful natural voice. And with this microphone, you'll hear a live version of Holly Plus developed with Voctor Labs.
Voctor Labs, based in Barcelona, by the way, amazing engineering team there. So we made Holly Plus available to the public to use. It actually, there were 3 films in the Berlinale last year that used Holly Plus for some sound design. And then we came up with this really interesting system. We used a decentralized autonomous organization in order to kind of create a digital collective to kind of share in the ownership, profits, and rights created through this digital twin. So we've also further explored my identity through diving into public models to understand kind of who I am in these models. So most of the models that Matt and I use are our own kind of smaller models, but we really wanted to understand who I was, what my kind of beacon is, or my embedding, which is basically a concept in an AI model in some of these publicly available models. So most concepts are created by scraping the internet, and so people also really kind of, more subjective concepts are also presented in these models. So Holly Herndon is a concept, also beautiful is a concept, which is obviously a difficult thing to just nail down to one perspective. But so when we were kind of exploring what Holly Herndon is, what the Holly Herndon embedding is in OpenAI's clip, we figured out that I was basically just an orange blob of hair, which you can see here. So the more famous you are, the more photos there are tagged of you on the internet that are used for scraping, the kind of more high fidelity you are. So Jeff Bezos has like a kind of fully fleshed out face. I'm kind of an orange blob of hair. Time. I gotta speed up. Okay, so in order to try to regain some agency in these public models, we created a kind of character called the X-Hairy Mutant X, and that's me in this concept, a kind of superhero version of myself, because we realized if we wanted to have any agency in these models, we had to kind of lean into my pastiche. It would confuse the models if we created a character that was too far away from who I am. And so with that, we created the X-Hairy Mutant X model, hosted through the Whitney Biennial on the Whitney's website, where the public can go through and prompt through, and anything that they prompt will be kind of infected with the X-Hairy Mutant X. And the reason why we did this is because the Whitney site is a trusted site of information, so it has more weight when the internet has been scraped for data. And so all of these images that the public made are tagged with my name, with this character, which then goes to change my public embedding. So this brings up all kinds of questions around kind of identity and agency that we have in these public spaces.
Yes. So the backstory here, as Holly pointed out, spent a bunch of time understanding the data behind the models, spent a bunch of time proposing different kind of IP configurations for more permissive sharing of models, which I think is inevitable. And then a few years ago, we put together an organization, Spawning, to look at web-scale training data. So again, in the context of Europe, it's kind of important to clarify that far beyond what you'll read often in the news, Europe actually has a very permissive training regime. There's a thing called the Article 3 that basically dictates that all information is available to be trained on for commercial purposes, so long as the machine-readable opt-out is observed. So what we did a few years ago was put together a site called haveibeentrained.com. You can go there today, see if your likeness or data is included there, and thought it would be kind of fun to, as an experiment, include a machine-readable opt-out. Say, okay, well, would people sign up for this? Up until today, there's about 2 billion plus pieces of media that have been tagged with this. In likelihood, the number's actually a lot more because we've proliferated these tools. It's all fully open source. It's fully integrated into Hugging Face, a French company in New York, sadly, and has been adopted in some cases by some AI companies. But the goal of this initiative, rather, was to say, we can actually come up with new imagination for how to deal with IP going forward, kind of welcoming AI as I believe we do, but including some reservations for people who don't want to participate. So I think new imagination for IP is very necessary, particularly necessary because that was kind of the carrot approach. This is kind of the stick approach. So in 2023, we put together a listing network called Kuduru that actually shut down all image training globally for 2 half-hour periods. This is a future we risk walking into if we don't establish kind of model manners. This is a future of kind of a balkanized web in which anybody who has any data worth anything firewalls it, right? And so we thought we'd kind of prototype this as a little bit of a performance to say, regrettably, that if we treat the web as a place where anyone can do absolutely anything, you're going to lead to an adversarial environment in which people do, right? People do start to attack each other and ultimately close down the open web as we know it. Speaking of public stuff, here's an exhibition we had at the Serpentine last year. Shall I just keep talking? So we had an exhibition at Serpentine last year, which is a wonderful institution in London. This is a book we released. We put together a new AI training protocol. Our kind of concept here is that far from the idea that anyone using AI is just simply typing prompts into a model they don't control, we like to train models from scratch, so see the data collection to labeling to the model making itself, and the interactions around the model as an artwork. This is where the protocol stuff comes up. So the idea was we wrote a songbook for AI training specifically. If you sing all of the songs in this book, you will have given the machine everything it needs to learn your voice. We then took it on tour throughout the UK, training on 15 voluntary choirs who contributed their voices, not going to play them. This is a picture of one of the training sessions taking place in a beautiful church. And then produced a fully consenting song model that could produce kind of emergent, infinite new songs based on the collective data contributed by the choirs. I'll play a short snippet. This place was really designed to just play that the whole time. So part of the idea here is, one, we put together kind of an experimental new IP structure.
In case that wasn't clear, that was entirely generated.
Yeah, that was entirely generated. Yeah.
I find that amazing.
Yeah. So the idea here was we put together kind of an experimental data trust, the idea being that all the different contributors to the data set would have governance over their voices moving forward. So now that trust is in place, we kind of prototyped a data trustee that would be kind of a delegate representative of the group, and they're now determining what happens with their voices. We think that that's kind of an interesting model moving forward for IP of value. But I think the bigger point that we want to touch on is this idea of kind of a public AI, and actually trying to revive some of the beauty of the idea of submitting to something greater than the sum of its parts, which is ultimately what is happening in AI models, right? AI models are weird new forums where they are the product of everybody and nobody in particular, which is kind of a really interesting new opportunity to rethink this idea of collective or a public, because they don't really work without all of us, and yet no individual output can be traced to one person, right? So you kind of have to think collectively in this case. Yeah, do you want to talk about this a little bit? No. Okay, I'll keep going. So on this topic of public domain, as much as that seems kind of outmoded, right, the days of Flickr and blogging, this is the last time we talked about this. Regrettably, the past 15 years, most people have been unwittingly contributing all of their data to, 5 platforms that claim irrevocable rights, training rights to it. If you wanted to push back against that, you would try to kind of revive the beauty of the idea of contributing your data to everybody. So with Spawning, what we've done is we've put together a PD12M, which is the largest data set ever released of high-quality image data, sufficient to train a base image model that we plan on open sourcing later this year called Public Diffusion. So this is a base foundation image model that looks quite beautiful. It doesn't know what Mickey Mouse is, but it looks quite beautiful. With the idea here being that you can actually encourage public foundation AI models that are available for everybody and crucially available to fine-tune by everybody commercially. So with no restriction.
So just to clarify what that means, if you're an artist and you have your own data that you want to fine-tune on, you can then release economic interactions with that model or outputs from that model itself. Rest assured that you haven't infringed on anyone's copyright. This is also really important for brands who want to kind of experiment with this and are worried about being sued for using these other models.
Yeah, exactly. And so part of the idea here is to really kind of maybe ask questions and do projects that wouldn't be entertained within commercial structures currently. And yeah, and we'll see how far that goes. Yeah. Oh yeah, here's more outputs. It knows mountains really well. It turns out there's a lot of mountains in the public domain. Yeah. So that is us.
That felt like speed dating.
It was definitely very fast.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Matt. That was very intense, very fast. And we are heading towards the end of the day, and actually the end of the day is kind of a big, complicated thing. So it's a perfect moment to take 10 minutes. So we're going to take 10 minutes to breathe a little bit, and then end with the final session on the future political models of AI in Europe with Benjamin Bratton, Evgeny Morozov, Kate Crawford, and Marina Otero. Thank you. hello. Let's take our seats back because we have 75 minutes and we want to get there soon. There's a lot still on the table. Also, with the introduction of the Eurostack project, which is another important contribution today. So we would appreciate it if you please can go back to your seats for the final stretch of the archipelago of possible features.
Hi, everybody. Now we're going to see unpacking the Eurostack, a European alternative for digital sovereignty. And please, Francesca, Bria, and Dirma Janse come to stage. And we will discover, I need my glasses. We will discover how this layered approach, the Eurostack, can reshape Europe's digital future.
Wow, thank you very much. So thank you for staying over in this marathon. We started very early, so this is the semi-final session of the day. So we talked about in the previous session on European policy, and the Eurostack has become one of the central digital policy for Europe now that Europe is thinking what's its role in the world of geopolitical tension, and of course with the need of creating more industrial competitiveness, but in particular move away from just regulating technology into making technology that serve social needs, that serve the needs of the people of Europe. So we wanted to show what the Eurostack is about, because you've heard it before. And just to say maybe a few words, it is now a European Parliament initiative, which is called exactly like that, and digital sovereignty initiated by the Parliament with a multi-party coalition. It is being taken up by the European Commission, which is now discussing the plan. And also we had 200 companies, one of the biggest technology companies in Europe, that signed up to this plan. And this is also now part of the German coalition agreement and had the backing of the Digital Ministry of France and so on. So things are moving. And obviously the stack has not been built yet, so we actually gonna have to mobilize talent, people, resources to make this happen in a way, but we want to show you what the plan is and why we have decided to actually frame it as a stack, but the naming is not so important. So I'm here with Dirma Jansen, and we have been working together. Dirma actually has been making already visualization about the stack in a variety of ways, working with scientists and technologists. And we decided to collaborate because we were asked by the European Parliament what it is. Nobody knows what you're talking about. We don't understand it. Please tell us what it is. And so we decided to publish an op-ed and an article, and to publish, well, there is a 130 pages report, which is a political economy of digital sovereignty analysis. And we came up with a visualization, which I think is great. And so we're going to try to do this presentation together with Dirma.
Yes, thank you, Francesca. So, well, let me introduce myself shortly. I'm really honored to be here. My name is Dirma Janse. I'm an information designer, and I really like to visualize abstract scientific and technological concepts, such as how does a quantum computer work, how does AlphaFold work, and now the Eurostack. So I'm the visualizer of the Eurostack and work together with Francesca and the team on this stack. And it was a wild ride. It was a really nice discovery. And Francesca is going to tell you more about it.
Yeah, so I wanted to start from this image of 5 centuries ago, when La Serenissima, which is the Republic of Venice, rose from the water, blending resilience, beauty, global reach. But at the same time, we know that also the Republic of Venice was concentrating power in the hands of the Doge and the ruling elite, serving very few people and not the many inhabitants. Today, as AI and digital infrastructure reshape our world, we face a similar challenge. We have a Doge, Once the title of this powerful city-state ruler that has resurfaced in the tech culture with memes like Elon Musk crypto venture and his so-called government efficiency department. Of course, it's a kind of a joke. He didn't meant to say this is the Venetian Doge, but kind of a joke that resonates and the signal of power consolidation once again in the hands of very few corporations. And AI tools that are owned by Elon Musk or Palantir aren't built to empower citizens. They are used to profile, control, deport migrants, often in the shadows. Once again, new architecture of power are being built, not only in concrete or steel, but in code, algorithms, and invisible infrastructure, like the cloud. Where is the cloud? Too often, they're being designed to serve oligarchs and not societies, not citizens. The question we face is not technical, it's deeply political. Will the digital future entrench new forms of control, or we will build a true res publica, a digital commons that govern for the people and that's built by the people? Today, Europe's vulnerabilities are very clear. Our hospitals rely on foreign cloud services. Our energy transition depends on critical minerals mined and processed far from Europe, mostly in Asia, often in unstable geopolitical conditions. Our security networks are tied to technologies we do not control or own. In a world of rising geopolitical tension, Europe can no longer afford to let others build its future. Power today flows through undersea cables, cloud servers, AI systems. It shapes the choices we make, the information we see, the freedoms we enjoy as citizens. Data is no longer just the new oil. It is the extraction of our lives, our creativity, our voice, our emotions. This is captured, monetized, and used to shape and polarize societies without our consent, and in particular without and beyond democratic accountability. Faced with this reality, Europe needs a new kind of architecture, one that puts democracy and human rights, sustainability at the foundation of every layer, from the materials we extract to the chips we design and the cloud and AI systems that run our economies and our societies. We say to move beyond the model of extractivism towards a model of regeneration. We heard before John Schollenhuber, which has inspired the whole new European Bauhaus movement, that the goal is not just to sustain what we have, but to restore, to regenerate, to give back to nature. So the Eurostack wants to be a little bit of a blueprint on how to do that in Europe, to build a sovereign, open, democratic digital infrastructure, not as a wall to keep others out. So this is not a protectionist, nationalist agenda, but a strong, resilient system that can actually work for society and the people. So Europe must stop being a construction site for foreign powers and start acting as the architect of its own digital and ecological future. So let's unpack a little bit the Eurostack and the layers of the digital power layer by layer. So all architecture starts underground. In today's digital world, our foundation aren't stone. They are lithium, cobalt, nickel, and rare earths. These critical materials power everything from smartphones to wind turbines. The problem, as I said, they are mostly controlled by a handful of countries, especially China and Russia. Actually, 90% of critical raw material that we use for our technologies are controlled by China and Russia. So when China restricted exports of gallium last year, solar panel production in Berlin halted. That's how fragile our systems have become. And this is increasing, of course, with export control and restriction in supply chains. Europe can no longer deliver its green and digital transition without secure access to these resources. And so we must act quickly to avoid extractive patterns of the past also, a bit more post-colonial, post-extractivist, and have different relationship with Latin America, Africa, Asia, and so on. Once we have the materials, we carve silicon, the core of modern technology. But Europe produces less than 10% of the world's semiconductors, and we are using 20% of the world's semiconductors. The market is dominated by Intel, NVIDIA, and TSMC. And when ASML, which is our dual chip lithography producers, the machines that make every chip in the world, one day, our crown jewel is now caught in the crossfire between the US and China chip war. And they're actually all the time publishing this op-ed saying we are in danger of losing also the chip manufacture, the lithographic production in Europe. So if Europe wants real digital independence, we need to build it, starting with our own chip foundries focused on key sectors like automotive, healthcare, and energy, at least starting where we have more strength in industrial production. And we have calculated in our report that this demands a bold investment like 100 billion sovereign tech fund, for example, that can help rolling out this technology. We do have the talent. We are actually getting back talent from the US because of the situation there. We have investment, but we need more ambition here. Then we go to the next layer, which is connectivity. This is just as essential. When Ukraine's network were attacked, it wasn't European infrastructure that saved them. It was Starlink, which is Elon Musk satellite secure communication system. A privately owned satellite system controlled by one man who could shut it off at any moment. Europe can't afford that kind of dependence. And saying that also Mr. Musk liked to interfere in European elections and manipulate European citizen data. We must complete strategic projects like IRIS², which is the European Space Agency secure infrastructure communication, secure our undersea cables from sabotages, and accelerate the rollout of 6G. Our infrastructure must serve European interests, not foreign agendas. Then we move to the Internet of Things. Our ports, our energy grids, and our cities are depending on thousands of connected sensors and platforms. Yet many of these systems rely on foreign tech. We must shift focus from consumer gadgets to strategic infrastructure and build sovereign IoT platforms that reinforce industrial resilience. Above the network lies the cloud, the brain of the digital economy. Of course, where is our data in the cloud? Where do we look? We have a huge network of data centers and cloud infrastructure, which in Europe is owned by 3 American tech giants. They control 70% of European cloud market. So this is neither safe nor sustainable. We need a federation of sovereign clouds, which is decentralized, interoperable, open source, and governed by European law. This system should protect our data, power our essential services, and support innovation rooted in values. Software is another critical layer there. I don't even want to give you the numbers because we are dependent 90% on US software. So all the operating system that run your phone and the software you use is run by one company. Can I name it? Microsoft. And so imagine when European policymakers were negotiating on trade deals with the US, possibly using what? Microsoft Word or some kind of service. So like sending the information straight to the US office so that they knew it before we had even decided what is our trade deal strategy. So we need to rebuild the digital commons, invest in open source alternatives, develop a common digital ID, which is an identity system that is basically some of the building block of the stack, and ensure that public institutions run on software that can protect rights and not extract data. At the top of the stack sits artificial intelligence, the layer that will shape how we work, learn, and live. AI is 70% dominated by the US and Chinese companies. I'm sorry, I mean, it's like a war bulletin here, but that's the situation. When Europe has key strengths, as we also heard before, in artificial intelligence, world-class supercomputers, excellence in healthcare, leadership in climate science. So we can build public, private AI factories that are focusing on real-world challenges from flooding to healthcare, not just advertising. Our model should be trained on European data, treated as a shared resource, and governed for the public good. Because artificial intelligence should serve society and not control it. Now, we have built this kind of schema for how the Euro stack could be looking like, that we call the Europe Common Digital Stack, with some key components, the Euro chips, the Euro Connect, with links together reliable networks across the continent. We are going to roll out a reliable network operation across all Europe, Smart Europe IoT, a sovereign federated cloud ecosystem that protects data and can build the kind of data commons or data trust that we spoke about before. Euro OS, possibly providing the digital backbone, starting with tools like the digital ID wallet that we are developing, and also the digital euro, because we are in a moment of financial instability, and now with stablecoin operated by the Federal Reserve in the US, we definitely need to speed out the rollout of a digital euro. So I think the combination between digital ID, digital euro, and data spaces federated in the sovereign AI cloud could be the beginning of an infrastructure that can support the production of more minimal viable services. That's how we define in the report, but what we mean is not abstract concept, not to do just more tech, but the right kind of tech, which is basically supporting citizen services in advanced manufacturing, climate tech, precision medicine, and what makes digital sovereignty real when it means industrial policy, but also real in public infrastructure and services. So we also have some basic principles like going quicker, sovereignty and security, openness and interoperability, data as a common good, climate alignment, and we'll discuss later how much extraction of energy, water, and basic resources this AI infrastructure need. Decentralization that combines central capacity with local autonomy, inclusive governance, and the governance part is really an important piece that we're working on at the moment, because we do not have public utilities in the infrastructural part, while Europe is rolling out some possible public compute utilities. And then democracy first, which means Europe must, the technology must empower people and not weaken the public institutions that we need to strengthen. So some say that Europe can only regulate and not build, that we are great at setting rules and standards, but we fall short when it comes to shaping systems that really matter. But history tells a different story. And like South Korea, India, and China, they are all building technological sovereignty through long-term public investment, bold national strategies, and Europe can do the same. So we're starting also learning from China, from India, from South Korea, from other places, Singapore, where things are already operating at scale. We have, here you can see a map of all the industry cutting-edge research centers. We are actually mapping the location facilities where we make, where we fabricate chips, when we design semiconductors, where we are rolling out AI infrastructure and AI centers, cloud, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, but also the space economy that's actually growing very much in Europe. So we're working on undersea cable mapping, and to really see where is the European infrastructure. That's the beginning of this journey. From Paris to Berlin to Barcelona to Sofia Antipolis to Scandinavia, Europe has a lot of talent, knowledge, research spaces, and infrastructure. So we don't lack the capability, we lack a collective, I think, willingness to act now, to invest, and to really have the political power to scale. The world is shifting faster and harder. So just to remind us, we are living in trade wars that are escalating. Export control on chips and AI and quantum are tightening. I had a conversation with one of the main quantum scientists in Europe that told me I had to sign a form to say if I had Chinese or Indian students in my course because of export control reason. And this is something very new, because in Europe we don't have a national security state, which usually power the technological development, and we've always been very, I have to say very rigid in separating fundamental research and military use. And now, of course, this is changing because we are investing much more in defense and also in military operation in Europe, and so this is a new era, a new space. US tech giants are continuing to also undermine European privacy and competition law. Alexandra Giese said it before from the parliament. And friendshoring has become follow the strongest. So not anymore redefining supply chain, but really follow the stronger, we annex you, we're gonna conquer you. So it's dependency, it's not anymore an economic risk, it's a strategic vulnerability. While we hesitate, this is going on, and these companies continue to mine personal data, fueling disinformation, polarizing societies, and interfering in democratic elections through platforms they own and they control. So we believe that if we fail to act now, we won't be architect of a digital independence, but on the contrary, we are becoming vassals in a digital empire, bound by rules we didn't write, infrastructures we don't control, and powers we don't know how to hold to account. So the Eurostacks try to offer a different path. Of course, this is not only about technology, a path where Europe built its own digital backbone that's rooted in democracy, sustainability, and openness, where systems are designed to give back more than take, to empower rather than extract, and restore balance between people, planet, and technology. So we don't need to copy Silicon Valley. We don't need to chase the hype cycle. And we certainly can't really, we can learn from China, but can't really copy a lot of what China is doing. So we need to shape a European model, putting public interest above profit and resilience over dependence and freedom before control. Today at the Biennale of Architecture, we are reminding that building is not only about objects and systems, it's about relationships and how we shape them, how we connect them, how we create and govern. And the infrastructure that we design today are deciding how power, knowledge, and culture moves across Europe for decades to come. Those infrastructure are shaping this now. So the Eurostack doesn't want to be a fortress and doesn't want to be, again, a protectionist nationalist agenda, but it wants to bring like a possibility for Europe to move forward. At the Archipelago of Possible Futures, artists, architects, and scientists showed us that infrastructure isn't just about machine and codes and algorithms, but is about collective imagination. They made clear that the Eurostack is not only about technology, it's about who controls it, who benefits from it, and what kind of future it can make possible. For instance, Marina's Otero Computational Campus is rethinking data center as a living structure, integrating into nature, recycling energy, restoring balance. A data center that is the foundation for a green digital Europe. In Barcelona, the AI factory at Mare Nostrum 5, looks a bit like this church, smaller, bring high-performance computing into the service of the public, supporting climate science, pandemic response, and cultural research. And this is compute for the common good and not just for a private monopoly. We saw before artists like Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst showing that public AI can look like voice models that are open, consent-based, and co-created, AI that respects identity, supports culture, and empower creators instead of extracting from them. And finally, the digital deal from the Ars Electronica and ORF is a great project that is working on turning Europe Media Archive into a shared AI training grounds. It's not just about preservation, but about creating a cultural memory machine that reflects our language, stories, and our values. And finally, we had this morning Giulia Foscari, Voices of Commons, that reminded us who speaks for the ocean, for the atmosphere, for the poles, and who speaks for our digital commons. She challenged us to govern this system collectively and to do that with urgency. So each of these pieces are a working piece of the Eurostack, we like to think, because they are not distant vision, they are seeds that are already growing. So this is how we make sovereignty tangible, by linking infrastructure to imagination, by connecting code with culture, and by building systems that serve the Europe we want to see before someone else builds it for us. So Europe faces a choice, and I will finish here: remain a passive user of extractive platforms or reclaim a role as architects of its own digital future. And it's not a technical decision, as we know, it's political, it's cultural, it's about freedom, dignity, and democratic control in the digital age. If we delay, as I said, Europe is become an archipelago of dependencies, fragmented, vulnerable, and shaped by systems that are not really benefiting society. So we are designing this as an infrastructure that resembles as a public good, where culture, science, and technology can speak together with one voice, and where sovereignty can mean innovation on our own terms. So this is a proposition to build digital commons that work for the needs of society, for the needs of Europe, but can also be opened up for collaboration at a large scale. And so you're going to have to all help us to build the Eurostack once now this is becoming a political framework, thanks also to the European Parliament and people that are here that are making possible to really push forward a more digital independent agenda for Europe. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, now we come to the showdown, and we try to imagine different future. We try to imagine how we could take back control of the infrastructures. And I invite to the stage Marina Otero, please. Hi. Benjamin Bratton. Evgeny Morozov, and Kate will come, no, Kate is here, sorry. Kate Crawford, who won today the Silver Lion at the Architecture Biennial. Congratulations. There's a very kind of hard structure here. Everybody has 8 minutes to introduce their project, and I will try and shut up most of the time, and maybe you start, okay? And then it goes in this direction. Benjamin is second, then comes Evgeny, and then you, okay?
Well, thank you. I'm not sure what I was supposed to say, but yes. My name is Marina Otero. I'm an architect, and I've been working over the last years in looking into the digital infrastructure, the architectures that make the cloud, and the environmental impacts that these infrastructures have on the ground. Basically, I've been trying to look into alternative models for data centers that use less energy and less water, and I've been also engaging with communities who have been protesting data centers in different regions, in the Nordic region, in Sweden, for instance, and also in Spain, and particularly in Chile. Over the last 2 years, I started to work with a series of groups that have been protesting data centers in Chile, particularly in the outskirts of Santiago. Some of them, for instance, the association Mosacat, started to fight against Google, a Google data center. They managed to prove that Google was will use for its data center as much water as the entire aquifer of the local aquifer, leaving the entire community without water. And they managed to prove it. They managed to take it to court and stop the Google project. That was very inspiring because for a moment it was the idea that perhaps we have something to say, we have some power against huge corporations. There are similar communities in that region that are fighting other data center projects because Chile is becoming a hub for data centers. And some of them asked me if I could help them negotiate together with the government and the companies. So that's what we have been trying to do. I also called Kate, so we could join forces. Kate also came to Chile, and together we managed to give some visibility to the work that many people were doing for a long time on the ground. But we have managed to get something also, some conversations with the government. And the government of Chile started to do a data center plan. What we have done is to manage to get all the communities that have been protesting to be part of that conversation and the implementation of the plan. It's a plan for regulating data center industry. It's not perfect. We were a bit disappointed when it was presented in December, but by so far it's the most advanced national plan for data center regulation in the entire world. Local communities are invited now to be part of the negotiation table to implement the plan together with the Association of Data Centers that was recently formed. And in the moment that we are now is that I got a call from the government the other day saying, Marina, the representatives of the communities have not joined the first sectoral table for negotiation. What happened? And I talked to some of them and they said, well, they put the meeting at 3 p.m. In a normal day. We have our jobs. The companies, everyone in the company is paid to attend that meeting. The people in the government are paid to go to the meeting, and the local communities not only are in a precarious situation, are suffering the effects of the data centers, they also have to go there without no one supporting them. So we are in that moment that we have to find also support. So the people that is actually fighting against data center on behalf of all of us, because what happens in Chile happens everywhere. They are doing a labor that is not recognized as such so far. So yeah, maybe we have some ideas on how to contribute to that. Thank you.
Is this thing on? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Benjamin Bratton. It's a pleasure to be here. We've just spent a couple days launching the Antikythera program. It's been quite exhausting, so I hope to be able to speak coherently with you. I suppose the main reason I was invited here to be part of this conversation is a book I wrote about 10 years ago. There's a 10th anniversary edition coming out from MIT Press called The Stack, which laid out a diagram. It was a sort of a kind of a basic architecture of how it is that stack systems might sort of work. So I also just want to say, is like my comments may seem rather critical of this course, but actually they should be seen in favor, very much in favor of the idea of a Eurostack, but perhaps in a certain sense to ask the question, why don't we already have one? And to a certain extent, this has to do with the question of power. And I don't mean this in the Foucauldian sense of power. I mean literally how you power this. You may be familiar with this little sticker on the left, the Atomkraft 9 Danke, the kind of happy face sticker of the German anti-nuclear power movement of the 1970s and 80s. And I'd like to draw a parallel with that movement with the discourse in which we find ourselves today. The German anti-nuclear power movement begins really in the early 70s, gathers steam with every nuclear accident. In the United States, we also had an anti-nuclear power movement led by our great thought leader, Jackson Brown. The difference between the United States and Germany particularly is that the movement became institutionalized as a political party, and the Green Party with its core platform being the prevention of the continued development, deployment, and research in nuclear power. The main reason for this was basically twofold. One, for ecological reasons, so the presumption of sustainable energy would be more ecologically viable, and also for safety reasons, to prevent the possibilities of catastrophic excess deaths. Some of the discourse that was used then around nuclear power may be familiar to us today, ways in which to try to prevent the continued development of a transnational mega technology. However, things have a tendency sometimes to backfire. I don't have all time to go through this chart in detail, but let me point you to two things in particular. France is 60% nuclear. Germany is now 0% nuclear after it has turned off all of its power plants and is run entirely on coal and oil, in addition to oil that it gets from Russia when Putin is in the mood. Two statistics point you to, the average carbon footprint per capita in Germany is now 80% higher than it is in France, precisely for this reason of where the energy comes from, so much for that. But this is perhaps more dramatic. In terms of the sort of the safety issue here as well, the number of excess coal deaths in France every year is about 1,000. In Germany, it's 5,500 because the country runs on coal. The total number of excess cancer deaths, the World Health Organization estimates that happened at Chernobyl, was about 4,000, which means because it doesn't use nuclear power, Germany hosts roughly 1.25 Chernobyls per year. This is the definition of backfiring. So what happens? You have a well-meaning popular leftist movements backed by leftist academic discourse that arrests the development and deployment of a transnational megatechnology, which ends up causing larger direct and indirect harms. My simple message for you today is the EU's AI stack politics should not do this. Do not do to EU AI what Germany did to nuclear power. However, in a certain sense, this may be, in fact, what is happening. The same discourse, the same terminology, the same kind of satanic demonization of a general purpose utility of artificial AI is probably organizing too much of the story in ways that are actually not that the ideas are necessarily wrong, but that they are fundamentally counterproductive. Part of the issue then with AI and energy is obviously it takes a lot of energy to train large models. There isn't enough clean energy to train those large models, particularly in Europe. Why? Because there isn't the nuclear power to train these models or any other clean energy sources. So to a certain degree, the same politics, in addition, of course, absolutely, of the oil companies and the petrol states, that prevented nuclear power from fully developing across Europe, is now trying to stop AI because there isn't enough clean energy to power it sustainably. Obviously, the tie-ups are a myriad. You have seen more recently that a lot of the larger platforms are going back to nuclear power in order to make possible the large training runs. Microsoft is reopening one of the reactors at 3 Mile Island. Macron's Plug Baby Plug campaign. France has excess electricity because of its nuclear power grid, and Macron is asking large companies to come to France and do their training there where they can do so on a clean energy grid. So you have sometimes history works in weird ways. You have video gamers that drive GPU development, which drives AI, which drives nuclear power, which drives planetary clean energy. So video games save the world at the end of the day. No, again, I have a little bit more. I won't have time to go through this entirely into full detail here. You may want to sort of take a picture of it. One key sort of idea here as well, the amount of energy that it takes to use AI, the training runs are enormous, it's absolutely true, but at a per inference basis, it's important to keep in mind that, for example, I could have used ChatGPT 4.0 to write my entire talk, which would use less energy than it takes to run the laptop to show you these slides for the duration of the 8 minutes. Some of the ways in which what I call Copernican technologies are dealt with is through, in a certain sense, some certain forms of potential grief. I'm not going to go through this whole essay, but if you're interested, and I sort of lay this out, there's ways in which we might categorize the AI discourse along the lines of Kubler-Ross's stages of grief, of AI denialism, AI anger, AI depression, AI bargaining, AI acceptance. It's perhaps our new horoscope. Now, within these, particularly the top of the letter, last week I gathered a number of some of the ways in which AI is defined, particularly within the European critical theory discourse. These are all quite alarming definition to something. I'll just draw your attention to a few. AI is white supremacy, AI is fake freedom, AI is neo-fuelism, it is fascist rationality, and also, of course, at the same time, AI is not real. The thing is, it's getting harder and harder, I think, to actually convince people that this is the case. One of the things that I've noticed over the past few months, literally like the last 2 months, is people saying that they themselves had some kind of personal oh wow moment using AI. It's something that it allowed them to do that was meaningful for them personally. Something that they could explore, something that they could do, something that they felt agency with. It was different than what Mark Zuckerberg told them was going to happen, different than what we academics told them was going to happen, but something that was real for them. OpenAI, ChatGPT has 500 million users a week. It's harder to gaslight 500 million users when they actually have this experience themselves. So maybe a baseline goal for the kind of AI we want would be something like this. A transnational technological utility that is produced and served by multiple large and small organizations that provides inexpensive, reliable, general synthetic intelligence and related services to the entire population to build cities, companies, and cultures with this resource in an open and undirected manner, raising the quality of life and standard in living in ways unplanned. You're about to kick me off, right? That's why you're standing there? Okay, okay. Let me finish. I'll go quickly, I promise. Okay, some of the things that this may tend towards, we may want to say, is that in fact there's more value being created at the application layer than at the model layer. That the real sociological effects and political effects is a dilution of artificial scarcity of professional and expert knowledge, access, and agency, which makes it available to those who don't happen to live in the 14 cities of the global north, don't happen to come to things like the Venice Biennale. It's really the global south, quote unquote, this rather problematic term, that has the most to gain from this dilution of artificial scarcity. More broadly, the biggest benefits of AI as a general purpose utility are benefits for individuals living and working outside our bubble world. The net loss, for example, for institutions that are based on the production of artificial scarcity, such as the Ivy League. So this brings us to the AI stack. Why is it that there isn't a Euro stack already in existence? Well, some of it does have to do with regulation. Mistral is probably the most interesting, one of the most interesting of the very few European AI companies. That is, it's one thing to develop regulations on how to regulate European AI, but that doesn't really matter if you don't have European AI. Mistral, based in France, is not funded by one of the many wonderful innovation funds that come from the European community. It's funded by Andreessen Horowitz and NVIDIA and Salesforce. It's really a California company. Okay, okay, we'll discuss. Okay, last two quick points. Two things to avoid in this debate is what we might call digital. I'll go faster.
You get another 3 minutes later, and then.
Okay, don't do autarky. Don't think that sovereignty insulates you from the consequences of the decision that's made. If you don't want to be the 21st century version of this, don't get stuck here. Thank you very much.
We have this big timer here, and it was on 0 quite a long time. It counts back. It's very kind of dangerous thing. Please, yes, please. What?
I'll stay here.
Yeah. You're next, please.
Good.
Oh, you stay there. Oh, sorry, I didn't get that. Yes.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Evgeny Morozov. I'm a writer and a critic, I guess. It's a nice segue for someone born 300 kilometers away from Chernobyl to be following Benjamin. Regardless, I wish we could go back to the last slide. Can we? The one with that fantastic bingo card of what AI should not be. Can we just? Like the white one? Yeah. The one that was just. Like the long one? Yeah, with all of the AI is and is not, I think it just will put us in the bingo card, yeah.
Can you please? Okay.
Good. No, because listening to you, I've realized that there is probably one easy way to fix the problem on that chart, and it's to append the word open to the word AI. And most of those statements would probably sound truer if you were to say them about OpenAI, the company, as opposed to AI, the technology. Maybe with the exception of neo-feudalism, which I find a little bit problematic. Because ultimately, many of those statements, they are made, when they are made in that particular way, they're made about the companies that are pushing it on us, and very often there is a bit of ambiguity as to what that means, and people do probably imply that it applies to technology itself. But if we actually limit the nature of that critique, I think that most of us in this room would agree that there is something fishy about OpenAI, there is something fishy about probably Google, there is something fishy about Anthropic and many others. And that they do have agendas that for many people in the global south, if we were to listen to them, are in fact slightly, or not slightly, neo-colonial. That's why in places like Chile, we actually do see protests against them. There is no reason why we should be doubting that these protests are coming from some kind of genuine opposition to the neo-colonial agendas of those firms. Now, of course, when we lump the companies with the technology together, it's very easy to dismiss those critiques as just being technophobic. I don't think that they're technophobic. Many of them are anti-corporate, and many of them are asking very reasonable questions about the political economy of an industry that has probably 5 or 6 companies, each of them investing $80 to $90 billion a year with no obvious business model other than to go and sell those services to governments and to individual consumers. Is that the right way on which to base the global economy and on which to base national economic development in the global south? I don't know. But the fact that we should not be asking those questions for fear or seeming technophobic, I think it's not exactly a way to promote critical scrutiny of that industry, nor of the technology itself. But I do agree with you that there is, of course, a knee-jerk reaction very often, especially in humanist academic circles, to AI as a technology that will undermine human capacity for thinking. All of that, I think, critique holds true, and we need to be cultivating that, and we need to be very careful not to throw the baby with the bathwater. But I think we need to also be open to alternative imaginaries of what kind of institutional structures we can have in place. Because when you're making these arguments about energy, you're already presuming that we have to find a way to rationalize the way in which companies like OpenAI operate. That they need to operate at huge scale, that they need to bleed scale, that they need to go and be present in every single country. And to be honest, when I look at the media, I don't see that technophobia when it comes to European leaders. There is a picture of probably every single European leader shaking hands with Sam Altman. Right? They are welcoming him with open hands. There is absolutely no resistance whatsoever. There is no alternative model in place. But I don't also understand why we should not be thinking about ways in which many of these local demands could be satisfied through a completely different model. Maybe it will involve a combination of libraries, universities, and other institutions. Maybe it will not involve any AI at all. Why should we be solving the problem of how to make the business of OpenAI more efficient, more energy efficient, and more profitable? That should not be the business of European business leaders and corporate leaders and political leaders unless their only task is attracting economic investment, which I don't think it should be their only task. And that, unfortunately, is not what's happening. That's why you see Macron, you see Sanchez, and all the others going and welcoming these people with open arms, right? And, I mean, you're correct, of course, to say that when it comes to companies like Mistral, it's a company, essentially, that is up there to compete and to be the European equivalent of OpenAI and Anthropic. And I think this is probably not a very democratically oriented strategy, that we have to be experimenting with alternative models, and we have to be leveraging what in Europe works best. And what works best in Europe is the public sector. It's cultural sector, and it's various cultural institutions like this one, which actually manage to shape the debate in ways that transcends the market logic. So it's not in any way to endorse the idea that we can only compete with them by building European champions. We have already seen that with Google and others. It didn't necessarily work. But the lessons that seem to have been drawn from those failures, to me at least, were the wrong ones. It's the idea that we can only compete with them if we try to become better and kind of fiercer capitalists than them. Obviously, in Europe, it's not going to fly because the European social model would never allow for that. And there will be pressure coming in order to essentially put some brakes in that path. So the options and the alternatives should be different, but there is no reason why, I think, Europe should not be trying to forge a different path. That path might not be corporate. Europe had forged a slightly different path with the welfare state. I don't see why it should not be trying to forge a different path with AI or with technology in general. What I think Francesca has been doing with the report, at least the way I read it, is that you need to preserve some space for maneuver, including technological space for maneuver, in which some of those strategies can be conceived, because ultimately the point here is not to preserve sovereignty or tech sovereignty for sovereignty's sake. The point here is to preserve some kind of maneuvering space in which all sorts of socioeconomic and cultural policies that diverge from those dictated by the neoliberal agenda can still be defended. And the point here is not that we want to have AI with a European flag on it, it's that we want to have a welfare model with a European flag on it, and a cultural model. Thank you.
Thank you. You already did these kind of things we do later in the 3 minutes, but then you can take in the 3 minutes maybe more an approach how we do change the future or how we do take back control. Okay, Kate, please.
Well, hi everybody. My name's Kate Crawford. I'm a professor and the author of Atlas of AI. I've been researching artificial intelligence for a long time now, and I think by listening to this panel, what I'm really interested to begin with is to find, what do we agree on? And I think from listening to everybody here, we all agree that we are in an absolutely extraordinary period of acceleration. Not just technological acceleration, but capital acceleration and power centralization. This is something that is happening very clearly, and it's very evident, particularly where I live in the United States, where we see that around $1 trillion will be spent in the next 3 years, aided and abetted by the Trump administration's Project Stargate, which has earmarked $500 billion, not just for tech companies, not just tax breaks, not just giving them special access to water, but also giving them almost entirely unfettered access to building the next generation of hyperscale data centers across the US and internationally. So what does this look like? Well, Benjamin mentioned energy. We already know that generative AI uses as much energy as the nation of Japan. It is currently predicted by the International Energy Agency to use as much energy as the nation of India by 2034. So generative AI, for those aha moments, we are strapping on an entire industrial nation, in basically the size of the subcontinent, onto the world's energy grid. That is a very big decision. And what I would like to suggest is that this is a decision that we should be able to have a much more public debate about. Because at the moment, we're being told from above that this is just how it is, that these technologies are inevitable, and because we have reached the limit of the electrical grid, we have to now move to another massive investment in nuclear power. Not just as a system of energy, but right down into the data centers themselves. They will be installing nuclear reactors in data centers with all of the concerns that you might have about safety and waste, which have still not been resolved for nuclear power. But that's just one part of the cycle of extraction that AI relies on. Let's talk about minerals. So the amazing Marina Otero and I spent time with activists in the Atacama Desert looking at the extraction of lithium. Now, lithium is one of many minerals that are being aggressively stripped for artificial intelligence. We can talk about cobalt, we can talk about copper, we can talk about rare earth, because we are in the middle of a planetary Cold War, again, that's being run by a very small number of companies that are driving the costs of that extraction primarily to the global south. Again, we're being told that this is just how it is, as something that we have to accept. Well, I would like to suggest that again, when we turn to this question of water, which again is sort of not told so much in these stories, you see another reaching of a particular type of planetary limit. So we know that generative AI is using around ½ a liter of water every time you have an exchange of around 20 back and forths. And many of these data centers are in areas of extreme water scarcity. So what happens? Well, what happens is that that is fresh drinking water that's being taken away from communities. So in sum, what we are seeing is that the generative AI infrastructure is now competing directly with humans and ecologies for water, minerals, and land in a completely undemocratic system. This is something that, for me, goes well beyond a cycle of grief. I do not believe that the only way that we can deal with this system is through acceptance, that is literally the only endpoint for us. I think there's a much more interesting endpoint here, which is that we can actually look at forms of tech refusal. This might mean demanding different types of AI production. This might mean more alternative models, and I'm thinking here, of course, of Matt and Holly's work in public diffusion. Again, different ways of thinking about constructing AI. I'm also looking at the completely different systems of AI construction that are now coming out of China, using far less energy, particularly in the training phase. All of this shows that AI is not monolithic. It's not one thing, and it's not a thing that we have to accept as a given. This is about the most important moment in history where we have to start talking about whether this is something that we're going to accept or whether it's something that we're going to fight. And I'd like to suggest that we think about moving towards doing that together. Thanks.
You still have half a minute. Okay, now everybody's got 3 minutes, and it said in the brief. So, okay, and should we more concentrate on possibilities and models for the future than trying to complain?
I have some possibilities for the future, but I have the feeling that Benjamin wants to respond, so let him know. Because, no, please, I'm very generous. No, but I think...
No, Marina, go.
No, but I think Benjamin wants to respond. Yeah.
Okay. Who's going now?
You want me to go? Okay, so is this on?
No, I think they have to switch it on.
Okay. Well, I would love to hear what you have to say.
Benjamin is speaking now.
Hello? Yes? Okay. So let me clarify the point that I was trying to make. The argument that I'm trying to make is not that the model of a kind of VC-driven 4 corporations that make 4 models that run the world version of AI is either ideal, something that should be blindly accepted, something that is the right model for Europe. It's not even the right model for the United States. The idea that, for me, AI is a fundamental technology,
It's one that will continue to evolve literally over the course of the rest of our lifetimes. The particular economic structure that in this particular decadal moment is making it possible is essentially not necessarily the main story. But if it's done wrong, I completely agree with this sort of thing that it potentially could be quite catastrophic. That's not really the point I'm making. So again, the point is in favor of a Eurostack. The problem, as I see it, again, to make the point, is that if you keep telling people that AI is fundamentally a racist, techno-fascist fantasy that isn't real, they're not going to have the agency to actually make those alternatives possible. This is the issue in which we find ourselves. The idea that the only options are, as Kate put it, to fight or accept, is exactly the framing of the issue that's going to prevent the EU stack that you want from happening.
Okay. That's fine for you? Yeah. Okay. Let's keep the order, and this was like an extra for Benjamin. Do you want to?
No.
Do you want to?
Just want to say a few things. I'm going to try to make it very grounded in certain examples. So, for instance, in Spain, and I'm sure there are other initiatives similar, we know also, Kate and I, some people like Veronica Bolon is a scientist, is developing green algorithms with support also from the European Union. Yeah, it's a way to start also thinking about how do you train algorithms and how algorithms work, and in a way that they use less energy and less water. So you can also design the technology itself looking into these questions. So that's, starting from that to how do you design the data center itself? And there are thousands of ideas to improve it, from the material that you use, instead of concrete or other materials that emit CO2, using wood, if it makes sense in certain territories, to changing the systems for refrigeration, or how you reuse heat. We have seen thousands of examples, some of them very fancy, like the swimming pool, Olympic swimming pool that was heated with a data center. That was a bit like PR, but those happen. That doesn't solve the problem of energy. But yeah, designing other systems of refrigeration that are working for AI, and the compute capacity that is needed for those systems is something that we can develop. And luckily, some companies are doing it, but the biggest ones aren't. And at least in certain areas of the world that are not implementing those systems. So I've seen, because I take my time to go to data centers all over the world, so it's not, I'm not in my office in Columbia University or whatsoever, Ivy League, just looking at the computer. I go to data centers. Many companies are implementing alternative systems of refrigeration that use less water, and others aren't, because they just have a blueprint for the data center and hire some local architects to say, just do that, regardless of the ecology and the situation around water and energy in that location. For instance, Chile or Spain, where we've seen like 500 million investment in Amazon infrastructures in Zaragoza. That is one place that clearly doesn't have the resources to support those systems. So I think there are many, many different attempts also to legislate in a way that doesn't cut the idea of having a possible intelligence, whatever that is, if it's artificial or not. And perhaps in a different way, questions of ownership, how you train the AI, perhaps also supporting the knowledge of people who contribute to that model, and legislating, for instance, why these models have to be, or AI infrastructure has to be continuously be running, and you don't have also those moments that run in different capacities, to the type of data that is accumulated in data centers, that many times is used in the same way and have the same type of requirements for energy. We accumulate so much data that is not really useful unless it's used for extracting information and selling that stuff. But to be honest, we're in a moment where scientific developments allow us to gather incredible amounts of information. And most of the times we don't even know for what purpose they are being saved. And you will talk with many scientists and they will tell you that they don't have even capacity to save the amount of information that they gather. I'm just talking about scientific research, many times public one. But in a way, what we say is that there should conversation, public conversation happen around our relation to data, the ownership and the management of that data, and the infrastructures that are supporting the usage of that data as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, Benjamin, do you want to go next to something to the future, or do you want to?
I'm going to go very fast because I want to make sure that I'm not monopolizing this. But I would just
okay.
But let me just say real quickly then that you're exactly. I mean, I agree with really much of what you're sort of saying. That you'll be happy to know that in fact all of the large platforms are investing massive amounts of research in more efficient chips, more efficient algorithms, and so forth. And so one hopes that you have a massive sort of drop in, an increase in efficiency. Kate mentioned the training methods for DeepSeek, for example. These are all sort of become sort of industry standards. And so this should be taken as good news.
Yeah, no, but most of the times they still implement the older models in certain parts of the world. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying my Marina Otero is you talk to governments that are also,
if your government doesn't let you have access to the latest models, that's where the problem lies. But let me raise this a little bit. I agree with you even more. Let me take it a step further. I think in general, if we're thinking about sort of from first principles, what is the data that a society needs to model to make the most socially useful models to recursively govern itself, to sense itself, to model itself, and to act back upon itself? I think we are creating the wrong data.
Me too. So then the question is, how do we do that?
I agree. And so going forward, a question perhaps we all agree is like, what is the data that we need to be generating that we are not producing? Because data, as Kate has said many times, doesn't exist out in the world until it is produced. What is the data that we need to produce the models that we actually want? That, I think, is a key question.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Data?
Let me stop there because I really...
Yes, who owns the data and who manages the data as well?
Thank you, Marina. Now, Evgeny.
Yes, so my kind of big meta-reflection is that I fear that Benjamin has invented the wokeness agenda for the AI industry, where all of us would feel very fearful and triggered not to offend the feelings of Sam Altman and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk by saying that AI is too racist. I mean, look, the reality is that most people say that when they say that is because their products are racist.
Again, if you honestly think that I'm trying to defend Sam Altman and Peter Thiel, you're not understanding anything I'm saying.
I said that the functional consequences of framing the argument the way you have been framing it is that it actually puts people who are making very reasonable critical remarks about the existing products in fear of being somehow against progress. And I just don't think that's the case, because when people complain about Palantir, or they complain about many of the systems built by these people, they are referring to actually existing systems with real harms.
Yes, but Evgeny, it's not a minority discourse in European academia.
It's not read the European newspapers. 90% of it is saying Sam Altman is the greatest man on earth.
None of the ones you write for.
I don't write for newspapers in Europe anymore. Why? Because the entire discourse here has become hegemonic to the point where if you're saying anything that contradicts the mainstream AI, you're being seen as some kind of a technophobe, which is exactly the consequence of framing the debate you've been framing.
No.
So,
you haven't gotten the point.
This was about imagining a different future?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now, Kate, please.
Two of these.
Okay, take one. Did anyone bring popcorn? I feel that's. Okay, so let's take a breath. Let's take a beat. Let's relax. We're in Venice. It's the Biennale. It's been a long week. Everyone's very tired and emotional. I think I want to respond to your provocation.
Thank you very much.
Around possible futures. And I also want to connect this away from this claim that someone is getting up here and saying that all AI is necessarily racist, because I really don't think I heard anyone say that. But what I did hear was a really powerful set of provocations from Marina about how this is going badly right now and how it could be done better. And I think what's interesting here is what I'm hearing is a pretty shared assumption that artificial intelligence in some form has created a very large-scale infrastructure that is not going away. So the question is, can this infrastructure be improved upon? Can it be changed? And can it be challenged? I believe all of those things are relevant, and all of those things are on the table. It's not accept, reject. It's a whole range of questions in between. And what I've been saying today is where I think we need to do the biggest pushback is around the environmental impact of the current designs of artificial intelligence. It's obvious. I mean, for those of us who have spent time in data centers, in mines, in water reservoirs, studying how these systems work, I cannot tell you how badly they are designed. We are surrounded by architects right now, and I plead with you, the data center is the factory of the 21st century, and it is so badly considered right now. We've got to do this better. It's absolutely outrageous. So here's the challenge. And there are many, we could talk here about the corporate power, which we can and do, and all of us have in our work. We could talk about all of the questions around where the data comes from, which I've looked at for years. But let's just talk about one thing. If we could walk out of this room today and say the data centers are fundamentally broken, this is something that we can fix. They are currently using far too much energy on models that are massively overtrained, in most cases without thinking about what they're being trained on, in some cases using water that's just evaporating off into the air, away from drinking water reserves. This is an embarrassment to design, to architecture, and to the entire tech industry. So if there's one thing that we can walk away with now is, let's try to say that this has to come to a completely different understanding if they are going to be these core engines of this coming century. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would also like to walk out of here and think about how this Eurostack could work in a way. What are the models which kind of drive it? And how do we take back control? This is actually the idea. So maybe everybody concentrates a little bit on that, what the future could mean. Should we go back this way? Do you want to go, Evgeny? Is it unpolite? Should we go? No, please. I don't know.
I mean, look, I'm someone who spent probably 3 or 4 years studying the rather unsuccessful effort to carve out some technological sovereignty in Latin America of the early 1970s, and all of that ended up in the bloody coups. So I hope that doesn't happen to the Eurostack, but I think the battle will be pretty fierce. So if we really think that we can sidestep the question of corporate power and the way in which it influences the debate in Brussels and in national capitals, I think it's a rather utopian assumption. And this is where I think we need to concentrate most of our debate, actually, because ultimately, without being able to contest the massive ideological and ideational power that these companies have accumulated, it will be impossible to contest them technologically, even if we do have much better and superior technologies. And unfortunately, since they have managed to monopolize the discourse about progress, because they position themselves as its key enablers and intermediaries, attacking them becomes tantamount to attacking progress. And I think we should be able to reclaim the sovereignty to keep bashing these people as much as we can, while articulating that there is absolutely nothing necessary about 5 companies investing $80 billion a year into replicating the same set of functions. Like everything that Kate has said happens 5 or 6 times because ultimately we have an idiotic model where 6 companies are battling for supremacy in a field that should probably be done as a public good by a very different set of institutions.
I take the point on what you think you'd like to push back on. I'm not entirely clear on what the push forward on this as well. There's a lot of discussion we've heard in a lot of the work about AI red lines, the kinds of things that we must prevent AI from doing in order to avoid certain kinds of catastrophes. I think the question that I'm not hearing, I wish I had heard more of what we might think of as the kind of AI green lines. What are the things that we need to ensure does happen in order for, without necessarily deciding what those outcomes are going to be in some kind of master plan kind of sense, but the way in which, like as I say, electricity is used in a way that's open to the end users to decide what the purposes of it need to be.
Why should we be assuming that AI is here to stay and we need to dance around it? This is like the premise that I'm contesting to begin with.
I don't know what you mean by the dancing, honestly.
You just compared it to electricity. 5 years ago, we referred to AI to mean something else. Like what we refer to as AI now is very different from AI of 2015.
And the AI of 2025 is probably nothing like the AI of 2035 or 2045.
Sure.
The key thing also to walk out the door with is the idea that AI hasn't really happened yet.
Sure. But the point of public policy is to maximize the well-being of humans. It's not to maximize the well-being of AI or of technology companies.
I realize that, but the way to do that is to actually let the people use the AI in ways to discover its purpose. If you'd rather have one.
You can say the same about the market.
You'd rather have one actor actually build the model.
About the market. Let's all use the market, and then we'll all come to love it because it's great. We just haven't used it enough.
If you'd rather have one state build the AI, if the preference is for one actor.
What?
You said the problem is we've got 5 actors building redundant models, and that's too many.
Yes.
What's the ideal number? Is it 1?
I told you it should be provided as a public good. Do you know that concept?
By how many? By how many?
Do you know about public global commons as a model?
How many, Evgeny? How many providers?
Why are you stuck in this Westphalian-centric paradigm, Benjamin?
Because quite clearly, I think the goal you're going for is the kind.
I think we can't follow you anymore. Marina, do you have anything to add to that?
Again, there are so many brilliant minds, but I just try to be very practical. So I do think European Union should invest massively in infrastructure. And perhaps that is, I do. And I don't think in the way you probably think it should. But I think it's important. The reason why I say that is, for instance, one of the pieces that I have here in Venice is about quantum computing. The Spanish government with European funding has invested in quantum, which is also a full other conversation, but is related. And we have a quantum computer in Spain right now, Barcelona Supercomputing Center, is 5 qubits. It's completely made by European investment and knowledge. The Basque country has decided to invest in quantum as well, but they have brought an IBM computer, a quantum computer, so it's foreign, not European, 150 qubits, I think, more or less. So, okay, we do have an issue if we want to compete, no? So what you are saying is that Europe needs to, in order to survive in this landscape, needs to copy the model of, or just like, well, you were having a meme in which you were saying that we were like, by regulating, we were just like making Europe fail. Right,
the alternative to that is not by definition the US VC model.
No, but that's what I was saying. We don't want that. I think the idea is that we have to invest. We have to invest in a way that makes sense for how Europe operates and within the regulations of Europe. And that might take some time. And let's see if we have that time. I hope we have that time. And I think the question right now is from different perspectives. You know, I talk on behalf of architecture and architects. What we are doing is also trying to have a debate on how architecture can participate in designing the next infrastructures for data centers. Because right now there is no overseeing of the planning offices or architecture in where and how these infrastructures are being located. They just like these huge investments. And it's very difficult to counter that logic because every government wants to say, we are investing in 500 million somewhere by Amazon or whatever, Google. But the question is how you invest that makes a lot of, it's important. And then the question is, do we want Google to invest in the European Union when we are seeing the level of interference politically? So I think in that case, we have a decision to be made. Like, if we don't want the Googles and Amazons to be in the European Union, then politicians might have to not to have so much good news to share, often to say about the incredible investments that are right now happening all over Europe, and we'll have to develop other model that will take to develop and might not be something very easy. So that's what I think in very basic terms. I'm pro-regulation, and I'm pro-developing a European model, also language models. There are different ones, like France has its own model. Spain is developing one with Latin America, Latam GPT. They have different values as well, that they are not like ChatGPT. There are other values associated with that. The problem with Europe is also fracturing. Many times each country, each region has its own interest. Maybe Kate can talk about it, what we just saw in Paris. So I think there is a need to also create more alliances within the continent.
Thank you. What did you see in Paris, Kate?
Right. Well, President Macron hosted the AI Action Summit back in February, I think it was. And these summits have happened before, of course, at Bletchley Park in the UK and then in South Korea. And each one of these summits has traditionally been focused around an international conversation about shared risk. What that risk is has differed from time to time. Some people are focused on the risks that are so-called existential, the idea of a creation of a superintelligence. Others are focused on the risks to communities, to our environments, to our legal and social systems. This year was very different. We saw the US and the UK refuse to sign any shared document. We saw a fairly extraordinary representation of what in game theory looks very much like a complete abandonment of the field. So what does that mean? It means we are looking at a set of empire options where everybody's building their own empire and competing against each other. That presents at a global level a very real set of problems, because we are doubling, tripling, quadrupling, 100 times the infrastructures per country. If every country wants to have its own stack, we have an absolutely earth-ending problem in terms of at least how long humans want to live here. So we are going to have some pretty real conversations about what a cleaving to sovereignty is going to look like in terms of its environmental impacts. But I want to suggest something completely different. I don't know if any of you guys noticed, but 2 weeks ago, OpenAI admitted that their latest reasoning model, O4 Mini, actually hallucinates 48% of the time. 48% of the time. And that is twice the rate of their previous model. So these models are actually getting worse. And what is really interesting is that they said they didn't know why. And so what I would like to suggest is that this version of AI, this large language / transformer model version that people are pouring so much money into, is not actually the AI that we're going to need going forward. That we have reached a particular type of limit in terms of what these systems are good at, and in fact, they're really only good at very specific sets of things. And applying it to everything, like if you have a hammer, everything becomes a nail, is part of the problem here. So even this term AI, I think, has to be broken down into much more specific and nuanced terms to say, what are we actually using these systems for? Where are they useful? And where are they completely useless? That is going to be the big next conversation. And my hope is that the architecture that, if Francesca's Eurostack happens, will be a very different technical architecture as well. It will be a different vision of what AI will look like and how it's actually produced from the ground up, and hopefully one that will actually be far more sustainable in the long term. Thanks.
Thank you. Even so, you told me not to sidestep the distribution of power and these questions. Can we imagine a different future? I mean, is it really that hard, because you say it's utopian or it's naive or whatever, but can we imagine? Is there a possibility to, or do we say it's lost anyway?
I mean, I'll answer, and that might also clarify some of the differences maybe that I have with Benjamin, at least as they emerged during this panel. So I think there are billions of people on this planet whose brains are capable of outperforming every single model that we already have. Unfortunately, they are not given the opportunity to develop those brains or to actually use them in any meaningful way other than stitching our t-shirts and planting our rice. In that sense, whatever policy we're going to adopt, whether it's going to be policy with regards to technology or human development, has to probably take note of the fact that we do have those billions of people, and their brains are already much more capable than any AI model, and whatever policy we are going to settle on with regards to AI has to ultimately focus on activating and fully developing the brains and capacities of those people. And I just don't see how dumping hundreds of billions of dollars on Sam Altman, OpenAI, Anthropic, and others gets us to that problematic. In fact, it gets us away from it, because if anything, these people will become even more superfluous.
But how do you harness this kind of creativity?
Through communism, Bobby, through communism.
Okay. Very good. Benjamin, same question. Can we imagine a possible future where this kind of works?
Yes, many. I mean, there isn't one. Like, I mean, you look at the inevitability or the evitability of this as well. There's certain aspects of this that are, there are path contingencies, and there are path dependencies, and there are contingencies built into this. Like, as I said, the AI we have is not the AI that's going to grow. I mean, Kate, if you really believe the models have sort of plateaued, I would very happily, do a public bet. If we come back here in 5 years, that the models, the frontier models that we're working with, will be, whatever metric we want to use, would be far exceed capabilities of the ones that we're using today.
Can I just ask, who is the we in this sentence?
You and I.
We're working on the frontier models, you think?
No, if you and I wanted to make a bet.
No, you just said that the frontier models that we are making. Who is the we who are making the frontier models?
Well, there's lots of we's that are making frontier models, but I mean, this is like the who.
That's actually the question.
You're really going to do the who is we? That's like the silliest.
No, it's not. It's like you're actually saying that these models, which are being made by 3 companies,
they're not.
are going to be infinitely expanded.
You have to know his things in terms of the planet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've got to go there.
Okay, so I take that as a no on the bet.
So you want to make a bet? Yes. I think this would be a really fun bet to make. So you're betting that the current architectures that we have today, and without change, are going to be better in 5 years' time.
Well, no, I think the frontier models that one has access to within 5 years will be, without a doubt, by any metric you want to use, be qualitatively more useful, more generally useful, more intelligent by any metric, and more importantly, many of the people that Evgeny is pointing to is saying, these are the people whose minds we have to activate. These will be the primary users of those models. It's not going to be us at the Venice Biennale. It's going to be the people who have been on the other side of the artificial scarcity. Those are the 2 sides of it that I firmly believe is, like, to answer your question.
Yeah.
Not only is possible, that's the direction I see this going. Again, this is not about fucking Sam Altman or Peter Thiel. I'm not trying to defend this model. But to your point, it's like, no, I think the architectures will inevitably change. Like, I don't think, there's a point, there's no reason to think that...
That's my point.
There's no reason to think that
There's
no reason to think that Transformers is the end of the line. And there's also no reason, I also agree with you, like, the model of the stack that I think you're working with here is quite honestly, probably last year's model of the stack. The stack that would be built now is a different set of layers, because to all of the questions, we're trying to sort of shoehorn a completely different software logic onto a data centers that were designed for a different computational paradigm. And so, like, this is also part of the noise that we're kind of structuring here as well. But anyway, these are So that's yes.
Yes. Marina, any, you said, I mean, the European Union should invest in that, but is there a further possible future?
Communism. No. What I do think is we don't have to fall into this trap of trusting AI as the tool that will allow us to find the solution to the problem. So I always hear like, okay, we are investing so much, we are using so much energy, but there will be a moment where AI will tell us how to use less energy. I don't buy that necessarily, because meanwhile, I see Elon Musk using diesel generators for, is not true?
Is it? I'm very
we are a bit like on the edge.
No, I'm very tight.
Talking,
you can bash Elon Musk as much as you like.
No, but even like we were thinking about how to bring these, these devices, these possibilities to many others beyond Venice. Okay. Well, there are many places in the world, including many places in Europe, where you don't have water all the time. You don't even have electricity all the time. You have blackouts. There are many places in the world that in order to run data centers, you need diesel generators, because most of the time, there is another grid. I actually cannot understand how the models that we have right now will be of any service to the many. I really don't know. So I do think we have to design them differently. And I think I try to offer a few avenues. Obviously, I'm an architect. Don't ask me to be an engineer or a computer programmer or something. But I guess I already give some clues.
OK. There was just a sign. It's invisible now. Time, please. It means we have to wrap up. Thank you very much. We can take bets on what happens in 5 years. And
can I make a bet with Benjamin, though?
Yes.
So I bet that in 5 years' time...
And everybody can bet on Benjamin or Evgeny.
Sure.
Yeah, we do derivatives on both bets.
No. I'm more than happy to bet that in 5 years' time, OpenAI will still not be making any profit.
Possibly.
But how do you then think that people in the global south, who you said will be activating their brains with their services, who will pay for those services?
I don't know.
And I know it would be the governments of those countries who, instead of pouring money into education, will be giving them to some Altman.
What I'm asking you to focus on is the use of the models, is where most of the value will be.
Benjamin, there is no use of the model without somebody picking up the bill. I'm sorry to break this news to you, but somebody has to pay for it. And so far, it has been venture capitalists.
What is the bet?
And Saudi Arabia sovereign wealth fund.
Evgeny, I'm not trying to make a market versus state dynamic. Like, I'm not quite sure who you do think should be paying for these infrastructures. Is it not the state? Is it the state? Is it the community?
It definitely shouldn't be paying by channeling them to Sam Altman.
Who? What's that?
Benjamin,
yes, I realize.
What I'm saying is something very simple.
I'm just wondering,
what I'm saying is something very simple. The utopia you're painting could have been painted here 20 years ago by Nicolas Negroponte, talking about 1 laptop per child.
I'm not talking.
It has those vibes, only that in the case of Negroponte, at least there was a pure non-profit. In your case, there is some kind of utopia where everybody in the globe will be experimenting with these tools, none of which are making any money. Somebody has to step in to pay for all the energy, and it will all be very glamorous because we'll all be activating our cognitive infrastructures, but where the money will come from, we don't know.
Okay.
No, that's not what I'm saying, but the last part is...
Because I have to question that, because it's a capitalist utopia, and we all have to be critical about it.
Let Benjamin shortly answer, yeah?
I don't quite what the question is. Like, I agree, like, I'm not presenting some sort of utopia on this sort of question as well. Like, I think if what you're sort of suggesting is that the present funding models that we have for infrastructure, that is a state project, that a VC-driven project, that both of these sort of institutional structures are perhaps inadequate to the actual infrastructures that we need to build. And that the real problem here, to a certain extent, is in this sense, institutional. And that part of the problem with the discourse is a poverty of imagination of what are the possible institutions by which we can build infrastructures that would serve the common good. I'm completely on board with this.
Sure, Benjamin.
Great, thank you very much.
Let me say one thing. I think, yeah. Let me first of all thanks Christoph for the task that has been given. I think we, no matter. I think we can probably agree that no matter where you are, this is one of the most important conversations that we can have today, and what we have just witnessed is a very, 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 I think, important. None of us will forget this conversation. So thank you, Kate. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Evgeny. This was exceptional. Thank you so much.
You had the popcorn, but we have no beers. We have no beers, but you can get a beer outside. Thank you very much, TBA 21, for hosting an ocean space. Thank Culttech Association, the new European Bauhaus, and all of you that participated in a huge marathon. Thank you. The Archipelago Possible Future continues.
Thank you so much.